This is Audible.
You're listening to Ice and Sweet, a Christmas novel, written by Charlie Novak and read by Dan Callie. Chapter 1. Luke. How are you getting on? Do you need anything from me? Were you able to get your suit sorted? I lowered my spoon of ganache and tried not to chuckle as the questions were fired at me from my phone, which was resting on the counter so I could avoid smearing it with chocolate. I hadn't been expecting Kane to call this late, but I was glad I'd answered. Otherwise, I'd have opened my phone to find 16 missed calls, 20 voice notes, 100 messages, and 50 DMs on every social media platform I owned. My best friend had never been so demanding before, but I guessed having 48 hours to go until your wedding was enough to put even the most composed person a little on edge. And his behaviour was nothing compared with some of the celebrities and couples I'd dealt with over the past few years. I'd almost rather have gone back to dealing with Hollywood producers and crazed superfans. Almost. Yes, I got my suit sorted, I said calmly, my eyes roaming over the half-finished wedding cake in front of me, looking for any flaws in the buttercream. I picked it up at lunchtime and they'd fixed the lining and the shoulders. It doesn't look like I'm trying to bring back 80s menswear now. Thank God, Kane said with audible relief. Could you imagine? He sighed, and I knew just from the pause he was doing that thing where he rubbed his hand over his forehead and through his hair the same way he always did when he was anxious. Sorry, I know I'm being a right pain in the ass. Austin keeps threatening to take my phone away from me, but I'm so worried someone will need something and I won't be able to help. I did laugh then, because that was so fucking typical of him. Babe, I love you, but if I have a problem, there is no fucking way I'm telling you until I've solved it. And no, this is not me telling you I had to fix something else. The suit is fine. The cake is nearly finished. I'm all packed, and I'll message you tomorrow when I set off. I'll even send you my location so you can track my every move. That might be a bit much. You still want me to do it, though? I kind of do, he said sheepishly. Sorry, you can tell me to get fucked, you know. Literally or figuratively, because it really seems like getting dicked down would do wonders for you right now. You're not marrying the man with the world's most perfect dick for nothing. Take advantage of that shit. Kane's fiancée just happened to be former teen heartthrob turned porn icon Austin Carter, whose subscription service I'd happily signed up to on the day he'd opened it. Some people might have thought it was weird that I was happy to watch my best friend and ex-fake boyfriend's former secret hookup getting off with an endless parade of beautiful men, but I'd always figured that Austin made this content because he wanted people to watch it, and I wasn't going to shy away from my desires just because we'd known each other growing up. We were both adults, Austin was hot, and he deserved to get paid for his hard work, which I very much enjoyed the results of. Besides, Kane and Austin had a wedding to pay for, so this was my way of helping to contribute. Apart from making the wedding cake, obviously, but I'd have been devastated if they'd asked anyone else. Kane laughed and then sighed. Maybe you're right. Maybe. Bitch, I'm always right, I said, especially about this. Turn your phone off, go find your fiancé, and ask him to do deliciously filthy things to you. Twice. And if you won't do it for yourself, do it for me, who hasn't got laid in, 2 months. The run-up to Christmas was always one of the busiest times at the bakery, and I hadn't had any energy to do anything after work except lie on my sofa and watch endless episodes of First Dates. And while finding a hookup on Grindr wouldn't have been difficult, there was also the fact I had to get up at 5 and was usually asleep by 9 at the latest. Recently, I'd even gone to bed at 7 as soon as I'd forced myself to eat the tub of takeaway noodles from the tiny cheap noodle shop that was exactly halfway between my flat and my tube stop. The noodles had been amazing, but being full, cozy and warm had done nothing but send me to sleep, and I crashed out as soon as I climbed into bed with my laptop and hadn't woken up until my alarm blared the next morning. Maybe in January, when I'd finished with the Christmas cake rush, I'd get myself back out there again. You know, Austin has a lot of friends coming to the wedding, Kane said, and I could hear the wry smile in his voice through the speaker. I'll be happy to introduce you to some of them. You probably recognise a few, and you met some of them at our stag do. I want to tell you I don't need you to get me a pity lay, but I'm not sure I can turn you down. I'm not going to get you laid. I'm just going to introduce you to a few hot single people. What you do after that is completely up to you." "Mm-hmm. And you haven't already been telling people about me?" "No." "Kanan," I said firmly. "Fine. I might have mentioned you to a few guys, but only casually. You know, 'Oh, my friend Luke is my best man. You'll love him. He's really funny and talented. Here's a picture of us last year at my birthday.' That kind of stuff. It better be that super hot picture of us." "I wouldn't use anything else," he said. "And I mentioned the cake too, because I know it's going to be fucking amazing." "It will be if you let me finish it," I said, grinning to myself. "Sorry, I'll let you go. Don't stay up too late, and send me your location when you leave tomorrow. Oh, and bye, Kanan," I said, cutting him off before he got sidetracked again. "I love you." "Love you too." I ended the call before he could go off on another tangent or find something else to worry about. Hopefully, Austin would sense him worrying and distract him for the rest of the night. Their relationship was so funny to me. They'd been hooking up on and off for 10 years, and then last year, something had just changed, like a switch had been flicked, and they'd finally seen what I'd seen all along and gotten their act together. Now, less than a year after finally making their relationship official, they decided to get married and had planned the whole thing in 4 months. I almost felt like I had whiplash, considering how many years they'd spent dithering and trying to pretend what they had was nothing more than after-party hate sex. But I guessed I had a perspective on their relationship not many people had. I'd been an up-and-coming actor in my early 20s with a few good productions under my belt when my agent had approached me with a proposition. Jude Kane, one member of the global boyband sensation Underground Dreaming, had wanted to come out, and the record label had decided that the only way they'd allow him to do that was if he had a suitable boyfriend on his arm. They wanted someone of a similar age, cute, marketable, with enough fame to help boost Kane's appeal but not overshadow him, and a perfect, squeaky clean and sweet reputation. The fake boyfriend in question also had to be willing to agree to a certain amount of public appearances, marketing campaigns, social media posts, and accidental sightings. Being queer wasn't actually a requirement, as long as they weren't opposed to kissing Kane chastely now and then and holding his hand. All they wanted was to make sure they could package and sell us. My agent had said it would be a good opportunity, and the paycheck had been very nice, although I'd felt guilty as fuck about taking it. I'd agreed, as long as I could meet Kane first to make sure he wasn't a total prick, and what I'd found was a sweet, kind 21-year-old man who was desperately trying to push against the iron cage he'd lived in since he was 16. Our fake relationship had lasted for 3 years before we'd finally gone our separate ways, but we built a genuine friendship underneath the circus surrounding us, and we'd been leaning on each other ever since. Not long after we'd met, Kane had told me about Austin, who at that point was still an iconic, baby-faced heartthrob tipped to be Hollywood's next hunk, and how they often snuck off together whenever they were at the same parties or award shows, dodging their security to snatch a few heated minutes together. Just the way Kane spoke about him had made it clear there was more going on than he'd ever admit, and any ideas I'd entertained about getting that fake to real boyfriend's love story had vanished in a puff of smoke. Looking back, I was glad we'd never tried to be more than friends, because Kane was one of the most important people in my life, and I wouldn't want to have lost him in a petty breakup over some tiny, insignificant argument that neither of us would have remembered 10 years later. I sighed and picked up the bowl of white chocolate ganache again. I needed to get this fucking cake finished. There wasn't actually a lot left to do, since I wasn't going to add the last of the decoration until the morning of the wedding. The whole thing had been stacked, doweled, and was almost ready to be packed into one of the specialist boxes I'd had designed. Luckily, it wasn't a huge cake, because the wedding was a small one, so I didn't have to worry about transporting the tiers separately and assembling it at the venue. All I had to do was add the gold drip across the top. Picking the spoon up, I swore to myself. The white chocolate ganache had gotten too warm sitting on the counter, which made it too runny and impossible to use. Any drips I tried would quickly turn into messy puddles, and then I'd have to spend more time waiting for them to set, scraping them off and doing it again. It would be better to stick the ganache back in the fridge, make myself another cup of tea, and wait 10 minutes before trying again. I shoved the bowl of ganache onto the shelf of the nearest under-counter fridge and scrolled through my phone as I waited for the kettle to boil. I debated putting some music on to energize myself because shaking my ass around the kitchen would solve a lot of my problems. Ignoring Spotify's suggested playlists of festive favourites, I stuck on some cheesy pop and tried to imagine I was in the VIP area of a music festival, revelling in the sun with a bottle of champagne, a fabulous wardrobe, and an adoring selection of hot men vying for my attention. It was fantasy that was so much better than my reality, where I was standing in a cold, empty kitchen in the middle of London, wearing a ganache-stained old T-shirt, with nothing to go home to except an empty bed, an early start, and the peace lily I'd been tenderly caring for over the last 2 years. I really needed to get out more. Maybe getting Kane to introduce me to Austin's porn friends wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Chapter 2. Luke. I woke up to a soft dusting of snow scattered across London like someone had gone a bit overboard with icing sugar. I groaned as soon as I saw it out of the kitchen window because, although it was pretty, it was going to make getting out of the city more difficult than escaping the ninth circle of hell. I shoved an old chipped Pride mug from a collection Kane and I had been the face of years ago into place on my coffee maker and hit the button while I threw together a bowl of chocolate cherry porridge, because one thing I'd learnt over the years was that I needed breakfast to function. If not, I'd turn into an absolute monster that could only be pacified with carbs and sugar. It was not long past 6, a lie-in for me, but as I watched the snow fall outside the window, I almost wished I'd gotten up as usual. I still needed to have a shower and throw the last of my toiletries in my suitcase before packing everything in my car, driving to the bakery and collecting the cake and all the extras I needed to take with me to finish it. If I was lucky, I could be on the road to Swallow Hill in the Cotswolds by 9. Technically, I should be there by 12 then. But that was without traffic, and I had a sinking feeling that all would not be well on the M4. Fuck. Why couldn't Kane and Austin have picked somewhere in London for their wedding instead of dragging me halfway across the country with a sodding 3-tiered cake 12 days before Christmas in a country that ground to a fucking halt whenever snow was so much as mentioned? Why couldn't they have done what all rich gay celebrities did and get married on some beautiful Mediterranean or tropical island instead? I continued grumbling to myself as I ate, drank my coffee, showered, packed, poured more coffee laced with a truly terrifying amount of salted caramel syrup into a giant travel mug, and shoved everything into my car. Sometimes, making a lot of money before you were 25 and had discovered your true passion had its perks, and those were being able to buy a small flat, a car, and outfit my own custom kitchen in London without having to sell my soul, my kidneys, or my liver. Yes, all 3 of them had put a massive dent in my bank balance and made my parents, who'd been expecting to live a life of luxury off my earnings for the rest of their lives, cry. But it had been worth it. For one thing, it meant I wasn't beholden to anyone except myself, and for another, it meant I'd discovered that my parents only viewed me as a cash machine, and I'd been able to cut them off before they'd bankrupted me themselves. The whole process had been ugly, messy, and horrifically toxic, and even though I was glad I'd stood up for myself and chosen the life I wanted, there were times I still felt guilty. No, we're not doing this today, I said to myself as I lifted my suitcase and suit bag into the boot of my car, which was already switched on and warming up, the snow steaming as it melted off the heated windscreen. We're going to Kane's wedding, and we're going to have a great time, and we're going to find some cute porn star to make us forget that we're a single Pringle at Christmas. Again. I scraped the rest of the snow off the windows before climbing into the front seat and running through a quick mental checklist to make sure I had everything before I headed to the bakery. List complete, I trundled the car out into the road and set off. As predicted, snow had begun settling on the roads, and since this wasn't central London, there wasn't enough traffic around to immediately melt it. I assumed the roads had been gritted, but I didn't know how much good it would do. I knew the rest of the world made fun of us for not knowing how to drive in the snow, and the fact everything immediately ground to a halt for what half the world would consider a normal spring day, but I could count on one hand the times I'd had to drive in this weather over the past 3 years. There was no point investing in shit like snow tyres or chains, and if I did, I had no fucking clue how to actually put them on. It didn't take me as long to reach the bakery as I'd thought, and past me had done a good job of packing everything up last night, so I'd be ready to go this morning. All I had to do was carefully slide the cake into a box, which I had down to an art form by now, and put it and the box of decorations and tools into the car. I'd put the passenger seat of my car all the way forward so I could wedge the cake box into the footwell behind it, using some clean towels to hold it in place. Usually, if I was doing a delivery in London, I'd have one of my assistants with me to help keep an eye on it, but this was a solo mission, and I couldn't help but feel a stab of anxiety as I put the address of the wedding venue into my Maps app. If something went wrong and the cake box slid or fell, then the cake inside would be fucked. And sure, I could work some miracles, but I wasn't Jesus. "We're not worrying about that either," I muttered as I gave everything a final once-over before I set off. I took a long swig of coffee, ridiculously glad I'd packed myself another one, pulled a playlist I knew would give me energy, and shared my location with Kane. "Luke, in case you want to stalk me, just leaving the bakery now, so should be with you about lunchtime if the motorway isn't a shit show. It's snowing here though, so who knows? Kiss." "Kane, drive safe and we'll see you soon. No rush at all. I'd rather you made it in one piece. Kiss." I grinned to myself because he definitely seemed calmer this morning, and I wondered exactly what Austin had done to calm him down. Or maybe Kane had finally accepted that it was too late to change anything, and what would be, and all that jazz. Still, I really hoped it wouldn't take me much longer than the suggested time, because I had to keep the car cool to stop the buttercream from melting, which meant I was already wearing a thick jumper and debating whether I needed to stick my fingerless gloves on to keep my hands from freezing to the steering wheel. I decided against the gloves for now and put my phone into the holder I'd stuck on the dashboard. 2 hours and 56 minutes. Piece of cake. Sitting on the M4 in a standstill queue of traffic, I began to reevaluate my life choices, or at least I began to reevaluate what scenarios I applied the words piece of cake to, especially in advance. I'd already been sat here for at least an hour and had moved maybe 50 feet in that time. According to my traffic app, there was a serious accident ahead blocking the road, and I cursed myself for not following the suspicions in my gut when I'd woken up and thought the M4 would be a mess. At least it had stopped snowing. I sighed and looked at my phone again, scrolling across the map to see if the red section looked clear at any point, but it only seemed to have gotten bigger, and to make matters worse, I was out of coffee, starving, freezing, and in desperate need of a wee. I tried to see how far I was from the nearest exit in case there was a way I could sneak off and round, but that was a bust. The nearest services wasn't too far, but that still relied on the traffic starting to move. "This is bollocks," I said, resting my head against the window and sighing as I opened my WhatsApp thread with Kane. "Luke, why couldn't you have gotten married in London?" "Kane, traffic's still bad then. You haven't moved in a while." "Luke, are you watching me?" "Kane, you gave me your location." "Kane, you're hungry, aren't you?" I snorted. He knew me too well. "Luke, little bit. Don't worry, I haven't started on the cake." "Luke, yet?" "Kane, ha, I'd understand if you had to." I frowned and pursed my lips, playful suspicion rising in my gut. That seemed too chill, even for a blissed-out Kane. There was no way he could have gone from spamming me with calls and panicking about everything under the sun to telling me he understood if I had to eat the wedding cake. "Luke, wait. Austin, is that you? Did you steal Kane's phone?" "Kane, no, it's me." "Luke, not sure I believe you, but okay." I didn't believe him at all, but I didn't get a chance to question it because I glanced up and suddenly realized the traffic in front of me was starting to move. Thank fuck. I didn't know if it would be far or fast, but it was something at least. I rammed my phone into the holder and pulled myself back into a sitting position as I began to ease the car forward. Overhead, the sky had turned dark grey, thick clouds rolling in from behind as if they'd followed me from London. I prayed I could get a little further down the road before it started snowing again. To my surprise, the traffic kept trundling forward. It was a snail's pace, but better than nothing, and eventually I saw what had caused the problem in the first place. A large lorry, which looked like it had been carrying hay, must have skidded and hit the barrier, spewing its contents onto the motorway. There were large bales in pieces on the side of the road, which I tried not to stare at as a police officer waved us through the single lane we'd been narrowed to. At least it didn't seem like anyone had been hurt. I could see the driver of the lorry talking to the police and an emergency vehicle rescue, although quite how they were going to tow the lorry, which was still half on its side next to the central barrier, I didn't know. I guess they'd be spending the rest of the day trying to figure it out. The traffic kept moving, and I resisted stopping at the nearest services because I didn't want to risk getting caught up again, and by the time I reached the next one, it felt like my stomach was about to burst through my abdomen, alien style, in search of food. After a quick pit stop for a wee, I found myself queuing up for McDonald's because I fucking needed a Big Mac, fries, and whatever seasonal things filled with cheese I could find, and a McFlurry. Kane was messaging me again, and after I promised to take my time and let him know if I ran into any further problems, I took my food out to my car and ate while scrolling through Instagram, where I could be that annoying bastard and watch reels with the sound on without putting my earbuds in. By the time I'd scraped the last of my McFlurry out of the tub, thick snowflakes were starting to drift lazily through the air, settling themselves on the bonnets and roofs of nearby cars. "Oh, for fuck's sake," I said, glaring at the sky. "Can you please just not? Some of us have things to do, and I'm not spending any more time stuck in the bloody car today." I threw my rubbish into the passenger footwell because there was no way I was going out in the snow unless I had to, and started the car. There was only an hour and a half until I reached the venue, and I didn't want it to take any longer. This supposedly 3-hour journey had taken me well over that already, and I just wanted it to be done. The snow continued falling as I drove, souring my mood despite my best attempts to lift it with a Taylor Swift sing-along. My Maps app said there was only half an hour to go when I finally pulled off the motorway and began winding my way towards the village of Swallow Hill. I frowned when it told me to turn right down a narrow-looking, winding road, but ignored my gut telling me to find another way around. It wasn't as bad as I'd imagined, so when it told me to take another narrow left, I did so without hesitation. And everything was going smoothly until I heard a loud bang that shook the car, making me lurch to the right. "Mother fish cakes," I yelled as I held the car steady, hitting the hazard light button as I desperately looked around for somewhere to pull over, eventually seeing the tiniest gravel culvert in the side of the road. Just my fucking luck. Of all the motherfucking days. I growled as I climbed out of the car and slammed the door behind me, pulling my collar up as the snow swirled around me. It was already getting dark, and the thick cloud wasn't helping, but I didn't need a torch to see what the problem was. I had blown out my back tyre. Motherfucking fish cakes. Chapter 3. André. Another Friday, another drive to yet another friend's wedding, and another painful reminder of just how single I was. It wasn't for lack of trying. I just never had much success when it came to relationships. As my friends liked to remind me, I knew how to pick them. Or maybe they knew how to pick me. Whatever it was, I always seemed to end up with emotionally unstable people who wanted me for my former fame, my money, or because they wanted to use me to get something, usually fame and fortune of their own. Underground Dreaming, the boy band I'd spent my late teens and most of my 20s in, had been broken up for over 2 years, but my hopes about quickly fading into obscurity had yet to materialise. In hindsight, talking my mum into letting me audition had been the biggest mistake of my life, and while I'd formed the deepest and strongest friendships with the other guys involved, I didn't think 18-year-old me had been prepared for what would be involved. Then again, I didn't think anything could have prepared me for the heights of stardom we'd reached. I sighed and tapped my finger on the steering wheel as I turned my hire car down another narrow road, glad I'd splashed out on something with 4-wheel drive for the weekend, especially since the blocked motorways meant I'd had to come the long way round for half the journey. The snow was coming down more heavily now, and the fields and hedges on either side were already blanketed in a thick, sparkling layer. It made me wish I'd set out from London a little earlier in the day, but I'd been too lazy to haul my ass out of bed, especially after seeing all the traffic reports. My legs still burned from a grueling week of rehearsals, and I kept waking up in a cold sweat muttering choreography combinations and snatched lyrics from totally different numbers. It had always been my dream to star in West End musicals, and now I was finally getting a chance to make that happen, and I was determined to do a good job, even if it meant 100 nightmares where I woke up screaming the lyrics to a solo that wasn't even mine. The last thing I wanted was for people to say that I'd only gotten this role because of who I was and how many tickets my background would sell. I wanted to prove to people that I wasn't just the shy one from underground dreaming. I turned down another small road and frowned at the car's sat-nav, wondering if this really was the best way or some auto-generated shortcut that was going to end in disaster. It would probably have been fine in better weather, but the encroaching darkness and heavy cloud were muddling my depth perception. Ahead of me, I could see orange lights flashing in the gloom and immediately slowed to a crawl, trying to see what was going on. It seemed like there was only one set of lights, so it was probably a breakdown rather than an accident, and I felt myself let out a sigh of relief. A single figure wrapped in a heavy-looking dark coat with the hood pulled up was stood by the open boot of their vehicle. Judging by the suitcase on the ground, they were trying to find a spare tyre, which made sense when I saw the blown-out rear tyre, the rubber completely shredded and hanging off. It wasn't something they'd be able to patch for a quick fix. I pulled my car in behind them, sticking my hazards on, but turning off the lights so I didn't blind either of us with the obnoxiously bright headlights. "Do you need a hand?" I asked as I climbed out, biting back a hiss at the bitter cold that enveloped me. "Maybe." The voice that answered was one I vaguely recognised, but it wasn't until they turned that I realised who it was. Luke Yang, my former bandmate's ex-boyfriend, and the guy I'd had a crush on for the past 7 years, since the day I'd first laid eyes on him. Shit. "André, is that you?" "Oh, thank fuck. This day has been a complete fucking nightmare," Luke said, relief crossing his face and his body visibly sagging. I was surprised he remembered me, but he had spent a lot of time hanging out with all of us when he'd been with Kane. I just didn't think I was that memorable. "And to top it all off, this car doesn't have a spare tyre, just a bloody donut and a patch kit." "No spare, seriously?" "Nope." He popped the P and flipped the car off like it had personally offended him. "Apparently most new cars don't have them because it saves space and weight, according to Google." "Bugger," I said as a shiver ran through me. I'd forgotten to put my coat on, and now I looked like a right numpty stood here in my jumper in the middle of a snowstorm. "Do you think the donut will get you to the venue?" "Maybe, but I've got Kane and Austin's wedding cake in the back, and I don't want to risk the car sliding and destroying it. It's already been through enough today." His eyes narrowed in on me, and he frowned. "You're not wearing a coat?" "Oh no," I said with a self-deprecating chuckle. "I forgot to grab it off the back seat when I got out." Luke waved his hand at me. "Then please go get it before we add André got frostbite to the list of today's disasters. And don't tell me it won't happen because the universe is determined to fuck with me today." I laughed again before walking back to my car to retrieve the heavy shearling coat draped across the back seat, slinging it on and digging my gloves out of the pockets. The only hat I'd been able to find that morning was some sort of Baker Boys flat cap that had been part of a touring production of Newsies I'd been in last year, and I didn't think I'd been meant to take it home. It would have to do though, because an umbrella would be next to useless, and I'd apparently lost the beanie I'd gotten last Christmas. Although, I had a sneaking suspicion my ex had pocketed it, because he'd always said how nice it was. Robbing bastard. I loved that hat. Luke was watching me with interest, and for a second I wondered if the coat had a noticeable stain or something, but when I glanced down to check and then back at him, he turned away quickly, and in the dim light coming from the hazards and the boot of his car, it almost looked like his cheeks were flushed. That was probably from the cold though, because it was raw. "Okay, so," I said, wanting to put things in order because it would help me make a plan, and I always worked better with a plan or instructions. It was why I'd always absorbed choreography like a sponge. You have the wedding cake, which needs to get to the venue as soon as possible, but you don't have a spare tyre you trust, and your current one is in no way patchable. We're about 20 minutes away from the hotel and 10 minutes from the motorway. Do you have breakdown coverage? Yeah, I should give them a call. Good, that's one thing. Do you think you'd feel comfortable giving me the cake? I can take it to the venue and then come back and wait with you. Or you could put the cake in my car and we could put the donut tyre on to get you to the venue. Then we'll both drive carefully there and ask the staff if they can recommend a local tyre company to come out over the weekend. My only follow-up question, Luke said, is do you know how to change a tyre? Because I don't, and I'm not sure now is the time to learn. I snorted. Yeah, I can change a tyre. It's been a while, but I can manage. Really? Yeah, I said with a soft chuckle at his surprised expression. I'm not just a pretty face. I walked over to his boot to see what was actually available, because if he just had the donut and no jack, we'd have to go for plan A by default. My dad insisted I learn when I was 17 and wanted driving lessons. That was about 6 months before I auditioned for Underground Dreaming. I didn't end up learning to drive for another 4 years, and the day I passed, my dad turned up at my house and made me change a tyre in front of him. Then I'm not even going to offer to help because I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, Luke said. I was just going to watch a YouTube tutorial and hope for the best. Seriously, my shock must have been sharper than I'd imagined, because he winced. I know, not my best plan. I think I'm just delusional. Let's go with optimistic, I said as I retrieved the jack, a wrench, a reflective jacket and the donut tyre. The snow was forming a layer across the car roof and the gravel under our feet, and I felt an anxious knot forming in the pit of my stomach. I didn't want us to be out here for much longer. Like most British people, neither of us was used to driving in this sort of weather, and I didn't want Luke's day to get any worse. I also didn't want to be responsible for the destruction of Kane and Austin's wedding cake, even by association. Do you want to put the cake into my car before I start? I asked as I walked back to my car to flick the dipped headlights on so I could see properly, wiping my glasses quickly to get rid of the few flakes that had landed on the lenses. You can always shove my suitcase onto the back seat. Just watch my suit bag. Are you a groomsman too? Yeah, I tried to say no because I was worried I'd end up so caught up in rehearsals that I wouldn't be any help. And I've been on tour too. It's why I had to miss the stag do. I wondered why you weren't there, Luke said. He was rummaging around behind the passenger seat of his car and emerged a few seconds later with an enormous cake box. Inside, I could just see hints of the most incredible cake, and I wished I had time for a better look, but that would have to wait until we arrived safely. Yeah, I was doing shows in Newcastle for Legally Blonde. I watched as Luke carried the cake around to the boot of my car and gently slid it inside. I probably could have asked for the time off, but Kane didn't really give us much notice. All I'd gotten was a text at the start of September from Kane saying he and Austin were getting married 11 days before Christmas, asking if I wanted to be groomsman and giving me a rough date for a stag do in October. At that point, I'd already been on tour, and I'd forgotten to reply for nearly 2 weeks. Kane had digitally chased me down and prodded me until I agreed to be groomsman, but by that point, it had been too late to ask for time off for the stag. Was it good? Did you have fun? I asked as I bent down next to the blown-out tyre, giving it a final look over before I made a start. Yeah, it was actually, Luke said. I wasn't sure what to expect, but we went and played laser tag, had Italian food, and then went to this amazing arcade bar which was full of vintage video games and had all these weird and wild cocktails. It was a joint one too, so both Kane and Austin had friends there. I'm sad I missed it. I'm sad you did too. There was a note in his voice that I couldn't quite place, and when I looked up at him, he shot me a half smile and then glanced away. A moment of silence stretched out between us, and I shivered as snow landed on the back of my neck. I gestured vaguely at the car. Yeah, shit. Can I help at all? You're fine, I said as I turned back to the task in front of me, pushing my glasses up my nose. Now wasn't the time to get distracted. I could obsess over whether the way Luke looked at me meant anything when we were back on the road. Chapter 4. Luke. Swallow Hill was one of those picture postcard small British towns that felt like it only existed in films, TV shows, and the imagination of tourists. The sandy-coloured chocolate box buildings were covered in snow and glowed under the golden streetlights and endless strings of Christmas lights. Although from my quick glances, it seemed like this was the sort of place where an inflatable Santa would swiftly be banished or binned. There seemed to be quite a lot of cute little shops, though, and I hoped I'd get time to have a nosy before I headed back to London on Sunday. It wasn't hard to find the venue, Swallow Hill Manor, which was just on the edge of town, and I felt myself physically relax as I saw the 2 ball lanterns perched on top of the gateposts. Just a little bit further, and then I could collapse in a heap with a strong drink. André had done an amazing job with putting the tyre donut on, but I'd still spent the last few miles terrified that something else was going to go wrong. I'd found myself glancing in the rearview mirror every 10 seconds to check he was still behind me, despite the obscenely bright headlights of his car that kept me bathed in light. There was much less snow on the driveway, and I assumed it had been cleared and gritted to make sure people could arrive safely. It was easy to find somewhere to park, and I watched through the passenger window as André pulled his posh SUV into the space next to me. I still couldn't believe he'd stopped to help. I couldn't believe he was here at all, which was ridiculous because Kane had mentioned a couple of times that he was coming. I just hadn't wanted to believe it until I'd seen it, because I'd had a crush on André since the moment Kane had first introduced us, and it turned out that time and distance had done nothing to diminish those feelings. If anything, they'd hit me 1,000,000 times harder, because while André's Instagram pictures were gorgeous, they were nothing compared to the man in person. He'd always been stunning. It was kind of a boy band prerequisite to be attractive, but turning 30 obviously agreed with him, and to me, he looked so much sexier now than he had at 23. Or maybe it was the glasses. I was a sucker for a man in glasses. His light brown hair had a slightly ruffled, unintentional feel, like he hadn't meant for it to get as long as it now was, and the constellation of freckles on his nose seemed more prominent without the layers of makeup or photo filters. There were the first few laughter lines settling in around his eyes too, softly crinkling his olive skin, and I liked seeing them there. I liked knowing that André had been smiling. He seemed lighter too, not physically, but it felt like there wasn't the kind of weight on his shoulders that had been there in the last few years of underground dreaming's life. Kane had it too. It wasn't exuberance or anything I could really explain. It was just a sense of presence. I desperately hoped that we'd get to spend some time catching up over the next few days because I wanted to know everything he'd been doing in his own words. Social media was one thing, but the picture it presented was distorted, and I needed to know that André was happy. Oh, thank God, he made it. My thoughts were shattered as the car door flew open and Kane appeared, relief evident on his adorable face as he practically climbed into my lap trying to hug me. His brown hair was all askew where he'd clearly been running his hands through it. I was getting so worried. I tried to call, but I figured you didn't have any signal and your location showed you sitting still. Did you break down? Get off me and I'll tell you, I said, putting my hand on his chest to push him firmly away. I don't need you smothering me. Sorry, he said sheepishly as he stood up and waited for me to get out of the car before he hugged me again. I didn't think I'd ever seen him so worried, and I felt bad for not letting him know what had been going on. What happened? I blew out a tyre. I gestured at the back tyre and glared at it for good measure. About 20 minutes away, and my car is new enough that it doesn't have a proper spare, just this bloody donut. Not that I knew how to change it anyway. Luckily, my knight in shining armour appeared and rescued me. I looked over at André, who'd appeared around the back of my car and was lurking like he didn't want to intrude. In true British fashion, the snowfall had now slowed to the odd flake drifting in the air, like it was running late and desperate to still be involved. Kane released me and instead threw himself at André. Thank you. I knew there was a reason I liked you best. André chuckled and squeezed him tightly. Because I can change a tyre. That feels like a low bar. Sorry, I'm just so fucking stressed and Kane took a deep breath as he stepped back. I'm so glad you're here. It feels like it's been forever. And thanks for rescuing Luke. All this snow is causing absolute havoc with my plans and I just... You know most people organise their weddings in December because they want snow, I said, resisting the temptation to point out that a tropical island wouldn't have had this problem. Kane didn't need to hear that from me, and I was only thinking it because I was tired and hungry, and it was making me cranky. I know, but this is England, and we can't cope with more than an inch. Kane grinned, and beside him, André chuckled, the warm sound making something inside me melt into a pile of goo. And when was the last time we had snow like this? I don't know. A couple of years ago. Usually when it snows, I don't have to try and drive all the way to fucking Oxfordshire with a wedding cake. It's very much appreciated, though, said Austin, appearing behind us with his customary smooth smile. Austin was one of those men who knew just how good-looking he was and was very happy to use his charm whenever necessary to get whatever he wanted, which was usually Kane's attention. But fuck, that smile. It had once been described as the sort of smile that put men on their knees, and I'd seen it at work enough to know its power, mostly through a screen, but I'd seen him use it a couple of times in person, and it was intoxicating. If he'd ever tried it on me, I'd have died, but he'd always been so focused on Kane when he was in the room that nobody else had existed to Austin. How the fuck it had taken them as long as it had to figure out they had feelings for each other was a mystery people would still be studying in 1,000 years' time. Austin reached out and pulled me into a quick hug. It's good to see you again, and I'm sorry my husband-to-be has been such a pain in the ass for the last 48 hours. I chuckled. Try the past 4 months. Hey, I've not been that bad. Yeah, you have, Austin said. And now you're making our guests freeze their nips off out here while you fuss over them. Make yourself useful, Pendlebury, and offer to carry some suitcases or shit. Pendlebury? André asked with a wry smile. That's a new one. Technically, it's my legal surname, Kane said. Wait, did you not know that? You know my name isn't actually Duke Kane, right? Yeah, I know. I just forgotten your surname was Pendlebury. He walked back to his car and opened the boot, and I followed him to check the cake was still in one piece. My heart racing because I was so sure something else was going to have gone wrong. I think they should have let him keep it, Austin said. It's cute. Not very pop star though, is it? Not like André here, Kane muttered. He was right behind me, and I heard the exact moment he spotted the cake because he gasped. Oh my God, Luke, it's gorgeous. You haven't seen it properly yet, I said, unable to keep the relief out of my voice as I peered into the box, which had a transparent front panel so I could check on it at all times. The cake looked just as perfect as it had when I'd left London nearly 7 hours ago. Do you have somewhere cool for me to store it? I've got some extra bits that need to go with it so I can finish decorating it in the morning. Yes, they found you a spot in the pastry kitchen for it. I wasn't sure if you needed a chiller or not, but they said they've got space in one if you need it. They'll show you as soon as we go in, Kane said. Where's your suitcase? I'll bring that in for you. I've got it, André said. He had both our suit bags carefully slung over one arm. Our suitcases stood neatly next to him. I grabbed it out of your car while you were checking the cake. You give me his and I'll follow you in, Austin said, his hand already hovering over the handles. I retrieved the rest of the cake stuff and handed it to Kane before slowly sliding the cake box into my arms, carrying it like it was made of glass and praying that I didn't slip. I barely glanced at my surroundings until I was inside and could gently rest the cake box on top of the polished wooden reception desk where several suited members of staff were waiting to help. There was a beautiful garland hung across the front of the desk with dried oranges and cinnamon sticks nestled in the pine, and fairy lights gently woven throughout it. Opposite the desk was an ornate fireplace with a roaring fire and another garland draped across the mantelpiece, and on either side I could see an open door, one that seemed to lead to a restaurant and the other to some sort of snug or cosy-looking bar area. A tall Christmas tree draped in lights and ornate decorations stood to the left of the desk, and beyond it I could see another doorway that led further into the hotel. The whole atmosphere oozed charm and luxury, but there was a welcoming warmth that came along with it, and I could see why Kane and Austin had chosen it. I was surprised they'd managed to get a date this close to Christmas, especially since the hotel didn't seem that big, and probably booked up for both weddings and the holidays years in advance. But I wasn't going to pry and ask them exactly what they'd done or how much money they'd thrown at the hotel to make this happen. I was just going to enjoy my weekend and watch my best friend get married in style. It didn't take me long to get checked in. When they offered to have my bags taken up to my room before they showed me where the cake was going, I was happy to accept, because it was one less thing to worry about. "Oh, before I forget," Kane said, "we're doing a quick rehearsal at 5, and then you can meet our wedding planner, Natalia, and she'll show you everything for tomorrow. Then dinner tonight at 7:30 in the restaurant." "Sounds great," I said with a little smile. "Where shall I meet you?" "Here's fine, or in the snug." He pointed through the door I'd seen. "Okay, I'm going to go and I don't know." "You're going to go and sit down and have a glass of wine," Austin said, taking his fiancée by the hand. He grinned at me as he steered Kane away. "See you in a bit." I watched them go and smiled to myself. One day, I wanted a relationship like theirs, loving, trusting, and absolutely sickening for everyone else to be around. As I turned back towards reception, I glanced around to see if André was still here, and my heart sank when I realized he'd already gone upstairs. I hadn't even managed to ask what room he was in. Chapter 5. André. I wasn't sure if I was meant to have waited for Luke, but I didn't want to appear clingy or force my company on him. He had so many better things to do than hang out with me. Anyway, it wasn't like I didn't know anyone else here, so why did I still feel like a complete fish out of water? I shook my head and put my keycard into the slot on the bedroom door, hoping that a quick freshen-up would help me pull myself together before all the celebrations kicked off. Austin had mentioned the rehearsal at 5, so I had about an hour to nap, shower, have a cup of tea, and generally make myself into a semblance of a competent adult. Still, at least unlike some of the weddings I've been to this year, I thought it was less likely there would be questions about why I was still single and when it was going to be my turn. For a while I'd assumed, somewhat naively, that I'd be allowed to do what all celebrity men did, age like fine wine, date randomly, and generally just enjoy my life. But as soon as 30 loomed on the horizon, my family's questions about finding someone nice to settle down with had become increasingly pointed. They'd even tried introducing me to a few people despite my protestations that I was absolutely fine with being single. I knew it came from a good place, and my mum had even muttered about her worries of me being lonely, but I kept having to point out that being a 30-year-old single man didn't mean I was dying, and I wasn't incapable of looking after myself either, mostly because she'd insisted I learn how to clean, do washing and cook because she'd had to do all of that for her 3 older brothers. Who my grandma had insisted didn't need to learn because they'd had wives to do that for them. I wondered if some of her worries were just lingering generational trauma, or if other parts of my family were constantly nagging her and making her feel like she'd somehow failed me. But I didn't think that at all. The keycard beeped, reminding me I was still stood in the hotel hallway staring at the door like I expected it to magically open all on its own. I pulled the card out and pushed the door open, stepping inside and looking around the room. After spending so much of my youth in hotel rooms and on tour buses, the novelty of hotel rooms had worn off. As long as it had a bed, I didn't really care about much else, but even I was taken aback by how gorgeous the space was. Triple aspect mullioned windows stretched across the far wall, looking out across the manor's impressive gardens. There was snow sitting across the stone windowsill, and on either side of the windows hung thick-looking dark blue curtains patterned with large cream roses that on anything else would have looked tacky. There were 2 cosy-looking striped armchairs in front of the window with a coffee table in between, and a freestanding reading light which was on and cast a warm glow across the floor along with the rest of the room's soft lighting. As I walked around the plush king-sized bed with a sofa at the end in case I needed more seating options, I noticed the coffee table had a little plate of mince pies on it, along with a folded-over card that, when I opened it, had a handwritten note welcoming me to Swallow Hill Manor. I picked one up and popped it into my mouth, savouring the taste of the crumbly pastry and brandy-soaked fruit as I slung my coat over the back of one of the chairs. I carefully slid off my shoes and went to investigate the rest of the room, opening the cupboards and drawers to see what was there and sticking my head into the bathroom, which had a beautiful roll-top bath in front of another window and a walk-in shower. Snagging another mince pie from the plate, I quickly unpacked my suitcase and hung my suit in the wardrobe to air, although my version of unpacking was throwing my packing cubes into the drawers, so it didn't take me longer than 5 minutes. I wished I'd stuck around long enough to ask Luke what room he was in, because despite my desire to freshen up, it would have been nice to know where he was in case I plucked up the courage to ask him if he fancied a drink, just to catch up before the full force of the wedding caught us in its grip. I'd have to ask him when I saw him again, maybe see if there was time between the rehearsal and dinner to squeeze something in, or afterwards, assuming we both weren't too tired or drunk. Not that I planned on drinking a lot this weekend. I'd done my wild partying, and these days more than a couple of glasses of wine left me with a sour taste in my mouth and a headache the next morning. At least Kane wouldn't be insisting we did tequila shots, since he was the reason none of us could even look at the stuff anymore. Grabbing my wash bag, I ducked into the bathroom and plucked one of the enormous fluffy towels off the heated towel rail before putting my glasses by the sink, slowly shedding my clothes and turning on the shower. It took me a few minutes to figure out all the settings so I didn't freeze or melt my skin off, but the pressure was sheer perfection, and as soon as I stepped inside, I felt the stress of my week begin to melt away. The hot water pounded my spine, running down my skin in torrential rivers and soothing my aching muscles. I let out a groan as I stretched, letting the water run over my head and down my face, plastering my hair to my scalp. I pushed my fingers into my hair to get it out of my face, as my mind idly fantasized about someone sinking their hands into the wet strands and pulling on them. A soft groan escaped from my lips, barely audible over the rush of the water. It felt like forever since I'd had any time to enjoy myself, and even longer since I'd hooked up with anyone. But my brain had seized on Luke's twinkling eyes, bold smile, and sharply sweet personality, and was starting to run away with the idea of him being here. I'd always tried to keep a respectful distance when he and Kane had been together, but that was in the past, and Kane was getting married to someone completely different, so surely it didn't matter if I thought about Luke. It wasn't like I was planning to walk up to him and go, "Hey, I thought about you while I wanked in the shower earlier." And maybe I shouldn't be fantasizing about someone I sort of knew but didn't, but that was all it was, a fantasy. My other hand slid slowly down my chest to my hardening cock, wrapping loosely around the shaft as I gave myself a leisurely pump. Another groan dripped from my lips as I slowly began to jerk my cock, reveling in the sensations bursting under my skin. My fingers tugged my hair, imagining Luke underneath me with his legs wrapped around me, fingers digging into my hair as he pulled me closer and begged for more. I wondered if he was bratty, demanding even. Kane had never said a word about what Luke was like in bed, even when our other bandmates had teasingly pushed for details, and his silence allowed my imagination to run wild. Luke on his knees in front of me, pretty mouth stretched around my cock as his eyes sparkled, demanding I beg for more. Luke in my lap with his back pressed against my chest, his legs hooked over my knees to spread himself wide as I fucked him deep and slow, or maybe even fast and deep with my hands gripping his hips, working out my rehearsal frustrations on his tight, sweet hole. Luke putting me on all fours, pressing my shoulders into the mattress and making me push my ass into the air to show off for him, dropping down behind me to eat my hole until I whimpered and squirmed, and then fucking me until we were both gasping and exhausted. My name on his lips and his name on mine, sweat and cum mixed together on our skin. I moaned as my hand tightened on my cock, the slap of skin on skin echoing off the tiles. Hot water cascaded over me, superheating my body and making me burn. I felt the familiar rush of my oncoming orgasm hovering just out of reach and I groaned as I jerked myself faster, my fingers pulling on my hair and then reaching down to tug my nipple as I chased my release. Fuck, I said, panting out an endless stream of needy moans that echoed around me. I was so close, all I needed was... I imagined Luke smirking down at me, his fingers digging into my chest as he rode me, delight etched into his expression. "Are you going to come?" Fantasy Luke asked in a low voice that sent shivers down my spine. "Give me what I want, André. Fill me up." I gasped as my orgasm slammed into me, my cum hitting the steamed-up walls of the shower and dripping onto the tiles under my feet. Luke's name was still on my lips, lost to my heaving breaths. My head spun, but I wasn't sure if it was from the force of my orgasm or the heat of the shower. Maybe it was both. Either way, I found myself leaning against the cool glass with water drumming on my lower back as I waited for my vision to stop swimming. I couldn't remember the last time I'd come that hard, which probably meant I needed to spend more time enjoying myself with leisurely jerk-off sessions rather than hurried wanks when I had 5 minutes before I fell asleep. Di, one of our bandmates, had always insisted masturbation was an excellent form of self-care, and while we'd all joked that we didn't need to know about how he jerked off, he did have a point. I've been neglecting myself a lot over the past few years, and not just in the bedroom. I was so desperate to prove to the world that I wasn't just another ex-boybander who expected the world to be handed to him on a silver platter, regardless of talent. I'd spent every spare minute working on myself, whether that was any number of the singing, dancing and acting lessons I'd taken, pushing myself in the gym to keep in shape, watching countless plays and musicals until I knew virtually everything currently on the West End inside out, and auditioning for every role I could find, even if it was just a walk-on. It had all paid off, but I knew the price I'd paid wasn't just physical, it was emotional too. Maybe my New Year's resolution could be to take better care of myself, not in a start working out and eat more veggies way, but in a take more days off, relax and enjoy life kind of way. And maybe if I did, I'd be less likely to throw myself into relationships with fuckboys, leeches and toxic theatre twinks. Shaking my head, I stood up and released my softened cock, looking around for where I'd put my shower gel before I'd gotten in. I didn't know what the time was, but I knew if I was late to the rehearsal, then Kane was going to be bursting through my bedroom door with only the most cursory of knocks, locks be damned. And I really didn't want to have to explain to him why I was still in the shower, daydreaming about his ex while the remnants of my orgasm clung to the glass. But as I finished washing myself and turned the shower off, I made myself a promise. I'd ask Luke if he wanted to get that drink, as long as we could escape from the hurricane we were about to be swept up in. Chapter 6. Luke. Despite my worries that the rehearsal would drag out for hours, Natalia, the hotel's gorgeous and fearsome Polish Glaswegian wedding coordinator, had us all whipped into shape in less than 40 minutes before shooing us away towards the bar. I let everyone go ahead and hung back to ask Natalia about setting up the wedding cake, wanting to make sure I got enough time to do it before all the photos and festivities kicked off, especially because I'd need to get changed afterwards. There was no way I was tempting fate by trying to finish decorating the cake in my suit. Knowing my luck, I'd end up with buttercream or ganache all down my shirt. It was why I tended to wear old t-shirts when I worked at the bakery, and one of the nice black branded ones I'd had printed when I did deliveries. It was only after I'd been talking to Natalia for nearly 20 minutes that I realised André was still hanging around outside the large reception hall where the cake would be set up. My chest twinged and my stomach fluttered when I saw him, and I took a moment to admire the way his jeans hugged his thighs and highlighted how sculpted his ass was from his hours on stage. He was wearing a dark green jumper too, which skimmed across his shoulders, and I couldn't help but think how much the colour suited him. I didn't know why he was waiting, but it was nice to get a quiet moment to look at him with nobody else around. "Hey," I said as I walked over to him. "Is there a reason you're lurking here? Don't tell me you're hiding. I'm not hiding, he said, a soft flush spreading across his cheeks. I thought I'd wait for you. My stomach fluttered again, harder this time, and I had to swallow before I spoke, just so I could try and gather my thoughts before I spewed something random into the air, although the words that came out weren't exactly the epitome of sophistication. Wait for me? Why? Well, I didn't want you to get lost, and I wondered, can I buy you a drink? I stared at him, my brain still trying to process what he'd said. He was so adorably nervous, it was hard to believe he'd been a member of one of the biggest selling boy bands in history. It doesn't have to be anything, André continued, the blush on his face deepening to crimson when I didn't say anything. I just thought it would be nice to catch up since it's been a while and... Yes, I said, reaching out to put my hand on his chest, right on his sternum. I could feel his heart racing through the soft wool of his jumper, and a small voice in the back of my head said touching him like this was weird, but now I had my hand on him. I couldn't bring myself to take it away. I stepped closer, and the rich, spicy, sweet scent of his cologne enveloped me, flooding my senses and making all my thoughts grind to a halt. Christ alive, had he always smelt this good? A drink would be great. Good, okay. Do you want to go down to the bar? I know everyone else will probably be there, but I'm sure we can squeeze into the corner. I'd like that. I turned down the corridor towards the bar and shot him a smile. There were 1,000 thoughts and questions suddenly swirling in my brain, but there were two hovering above the others, lit up in bright red lights. What had he meant about it not meaning anything? And why had he waited for me here instead of asking me when we were both in the bar? Had he not wanted anyone else to hear? Or had he been worried that someone else would swoop in and take me away before he got a chance to ask? Did you manage to get everything sorted for tomorrow? André asked as we walked towards the snug. Even from this far away, I could already hear the sound of a lot of voices. Yeah, I said. Natalia showed me where the cake is going and we talked about the timeline. Should be fairly straightforward, and unless anything goes horribly wrong, I'll be able to get it all set up and get changed before everything kicks off. There's not actually a lot left to do. It's only the final touches. I'm just a perfectionist, so I get super picky about the details. Isn't that a good thing, though? Yes and no. Sometimes I get so focused on fixing the tiniest detail that nobody will notice that I almost work myself into a state of panic, and then I think everyone will hate it and nobody will want to hire me again. I chuckled dryly. Would super recommend being a child star and getting a lifelong helping of trauma around perfectionism at an early age. It's awesome. André threw his head back and laughed, the sound bold, bright and warm, like I was drinking hot chocolate laced with Baileys and a mountain of whipped cream. I see your child star and raise you boy band superstardom, the kind with crazy fans who stalk you and send you packages with warm panties and vials of their blood. You, seriously? Worn panties? Yeah, and vials of blood. Luckily I never actually had to deal with them, but our management team would tell us about it. I'm not sure that counts then, I said teasingly. Yeah, that's creepy as fuck, but you didn't actually have to deal with it. What about the punishing demands of a tour schedule and having to learn choreography and vocals for a 2-hour show? Taylor Swift did a 3-hour show. Suck it up. André laughed again. I guess she's got me beaten. The Eras tour was incredible, though. Did it make you want to get up on stage again? I asked as we walked through another open door. As a musician, I mean. No, not really, he said. There was a thoughtful expression on his face, and his mouth twisted before he added, Weirdly, it made me want to be a dancer more than a singer. Don't get me wrong. I love singing. It's why I'm doing musicals. But being the single focus of a crowd of 92,000 people sounds like hell. Didn't you play shows that size? You played Wembley at least a couple of times, I said, mentally running through what I could remember of Kane's tour schedule from when we'd been together. I'd gone to quite a few of his gigs, and not simply because it was good PR, but because I really liked their music, cheesy as it was. I still had a load of their songs on my playlists for when I wanted to dance around the kitchen. Yeah, but I was one of 5 then, André said, and I was always at the back. I wasn't pretty like Kane and Haru. Being labelled the shy one had its perks. What do you mean you're not pretty? You're fucking gorgeous. You always have been. The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them, hanging in the air between us and refusing to dissipate. I could hear them echoing around and around my head, as loud and clear as if I'd just spoken them. Christ on a fucking cracker. I was toast, of the burnt, crispy and charred variety. It was the first time since we'd arrived that I wanted Kane to materialise out of thin air and swoop me away on some wedding errand, but I could hear his voice in the distance, and it didn't sound like he was coming to save me. André stopped and turned to look at me, one eyebrow slightly raised above the frame of his glasses. Thanks. He sounded so unsure, and I hated the idea that I might have ruined things between us before they'd even had a chance to start. I'm really not, though. I guess I'm kind of good looking. I guess it comes with the territory, but I'm no way near as gorgeous as those two. Or Toby. He's stunning. And Di. Yeah, but have you seen yourself recently? Those glasses, they're just, incredible. Thanks. He flushed. Usually I wear contacts when I'm on stage, but I've started wearing my glasses more and more. They're easier than contacts, and they don't itch either. Well, they look spectacular, so keep them. I will, he said softly. We were still stood in the middle of an empty corridor, the snug just close enough that I could hear voices, but far enough away that nobody was going to randomly stumble onto us. You're gorgeous too. I hope you know that. I've always, even when you were with Kane, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. He waved a hand like he was trying to bat his words away. Forget I said anything, please. Firstly, I'm not going to forget because you complimented me, I said, hoping I sounded teasing and not like an arrogant prat. And secondly, you know Kane and I weren't ever really together, right? It was fake. I'd assumed he'd known. I'd assumed all the guys from Underground Dreaming had known, even though Kane and I had been told to keep the whole fake dating thing to ourselves to prevent leaks and to force us to be on whenever we were around people. But the way André had mentioned me being with Kane, the soft hitch in his voice like he thought finding me cute was somehow wrong because I was Kane's ex, even though it wouldn't have actually mattered if I was. Half the queer people I knew had fucked most of their friends. It was the way things worked. Fake? Why would it be fake? André asked. And God, I felt like such a dick. Sorry, I thought you knew. I thought he'd told you, I said, my heart sinking. Fuck, why did I have to bring this up tonight? But it was too late now. The only option was to forge ahead. Shit, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. It was just Kane wanted to come out, so they basically hired me to be his boyfriend so they could market his queerness in, like, the most squeaky fucking clean corporate way possible. And I was a good fit because I was cute, marketable, and famous enough to fit in without overshadowing him. But we were never more than friends. Even if I'd wanted us to be, he was already fucking around with Austin. That was way back when they were pretending they didn't really like each other while sneaking off at every moment they could. Idiots. André stared at me, and while his expression had dropped to something oddly neutral, his eyes were flickering, and I could see him processing the information overload I'd dropped into his lap. Huh, okay, he said with a nod. A small smile pulled at the corner of his mouth as he pushed his glasses up his nose. That makes a lot of sense, actually. It does. Yeah, I don't know. It was super clear that you were friends, but Haru always said he didn't think you had a lot of chemistry. But Kane used to duck out of his room, so I assumed he was with you. But now you mention it, I do remember seeing him talking to Austin at every awards show we went to. And there was that time he disappeared while you were sitting quietly in a corner and came back looking dishevelled. God, I remember that. I was so pissed at him because I thought we were going to get caught. I made him tell everyone he had an upset stomach for the rest of the night. I said, violent diarrhea and everything. André chuckled softly, the sound enveloping me like a hug. I remember that. Toby almost refused to let him on the tour bus the next morning because he was convinced Kane was going to stink the whole place out. Serves him bloody right, I muttered, shaking my head. I'm sorry he didn't tell you, though. I know we were told to keep it to ourselves, but I thought he'd at least have told all of you." "Kane's always been a good boy," André said wryly, "and Di's fucking appalling at keeping secrets. He'd have tried, but he probably would have mentioned it offhandedly as a joke to someone, and then it would have gotten out. I don't blame him for not telling us, and I mean, we liked each other then, but there was always a risk we'd end up hating each other's guts and trying to leak secrets to the press for petty revenge. Luckily, we broke up before we got to that stage." There was a dramatic gasp from the other end of the corridor, and we both turned to see Toby's tall, gorgeous figure walking towards us. If André was gorgeous and Kane was classically handsome, then Toby was pretty, with plush lips, green eyes, and the sort of eyelashes that most lash technicians took hours trying to replicate. His reddish-brown hair hung in soft waves around his shoulders, almost reminding me of Ariel or Elliot from Stardew Valley. "You're not seriously talking about how glad you are we broke up?" he asked in the rich, melodic voice that always seemed to hypnotize people. "And I thought you loved me, darling." "I do," André said with a teasing grin. "But that doesn't mean I need to spend any more of my life on a tour bus with you." "Oh, God, no." Toby shuddered. "Heaven forbid. If we ever decide we're mad enough to do a reunion tour, then it's individual buses or first-class flights only." He smiled at me and then gestured back at the bar. "We were just wondering where the pair of you had gotten to. Austin said something about the cake, but André hadn't appeared either, and I was curious where the pair of you had snuck off to." He shot us an intrigued look, like he was hoping we'd tell him more, but there wasn't anything to tell. Not yet, anyway. And since we were about to be dragged back to the bar, I doubted I'd get much more time alone with André until much later. Maybe I'd have to try and sneak into his room, as long as I could get the number first. Otherwise, I'd just look like a creep trying to break into random people's bedrooms. "No sneaking," André said. "Luke was sorting out the cake and I had a couple of messages to answer, so I thought I'd do it now before you talk my ear off for the rest of the evening and try convincing me that doing shots is a good idea." "You are boring," Toby said with a grin, looping his arm through André's and then reaching out for mine. "Come on, no more work. It's time to celebrate our friends. Sensibly, I promise. None of us want to look hungover in the photos tomorrow. Also, there are some very gorgeous people here you should meet. You're both single, right? Because Austin has a lot of beautiful friends." I glanced over at André as Toby swept us towards the snug and grinned at him. And when he smiled back, it felt like fireworks were exploding in my chest. Chapter 7. André. "You definitely have to go to bed now," I said as I gently plucked the empty glass from Kane's hand. He looked both exhausted and completely wired, like a 6-year-old hopped up on sugar after a birthday party. "You need to get some sleep." "I don't think I can," he said in a giddy hiss. "I'm too excited. Fuck, André, I'm getting married. Tomorrow. To Austin." He scrunched up his face and giggled, and I looked down at the wine glass in my hand, wondering just how many he'd had. He leant against my shoulder and sighed. "Thank you for coming. I know you're really busy at the moment, but I'm glad you're here. I missed you." "I missed you too," I said, and pressed a kiss to the top of his head. We'd always been close. Spending so much time together recording or on tour had meant we'd spent 90% of our lives together for 10 years. But after Underground Dreaming had split up, we'd all drifted apart slightly as we'd attempted to find our place in the world. But maybe this wedding was a sign for us to all get closer again. "I'm proud of you, though. I can't wait to watch Llewellyn." "Thank you. I really hope it's good," he said. "Henry was so nice to work with. Have you met him yet? He's here with his boyfriend Alex." He looked around the snug, which had emptied slightly now since it was nearly 11. "Did you meet Theo and Laurie too? They're Austin's friends, but Theo and Alex are also close. It's a small world." "I did, and they're all lovely. Now you really need to go to bed. It'll make tomorrow come quicker." He smiled up at me. "You sound like my mum on Christmas Eve." "Well, it is nearly Christmas, and you will get a lot of food, alcohol and presents tomorrow." "Sounds like Christmas to me," Austin said, appearing on the other side of his fiancée and shooting him a fond look. "Come on, kitten, time for bed. You need your beauty sleep. Kane scowled at him, and I hid my smile behind my glass as I took a long, slow sip of the red wine I'd been nursing. You know I hate that name, he said. You love that name, Austin said as he pulled Kane to his feet and kissed him. And you love me. I do. He giggled again, a sound he only ever made when he was drunk. I do. I get to say that tomorrow. You do, but only if you get your ass in bed. Austin grinned at me as he slid his hand into Kane's. I'll see you in the morning, André. We're in 402 when you're ready. I'm in 309, I said. I'll probably see you at breakfast, as long as you can convince him to actually get some sleep. Austin winked. Don't worry, I've got my ways. They're totally going to fuck, Luke said, sitting down beside me as soon as Austin walked away with Kane. Not that I can blame them. Austin's really hot. I can't disagree with you there. Have you seen his videos? Luke asked in a low voice, leaning in close and sending a waft of cinnamon, clove and brown sugar over me. They're fucking incredible. There's this one with him and... He glanced around, his face turning slightly pink as he did, and I assumed he'd spotted someone else he recognised from Austin's extensive body of work. How's your evening been? I kept trying to get over here and talk to you, but I got cornered by Henry Lou. We worked together on something years ago and he wanted to catch up. Did you know he's moved to Yorkshire now? His boyfriend runs a coffee shop there, so he moved, which is something I never imagined Henry doing, but I'm happy for him. Oh, Kay mentioned that. Alex seems nice, though, from the quick conversation I had with him when Austin introduced us. He's very good at playing host and introducing everyone. Luke chuckled. He is, and he seems to love it. He introduced me to more of his porn friends, and I never realised how awkward talking to them would be. They're all so fucking lovely, but do you know how hard it is to maintain eye contact with someone you've never met but have jerked off to like 1,000,000 times? It's like I've watched you get railed by 5 of the men around us, and that's all I can think about while you're trying to talk to me about guinea pigs and how your best friend is getting married. It's just weird. I guess it's just a job to them, I said as I took another sip of my drink. They'd probably be really nice about it if you told them you were a fan. Like when people compliment you on your cakes or your acting. I suppose. I think I'd die from embarrassment, though. He sighed and looked down at the empty glass he was holding. Do you think it's a sign of how lonely I am that I know most of their catalogues of work inside out? Shit, don't answer that. That makes me sound like such a creep. I laughed softly and put my hand on his arm. Not creepy at all. You appreciate their work, and that's all there is to it. I hope you didn't think my life was still glamorous, he said with a half smile as his eyes met mine. There were little flecks of grey in the rich darkness of his eyes, like tiny stars in the swirls of the Milky Way. You must enjoy it, though, otherwise you wouldn't have chosen it. I do. I know making the switch from acting to baking was a surprising one, but to me, it was the only thing I wanted to do with the rest of my life. There's something about making cakes that speaks to me. I mean, it can be stressful as fuck, especially considering how huge some of my clients are. But knowing that I get to help them celebrate their birthday or wedding day or whatever occasion it is brings me so much joy. I love that, I said, my hand sliding slightly further down his arm so my fingers brushed over the back of his hand. Sparks shot across my skin, making my breath catch. I'm glad you're happy. I am, most of the time. Are you? The same. Happy most of the time. I pushed the dregs of my wine across the bar, the glass clinking gently on the polished wood. When I spoke again, my voice was soft, like I didn't really want to admit the rest of the words aloud. A little lonely, but I think everyone is. Luke hummed sadly. I think weddings and Christmas make it worse. I feel like such a Pringle. Everyone's paired up and talking about their holiday plans with the people they love, and I'm just thinking about where might be open on Christmas Day so I don't have to cook for myself. He slouched down in his seat. Sorry, I'm being a right fucking misery guts tonight. As a fellow single at Christmas person with absolutely zero plans, I can promise you that you're not being miserable. The whole world tells us Christmas is supposed to be this big family time, But I'm not seeing mine again until January because they're all back in Portugal with my dad's family and I'm in rehearsals. I guess I could go for a flying visit, but I don't see the point, and I'd rather not be constantly reminded that I'm the only single person left amongst my cousins. Then we can be lonely, single, and feel sorry for ourselves together, Luke said. I smiled, heat stirring in my stomach. This was quite possibly the worst time to think about acting on my desires, but it also felt like the first and only opportunity I get this weekend to say something. We can, I said, suddenly wishing I'd had another few glasses of wine to loosen my tongue. I'd never been the sort who could pull with nothing but a wink and a smile, not even at the height of my fame, and the prospect of asking the man I'd had a crush on for years if he wanted to hook up was about as terrifying as the thought of headlining a solo show at Wembley. And if he wanted, we could take a bottle of wine upstairs, relax, forget that tomorrow we'll feel more single than ever, help each other take the edge off. A slow smile spread across Luke's face, a new fire igniting in his eyes. Are you asking me if I want to hook up? Yes, unless you're going to say no, in which case I'm just suggesting we get drunk together and see if we can get more mince pies from room service. I'm totally down for wine and mince pies, but I'd rather we had sex first. In which case, why the fuck are we still sitting here? I asked, half stunned that he'd said yes, and half telling myself not to question it. Luke's smile was mischievous, and there was a glint in his eyes that made me feel like I was about to be devoured. It made my cock twitch in the confines of my jeans, anticipation swirling in my stomach. I don't know. Want to go to my room? I'm in 311. I'm in 309. I grinned. I guess it's whichever door we get to first, although, do you have lube? I don't think I packed any. I do. Kane kept hinting at introducing me to people, and I hoped I might get a not pity fuck from someone. I snorted. You mean one of the beautiful men you can't even look in the eye, let alone have a conversation with? Since when was conversation or eye contact important for them to rearrange my guts? Luke asked with a smirk as he slid off his chair and held out his hand to me. I'd rather it was you, though. Yeah? Yeah. Now get your ass moving. Less talking, more walking. I wasn't going to argue, even if I did want to ask why he wanted it to be me. Did Luke feel the same way about me as I did about him? Or was he just looking for something fun to take his mind off being alone? He slipped his fingers into mine as we ducked out of the snug and strode towards the lifts. Neither of us was being particularly subtle, but then again, there weren't exactly many people still around. I didn't know you were queer, Luke said as he jabbed the button for the lift. I'm not complaining or, questioning. This is more like a good-to-know thing. I chuckled as the doors opened and we stepped inside, the button for the 3rd floor lighting up as I pressed it. Yeah, I'm pansexual. Figured it out a long time ago. Tried to deny it, kept it under wraps, and then realized the only person who got to make the call about my life was me. So I started exploring it more. Turns out that I'm shit at picking them no matter their gender. That bad? Luke asked with a wry smile. Truly terrible. Remind me to regale you with stories later when we finally get to the wine. Or, Luke said as he stepped closer, wrapping his arms around my neck and brushing his lips across mine. Maybe this will help you forget about all of them. He kissed me, fierce and hard, with a mouth softer than marshmallow and sweeter than sugar, and for a moment I forgot that anyone else in the world existed. Chapter 8. Luke. Oh my fucking God, I was kissing André, and it was just as fucking good as I'd always imagined. Better even, because none of my fantasies or daydreams had included how amazing André smelt, or the way his lips tasted like red wine and brandy, or how perfect it felt being pressed against his chest with his arms wrapped around me, making me feel safe and wanted all at once. I'd always hoped he might be queer, but at times it had felt like trying to hold a candle in the middle of a storm. The way he'd flirted with me, though, determined and awkward all at once, had made my chest flutter and my dick ache in my jeans. I'd been so glad there hadn't been many people left at the bar, because it was pretty obvious that I was sporting a hard-on, and I really didn't want anyone commenting on it. We broke the kiss as the lift came to a smooth stop, the door pinging open to reveal the short third-floor corridor with its plush carpet and soft decor that I'd noticed earlier, but not really seen. All I knew was that our rooms were at the end and our doors right next to each other. André slipped his hand into mine and tugged me out of the lift, my feet obeying without question, which was good because my brain was still stuck on the heat of his palm and the feel of his fingers. I wondered if he would notice how dry my skin was and the raised patches of smooth skin where I'd burned myself on oven shelves and cooling sugar. My hands were a map of all the skills I'd learned over the last few years, and a love letter to my journey as a baker, from the first time I'd tried to make caramel to the time I'd failed to cut the end off of a piping bag without looking, were written into my skin, along with at least 50 other failures, accidents, and what I generously termed learning experiences, so I didn't sound like a completely incompetent prat. I didn't know why I was suddenly self-conscious about them, but if André had been expecting me to still have an actor's body, he'd be sorely disappointed. I was such a different person to the one I'd been all those years ago when we'd hung out on tour and at parties. That life felt like it had existed in another universe, as if it was a strange dream, and the Luke Yang that lived there didn't belong in our world. "Have you got your card?" André asked, pulling me against him and breathing the words into my ear. They sent a shiver running through me and quickly melted away my thoughts. If there was anyone who'd understand all the changes I'd been through and how different my life was, it was André. And if he wanted me, then I wasn't going to question it. Yeah. I reached into the back pocket of my jeans and pulled out the keycard, sliding it into the lock on my door and waiting for the green light to flash. As André threw the door open, I was glad I'd had the forethought to vaguely unpack my shit properly when I'd come upstairs earlier, so at least the room didn't look like my suitcase had exploded across it. And it meant I knew exactly where my lube and condoms were, so I didn't have to go digging around in 2 different bags while panicking that I'd left them in London. I pulled André inside, letting the door close softly on its hinges behind us before I pressed myself against him, fingers digging into the front of his jumper. He was so fucking gorgeous that for a second I forgot how to breathe. Then his hand came up to cup my jaw and draw me in for another kiss, and the feel of his lips kick-started my brain with 10,000 volts of electricity. "How do you want this?" he asked, barely pulling back. His words ran like hot liquid down my spine, making me melt into his touch. "Do you have a preference?" "I need you to fuck me," I said. "Please, André. It's been months and I'm desperate and horny. Take pity on me?" "Oh, sweet thing. I'm not going to pity you. I'm going to make you realize you've been waiting for me." Jesus fucking Christ. With a mouth like that, André was going to destroy me. I couldn't fucking wait. "Get naked and get on the bed. Show off that beautiful ass for me." I moaned and began throwing off my clothes as fast as possible, not giving a flying fuck where they hit the floor. It wasn't like it would be difficult to find everything later. I threw a wink at André as I slid my underwear off, very glad I'd remembered to put my tightest, cutest pair on, even if he'd only seen them for a few seconds. But from the groan he'd made when I kicked off my jeans, it seemed like he'd appreciated them. "Your turn," I said with a smirk as I strolled over to the bed, stopping only to grab my lube and condoms out of my suitcase. Then I put them on the bed and climbed on, stretching out before rolling back on all fours, facing the head of the bed, turning my head to the side so I could watch him. André hadn't moved. His eyes were still fixed on me, mouth slightly open, like he was watching all his fantasies come true. Maybe he was. I could dream after all. "I'm waiting," I said, pushing my ass into the air as I stretched again. "I thought you wanted to fuck me." "I'm sorry." There was a dangerously soft note in his voice as he began to undress. André had always seemed so sweet, but I wondered what lurked beneath the surface waiting to be unleashed. "I was just appreciating the art in front of me." I felt myself flush, resisting the urge to bury my face in the pillow. Praise and compliments had always had a way of turning me into jelly, and when they came from the lips of the man I'd been dreaming about for the last 7 years, how could I not melt? "Do you like that, darling?" he whispered as he crossed the room, stopping beside the bed. He'd shrugged off his jumper and shirt, leaving him in just a pair of dark jeans that hugged his thighs. His body was toned, but he wasn't as lean as he had been in his underground dreaming days. In fact, he looked healthier now, with muscles that clearly came from hours of dance practice rather than calorie control and hours in the gym. "When I tell you how beautiful you are, how much I want you." I nodded, my fingers balling in the sheets, knuckles almost white. "Yes." "Good. I'm going to keep telling you, because you're gorgeous, Luke, and I want you to know that." A needy whimper bubbled up in my throat, sliding out of my lips before I had a chance to stop it. André smiled as he reached for the button on his jeans, popping them open before pushing them over his hips, leaving him in just a pair of skin-tight black trunks. He was still wearing his glasses, but as I watched him, he carefully removed them and set them on the bedside table. "One more thing before we start," he said. "It's up to you if we use condoms or not. I had a test a couple of weeks ago when He trailed off, and I assumed he'd broken up with yet another partner that was never going to be good enough for him. Anyway, it was negative. It's completely up to you, though. I know some people prefer them, and it doesn't bother me." "Let's go bare," I said, the thought of being flooded with André's cum making my cock twitch and drip. "I'm negative too, and the last time I got laid was a while ago." I chuckled self-deprecatingly while resisting the urge to hide my blushing face. "I told you I worked too much." "Don't worry, baby. Let me take care of you tonight." He stripped off his underwear and climbed onto the bed beside me, but instead of kneeling behind me, he gently pushed me down and rolled me over. Then he started kissing me, and I wasn't sure I'd be capable of thought ever again. André kissed like it was an art form, his lips and tongue carving patterns into my skin that I'd never recover from. He drew whimpers and whines from me like he was writing a symphony, one that was only for his ears, and then he encouraged me to do the same to him, allowing me to explore the planes of his body with my tongue, mapping it out as he guided me to exactly where he wanted me. I'd been expecting something quick and dirty, but this had ended up slow and almost sensual. We'd been waiting for so long, it seemed like both of us wanted to make the most of it in case it never happened again. André groaned as I kissed the head of his cock, taking it slowly into my mouth and worshipping him root to tip until saliva dripped down his skin. His pre-cum burst across my tongue, making my own dick weep onto the sheets, and just when I thought I might be drawing him to the edge, he slid his fingers into my hair and pulled me up and off his cock, kissing me deeply before rolling me off him and settling between my legs. He reached for the lube, which was still resting on the bed next to us, but before I could see what he did next, he leant down and wrapped his lips around my cock. Pleasure engulfed me as he licked and sucked me, taking me apart leisurely with his mouth until I didn't even know where I ended and the bed began. I was vaguely aware of the click of the bottle of lube, but all I could do was whine when André pulled off my cock and gently tipped me over until I was stretched out face down on the bed. And if I thought I was a mess before, it was nothing compared to the feeling that fucking overwhelmed me when he pulled my cheeks apart and began to eat my hole with what could only be described as reverence. Fuck, I said with a groan, pushing back against his face and trying to ride his tongue. But he just put his hand on the small of my back, holding me in place as he feasted. "André, please, I can't." I was practically sobbing, so overwhelmed with pleasure I could barely focus. My cock ached, and I tried to rock my hips to get some friction against the sheets. "I told you I'd take care of you, darling," he said as he began to gently finger me open, slowly working up to 3 fingers as I practically begged for more. No, there was no practically about it. I was begging. and when André finally ceased his decadent torment, he gently pushed my thighs wider and lined his cock up with my hole, slowly sliding inside me and pinning me against the sheets until all thought left me, leaving only pleasure humming across my skin. I couldn't even form words. I could only gasp and moan as he fucked me deep and slow, his cock thrusting across my prostate with every roll and grind of his hips. His balls brushed against my ass, and I groaned as I realized just how fucking deep he was. It felt so fucking good, like I was being taken apart from the inside out. His hands rested either side of my shoulders, and I slid my fingers into his, clutching him tightly as he pressed soft kisses to my shoulders and whispered praise in my ear. "You're so beautiful, Luke," he murmured. "I've never met someone so gorgeous. You feel so perfect on my cock, baby. So tight, so hot. Fuck, baby, I could stay here forever. But I can't wait to make you come for me. No, you're going to sound so good." "Yes," I cried out, squeezing his hands tighter. "Please let me come." "Of course you can," he said, thrusting deep and making my eyes roll back. "Whenever you want. Is this enough? Or do you need to touch yourself? Or do you want me to do it?" Fuck, there were too many questions, too many options, but I had just enough sense to pull one hand from his and reach under myself, wrapping my fingers around my cock. I couldn't pump it, but the pressure was enough to send my orgasm barreling towards me, need and desperation filling every inch of me as I moaned and begged for more. "So beautiful for me," André whispered. "Not going to last much longer. Can you come for me, Luke? Can you do that for me, my love?" And with those words, I shattered. Chapter 9. Luke. Waking up with André still in my bed was a dream come true. The nightmare was the blaring of my alarm and the fact it was 7 a.m, a time that should have felt like a lion. But after the stress of yesterday, not to mention my late night, felt more like an executioner's summons. André groaned from his spot beside me, where he was stretched out naked with his arms curled around the pillows. I could barely see him in the glow of my phone, but I didn't want to turn the lights on, because that would end our time together, and I wanted to drag it out for as long as possible. "What time is it?" he asked in a low rumbling voice that made my cock pulse under the covers. 7, I said with a yawn as I flicked the alarm off and shoved my phone under my pillow. "The wedding isn't until 2, André said, the bed dipping as he shuffled across and put his arm around my waist, pulling me against him. "You don't need to get up yet. I have to finish the cake, and there's breakfast, photos, makeup, getting ready." I trailed off as the heat of André's body enveloped me, the smell of sweat and cum and red wine lingering on his skin. It made me want to stay in bed all morning so I could explore every inch of him, ordering room service when we got hungry, and finally rolling out of bed at 1 to rock up to the wedding in time to grab seats. But that would be impossible, because I was Kane's best man and I had shit to do. Kane was my best friend, and I was going to make sure his wedding was as fucking fabulous as he'd dreamed, and that his cake was the closest thing to perfection I'd ever created. Because if anyone deserved the perfect day, it was Kane and Austin. They might have taken their time getting here, but I'd never met two people so devoted and in love, cheesy and sickening as it sounded. André's lips trailed down the back of my neck and across my shoulder, making a sigh escape from my lips. "You're not helping." "Was I meant to?" he asked with a soft chuckle. "What if I don't want you to escape?" I groaned and rolled over in his arms because, fuck, I had to kiss him again. Morning breath be damned. "You're the worst," I said as I slid my fingers in his hair and kissed him deeply, ignoring the stale taste of wine and cum on his tongue. "I have shit to do." "I'm not stopping you from getting up." "You could." He smirked, his eyes glittering in the small amount of light trickling in under the heavy curtains. "Do you want me to?" "Maybe." "You don't sound sure." "I'm not," I said, because while I really want you to fuck me again, I also want to make sure Kane's stress levels don't go supernova, and I literally have my business reputation involved, which took me forever to build." "You better get up then," André said, putting his hand on my chest to gently push me away. I hooked my leg over his, laughing as I attempted to stay in place. "If I go, you're coming too. I'm not letting you lounge around in my bed while I get up." "Are you asking me to be your assistant? Because I can do that, as long as it doesn't involve anything more than handing you things and standing around looking pretty." "Done." I kissed him again before rolling off him, laughter bubbling out of my chest. I felt almost weirdly happy and more relaxed than I had in a long time, but I wasn't sure if that was due to one night of good sex or if André had something to do with it. I didn't want to give him the entirety of the credit, because good dick made things better no matter who it belonged to. But as I sat up and swung my legs over the edge of the bed, a tiny voice in the back of my mind teased me that I wouldn't have wanted it to be anyone else. "First things first," I said, attempting to ignore all the tiny, irritated voices in my brain, trying to point out just how many nights I'd spent fantasizing about André. "Shower. We can't go and set the cake up smelling like sex. For one thing, it's unprofessional, and for another, I know the moment I set a foot out of this room looking like I got laid, the universe will summon up Kane and Austin, and at least one of them will know exactly what I've been doing as soon as they see me. And then Austin will force me to spill all my secrets just by smiling at me." "Do you want to keep this a secret then?" "Maybe." I flicked on the lamp beside the bed, casting a warm pool of light across the floor. When I looked over, André was also sat up, and I couldn't stop myself from staring. His shoulders were well muscled, and there was a smattering of freckles across his skin. The sheets were still gathered around his waist, but I could see the top of his ass, and my fingers itched to reach out and grab it. "It's not because I don't want them to know, and I definitely don't want you to think I want to hide what we did, but it's their wedding day, and we don't want to add anything to their plate or cause any sort of drama, or give anyone a reason to talk about anything other than how gorgeous and happy the grooms look." "Exactly. I know they'll be fine with it, but I don't want to take any focus away from them, even for a second." "Agreed," André said. "This is their day, not ours. If we want to, we can tell them after the wedding." "Sometime next year." André laughed as he stood and stretched. My eyes widened at the full view of his ass, and it did not disappoint. Fuck, I just wanted to lean over and bite it. Not hard, more like a playful nibble, a taste. André turned and caught me looking, a playful smirk curling the corner of his lip. "I know you said we couldn't stay in bed, but the shower isn't a bed." I grinned and sauntered over to him, my cock already hard and aching between my legs. And I can't go downstairs like this, especially not if we're trying to do the whole subtle thing. André put his hand on my waist and pulled me in for another kiss. "Better get in the shower then." 40 minutes and one jelly leg-inducing orgasm later, André and I stepped out of the lift and began to head towards the reception space where Natalia had promised me there would already be someone around who could direct me to retrieve the cake and all my accessories. Even at this hour, the hotel was a hive of activity, with smartly dressed members of staff already starting to set tables with polished crockery and sparkling glasses. I knew Kane and Austin were going for a winter elegance feel with a touch of glamour, but nothing so over the top it screamed tacky or kitsch. They didn't want hundreds of crystals or millions of flowers that screamed, "Look how much money we have." They just wanted something that felt like them. Which was why there was going to be an ice cream bar instead of a plated pudding, because one of the core memories Austin had of Kane was him eating 3 bowls of pistachio ice cream smothered with melted chocolate at a party in LA when they were 17 and first started hooking up. It was another of those perfectly sweet and almost sickening details about their relationship, but the fact that Austin remembered something so simple all these years later was the perfect encapsulation of, if he wanted to, he would. I flagged down a member of staff and introduced myself, and they were happy to take André and me back towards the kitchens to retrieve everything. André tried to insist on carrying the cake, but gave up when I pointed out that if I tripped and fell, it would only be my fault, but if he tripped and fell while carrying it, he'd have to deal with that guilt for the rest of his life. Instead, he settled for opening doors and carrying all my tools and extra decorations, clearing a path for me with military precision and warning me about every bump and step on my path. It was sweet to see how seriously he took helping me, and I tried not to focus on catching glimpses of his arse in his jeans instead of where I was putting my feet. When we got back to the reception space where the cake would be displayed during dinner, I noticed the florist had arrived and was unloading various boxes of centerpieces on the tables. They were deep in discussion with someone else who was holding some large candles, so I didn't disturb them. "What do you need from me?" André asked once I'd slid the cake onto the display stand and made sure it was completely secure. "I think the berries," I said, walking around the stand and scrutinizing my work, looking for any flaws or imperfections that needed fixing. Despite all the setbacks yesterday, the cake had made it in perfect condition, so it had been worth driving with the 3 layers already assembled for that alone. André held up a tub of small, bright red berries that I'd painstakingly made last week and dusted with sugar. "These ones? That's the bastards." "Bastards?" "Yeah," I said as I took them carefully. I don't usually like using decorations that aren't edible, but that's hard with wedding cakes, especially in the winter when we're really limited with what fresh fruit we can get. I mean, it's easy to buy imported stuff, and I do, but I don't know. I'm a picky bastard, and I like challenging myself, so I made these. "You made them?" André's surprise was adorable, and the look on his face made my internal temperature skyrocket. I'd never seen anyone look so impressed over something so small. "How? They look almost real." "Thanks." I grinned as I began arranging them carefully, using some of the wooden sprigs I'd made from modelling chocolate to make it look like there were real clusters of berries sitting on the tiers. They're tiny chocolate truffles dipped in tempered white chocolate and then airbrushed. They're a bit fiddly to make, but that's more due to the size. "I can't believe you made them," André said again. "Did you make the branches too?" "Yeah, they're more chocolate." "That's incredible." Thanks." He smiled at me and raised an eyebrow. "Were you going to say it's nothing?" "Maybe," I said as I added the last of the berries around the base of the cake. But I've been trying not to talk down to myself about this stuff because I am good at my job and I do make amazing cakes, and I need to remember that. So I'm learning to take compliments and not brush them off as no big deal because, yes, actually, this is a big deal. I made this fucking beautiful cake and all these bastard berries, and they all turned out perfectly because I am amazing. I laughed and then bit my lip because a couple of the staff members were looking. And yes, I'm aware that sounds egotistical as fuck, but what are you going to do? "If I could, I'd kiss you." André's words were so quiet I almost missed them, but then I felt lightning shoot straight down my spine, jolting my muscles and making me do a double take as I stared at him with my hand hovering in midair. "What?" "I'd kiss you," he said, like it was no big deal. Maybe after last night it wasn't, but still he couldn't just say that shit in public and expect me not to react. "Because I like that you're proud of yourself, and that you openly acknowledge you're good at what you do." "Yeah, but aren't you going to say it's tasteless or something?" "No, why would I? Maybe if you were going around bragging about being the greatest baker in the world while making something that belonged on an episode of Nailed It, then yeah, I might think you were a bit of a dick. But your work is amazing, Luke, and I'm glad you know that." He smiled at me, and it felt like I'd been bathed in warmth, like opening an oven door onto a tray of beautiful meringues. I glanced around and realized nobody was watching us, so I leant across and kissed him. It wasn't anything more than a quick brush of my lips over his, a hasty acknowledgement of his sweetness and a reward for his belief in me, but André still flushed. And when I turned back to the cake to work out where to put the rest of the decorations, the ones that sadly weren't edible like the whole cinnamon sticks and sprigs of greenery, my mouth was still tingling. The sensation took a long time to fade. Chapter 10. André. I tried not to think about Luke kissing me beside the cake, but it was all my mind could focus on as the wedding preparations kicked into full swing. Last night should have just been a one-time thing, and we both agreed not to acknowledge our actions in public, so we didn't want to draw attention to ourselves. But that didn't stop me from dwelling on it. There was something about Luke that drew me to him, and I couldn't explain it. I've been carrying a torch for him since the first moment we'd met, and now it seemed to have burst into one of those ridiculous sparklers they put in desserts at restaurants for celebrations. Only it didn't seem to be burning out. If anything, it kept getting brighter. I knew it was ridiculous to get attached to what was nothing more than one night at a wedding where we were conveniently stuck together, but something deep inside me whispered that if I still felt this way about Luke after all these years, then maybe it was worth exploring. And the way he'd been so excited, maybe I wasn't the only one who'd been holding on to feelings for a while. Or maybe that was simply the vain hope of the desperate. Either way, now wasn't the time to examine the situation closely, not when I was about to watch my best friend marry the love of his life. "Are you ready?" Natalia asked as we waited behind closed doors for the music to begin. "I think so," Kane said with a nervous smile, clutching Austin's hand with white knuckles. "It's a bit late now, if not." "Thinking of running away, kitten?" Austin asked quietly, pressing a kiss to Kane's temple and shooting him that same cocky smile he'd been wearing around Kane for years. God, how had I never realised they were together when Austin had always looked at Kane like that? Had they really believed what they had was nothing more than sex and Kane's vague attempt at being irritated with Austin? If so, they were denser than I'd realised. "No, we're finally here, and it's all hitting me." He let out a soft laugh. "Good thing there's only 50 people here." "Don't think about them. Think about me," Austin said. "You and me, sweetheart. Just like always." He kissed Kane, and I had to glance away because it felt like I was intruding on a very private moment. Instead, I looked across at Luke, who was stood next to Theo and a tall older gentleman called Peter, whose face I knew but couldn't place. Luke saw me looking, and a smile spread across his face, unleashing a wave of butterflies in my chest and making my stomach twist and flutter like I'd just stepped out on stage. "Okay," Kane said. "Let's fucking do this." "Fuck yeah. Let's get fucking married, baby." Theo cheered and Luke laughed, and I couldn't stop focusing on the way his face lit up. He'd always been gorgeous when he smiled, but his laugh was something else. There was a joy and freedom to it that I didn't think I'd ever get tired of, no matter how long we knew each other. Natalia nodded and tapped her phone a few times, and a minute later, music began to swell from the other side of the door, courtesy of a string quartet. I glanced at Luke again as we shuffled into position to walk down the aisle. Kane and Austin had decided to walk together with Theo, Peter, Luke and me in front of them. Neither of them had wanted a whole swathe of people walking down in front of them, especially since the wedding was so small. But I had no idea why Kane had picked me over Toby, Di, Haru or any of his other friends. We'd always been close, but life had kept us apart recently, and I hadn't even been able to make their stag do. Maybe those things didn't matter though. The double doors in front of us opened, revealing the ceremony space and the waiting guests. The room was lit with pillar candles and lanterns and hundreds of fairy lights, with garlands on the walls and little sprigs of greenery tied to the chairs at the end of each row. At the far end of the room were large windows that looked out over the gardens, and even from here I could see the snow still falling, clinging onto the edges of the window like something out of a fairy tale. As we walked slowly down the aisle, all I could focus on was Luke in his burgundy suit and how perfectly it fit him. I couldn't decide if I liked him better in it or out of it. Either way, I knew I couldn't get through the rest of this weekend without another taste. The ceremony was beautiful, and I was glad I'd remembered to put a couple of tissues in my pocket, because all of us had cried. And when they'd half walked, half danced out as husbands, laughing as they went, all of us had cheered and clapped so loudly, I was sure I'd felt the wooden floor shaking beneath my feet. "Are we still doing photos outside?" I asked as we all filed out into a cosy library where there were staff waiting with trays of drinks, including mulled wine, hot cider, champagne and a warmed apple punch for a non-alcoholic option. Outside, the sky was slightly less grey, and the snow seemed to have slowed as the winter sun peeked out from behind the clouds, gifting us with little dazzling streams of light before it set again. I think so, Luke said as he took a mug of hot cider. But hopefully not many. I know the plan was to do most of them inside if the weather was bad, but if it stopped snowing, they might want to try a couple in the gardens. If so, we'll probably need to grab coats or something. Nah, we can tough it out for a few minutes, Luke said. Except for maybe Theo. He probably ought to get something to cover his shoulders. I nodded. Instead of a suit, Theo had opted for a gorgeous floor-length gown in the same shade of burgundy, but the off-the-shoulder neckline and lack of proper sleeves wasn't going to keep him warm if we ventured into the gardens. I'll let him know, I said. You've got a timeline of when things are happening, right? Yes, but I don't think I'll need it. Natalia and her team are far more organised than me. I chuckled as I sipped my mulled wine. Do you remember that time when we were in New York and got sidetracked playing Carcassonne backstage? Yeah, I remember, Luke said, a wry smile playing across his lips. You were nearly late to go on because you all lost track of time and nobody bothered to remind you until 10 minutes before. Toby was really pissed you couldn't finish the game because he was winning. I'm still not sure how that happened, considering how bossy our management was. But I was just thinking that if we'd been managed by Natalia, we'd have been on stage as soon as it hit 7. You were older then. Maybe they thought you actually knew what you were doing. I don't think that ever happened, I said. What about you? Were you ever late for anything? Never, not even the day after I got food poisoning when I was 17. Turned up at 6, did an 8-hour day on some dry toast and half a bottle of water, went back to the hotel and passed out for 10 hours. Damn, I'm not sure if I should be impressed or horrified. Definitely horrified, said Luke as he took another sip of his cider. It's not something I should be bragging about. Then I hope you'll never do something like that again, I said in a low voice as I fixed him with what I hoped was a firm expression. Luke grinned and leant closer. Don't look at me like that. I don't have time to get distracted. And how am I distracting you? Just the way you're looking at me, he said, turning his head slightly so it was harder for the rest of the room to see his face. It's fucking sexy, okay? I smirked and tilted my head down to whisper in his ear. Do you have a thing for discipline then? Or do you just like being told what to do? A choked moan slipped from Luke's lips and he glared at me as he took a long sip of his drink, trying to cover the sound. Don't start. I cannot get hard right now. We have photos to be in. He didn't answer my question. I was having far too much fun teasing him, and being in public wasn't putting me off. Based on last night, it was clear Luke liked it when I told him how good things felt and how gorgeous he was, and I was curious how far that extended. Luke let out a strangled sound. Fine, sometimes I like being told what to do. It's fun and hot, and I don't have to think for once, and I have no idea about discipline, but fuck, if you wanted to try spanking me, then be my guest, because who the fuck knows? He took another long sip of his drink and looked around the room. Quick, change the subject. People are coming over. I wonder where you two were hiding, Hari said as he strolled towards us, glass of champagne in hand. Are we still doing photos outside? If so, we're going to freeze. Oh, it's not that cold out, Di said, throwing his arm over Hari's shoulder and grinning. It's barely below freezing. Excuse me, but not all of us think -2 is tropical holiday weather. Then you're missing out. Hari rolled his eyes fondly and looked between Luke and me as Luke shuffled slightly further away from me, as if he was trying to pretend we hadn't just been stood less than 2 inches apart. We probably need to round both parties up, Luke said as soon as Haru opened his mouth. Kane and Austin will be out soon, and then we'll do confetti, photos, canapes, all that stuff. We don't need to hand confetti out, Di said. Toby and I practically threw it at people when they arrived, and I think Austin's friends shoved a load of the spare envelopes in their pockets. Did everyone make it okay? I asked. Every time I'd looked out of the window today it had been snowing, and although it was a lot lighter than last night, there were still several inches on the ground, and given that this was England, it meant virtually all transport had ground to a complete standstill. I think most people arrived last night, Hari said, looking at Luke for confirmation. Kane wasn't panicking about anyone being missing, so that might be because I took his phone off him, Luke said slyly, reaching into the inside pocket of his suit jacket and pulling out Kane's phone. He tapped the screen and then put it away again. No messages or thousands of missed calls, so we're fine. Anyway, it's a bit late now. I think a few people didn't get here until the early hours, Di said, but at least they got here. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Natalia entering the room and looking around for us. I put my hand up and waved her over. We're just discussing whether we'll still be able to take photos outside, I said, hoping she'd turn around and tell us it was impossible. I think it'll be fine, she said. It's not too cold and it stopped snowing, so we can definitely get some out in the gardens. It should look lovely with all the Christmas lights. I told you it wasn't cold, Di said with a triumphant laugh as he clapped Haru on the shoulder and pulled him into a half hug. You owe me a drink. The drinks are free, dumbass, Haru said. Then you can go and get me another one, please. Fine, but you're coming with me. If you see Theo, can you tell him to grab the little fur cape he's got? Luke said. He'll need it for photos. Also start rounding people up as we'll do the confetti in a minute, and I think we're doing that. He glanced at Natalia. On the steps to the garden, they've all been cleared and salted, so there's no risk of anyone slipping, she said. As she spoke, I noticed she had a small earpiece, and it suddenly made me wonder if Natalia and her team were ex-security or something. It was like being at a wedding run by MI5. All ears with the photographers if you can help direct people out. On the steps outside, then, Luke said, gesturing vaguely in the direction we'd need to go. In 5 minutes. They can bring drinks if they want, but they'll need confetti too. Roger that, Di said, throwing Luke a mock salute as he steered Haru away in search of more drinks. Do you think they'll actually get people moving? I asked as I watched them go, half wondering if there was more to their teasing than met the eye. Then again, they'd always teased each other, so it probably didn't mean anything. I doubt it, Luke said. He finished his drink and smiled at me. There was a soft flush in his cheeks, and I wondered what it would take to make it deepen. Can you give me a hand? Maybe find Peter and see if he can help too. He's got one of those voices that people listen to. He has. Do you know, I recognise him from somewhere and... Luke chuckled, his eyes twinkling. He's one of Austin's friends from work. He goes by Wolf. Oh. Yeah, Luke said with a little sigh. He's hot. And that chest hair, damn, serious daddy vibes. Daddy vibes? I asked, lowering my voice again and closing the gap between us. I knew you had a thing for being put in your place. Luke's flush deepened as he looked up at me, his eyes shining with desire. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get to find out later. I swallowed as Luke turned and began to talk to the people who'd been stood nearest to us. No matter what we'd initially agreed, there was no way this was going to be a one-night thing. I had far too many ideas for him, and it seemed like he had some ideas too. Chapter 11. Luke. Is there anywhere in particular we're supposed to cut it? Austin asked as he took the large cake knife Natalia handed him, his other hand linked with Kane's as they stood beside my pride and joy. It wasn't the fanciest or most complicated cake I'd ever made, but it was one of the ones I was most proud of. I just really hoped they liked the inside as much as the outside. Anywhere, I said, you've got 3 different flavours, so maybe pick the one you want to try most. Definitely the chocolate, Kane said, putting his hand on top of Austin's and steering the knife towards the bottom tier. Wait, remind me what we chose again? Can you seriously not remember? I asked with a laugh, and around me a few people chuckled. It was like 2 months ago, and I've had wine. There's chocolate and raspberry, vanilla and blackcurrant, and gingerbread. I pointed at each tier as I spoke. None of the tiers was huge, since there were only 50 guests, but I'd still decided to make 3, because I always thought it looked right for a wedding. Initially, when I'd first been designing the cake, I'd been tempted to add extra height with faux tiers made of cake foam or perspex ones filled with flowers or fairy lights, but Kane and Austin had vetoed the idea because they hadn't wanted to make more work for me. I tried to argue it really wasn't much extra, but they just wanted something simple, so we'd settled on the 3 tiers with white buttercream, gold ganache drip, berries, cinnamon sticks, and little strands of greenery. And now I was glad we hadn't gone for anything more, because the simple glamour of what I'd created was perfect. "Still want chocolate?" Austin asked. "Absolutely, and then I want to try all the others." The pair of them held the knife tightly and slowly pushed it into the cake, eliciting cheers from the surrounding guests. They carefully cut a small slice, and for a second, I wondered if one of them was going to try and smash cake into the other's face. But then Austin reached down to pick up a little bit and demurely held it up to Kane's mouth. I wasn't sure if watching Kane eat cake out of Austin's hand was sweet or bordering on pornographic, since I was pretty sure Kane had sucked the tip of Austin's fingers into his mouth too, but I tried not to focus on that. "Holy fuck, Luke," Kane said, turning to look at me with crumbs of cake clinging to his lips. "The cake is amazing. Austin, you have to try it." He scooped up some of the cake for his husband, who I was pretty sure groaned. "Damn, that's good. I almost wish we didn't have to give it away." "You'd be eating it for weeks," I said with a laugh, happiness and relief washing over me. I'd been to so many weddings where the cake looked incredible but was dry as a bone or denser than brick inside, and while my friends could just be being polite, it did sound like I'd done a good job. "Don't underestimate me," Austin said, cake knife still in hand. He glanced at the nearby staff. "Can I cut another piece before you take it away and slice it up?" The staff nodded, and Austin cut another piece, sharing it with Kanan while one of the photographers took more photos. "It really does look amazing," André said as he slid in beside me, wearing the charming smile that made me weak at the knees. We ended up spending most of the day together and had found ourselves sitting next to each other at dinner, sharing a table with the rest of Underground Dreaming. "I can't wait to try it." "You might have to fight Austin for it," I said, shooting him a grin as the staff began to carry the cake away. "Not sure I fancy my chances. Maybe I'll have to come and find you in London instead. Get something straight from the source." "You know I don't have a shop, right?" "I know. I'm just going to wander around London until I find your secret bakery and hope you feel enough pity to give a poor, starving actor some cake." "Poor? Starving?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "I'll give you starving, I suppose, especially if you've been wandering aimlessly around London. If you're lucky, I might give you a starting point and see how far you get." André chuckled. "I'm horrible with directions, so I don't think giving me a starting point will be much help, but I appreciate the sentiment." Around us, everyone was moving towards the dance floor, where Austin and Kane were preparing for their first dance. "Do you know what they picked?" "Not a clue," I said as we followed the small crowd, finding a spot at the front on one side so we could watch. Kane said he wanted it to be a surprise, and every time I tried to ask Austin, he said the same, only there was something about the way Austin had said it that made me think he was plotting. I tried to imagine what sort of song they'd go for, but nothing fit. My assumption was that it would be slow and romantic, probably not Christmassy despite the time of year, with either ridiculously sappy or sexy lyrics, maybe both. But to my surprise, the bouncing strains of Paper Rings by Taylor Swift burst from the speakers. Kane and Austin grabbed each other and started to dance, Austin spinning Kane out and back in, and Kane dipping his husband in return, the pair of them laughing and snatching kisses from each other whenever they got close. It was adorable as fuck, and I loved seeing how lost in each other they were. It really had been the perfect day, and I couldn't have been happier for them. "Come on," Austin called, seeing André and me stood alongside Theo and Laurie. "Everyone get your fucking asses on the floor. I've had enough of you staring at me." "Want to dance?" André asked as he extended his hand. I swallowed, butterflies rising inside me as my stomach churned. Behind him, I saw multiple couples taking to the floor, spinning each other around as love and laughter filled the room. "Yeah, sure." André's hand was warm, his grip firm as he pulled me towards him and into a space. I didn't think there was much of the song left, but all I could focus on was the feel of his hands in mine, the strength of his grip as he spun me around, and the way he stole my breath in less than 10 seconds. I was completely lost in the moment, knowing that it was one of those small things I'd remember forever, so it took me a while not to notice the music change. It only registered when André groaned. Seriously, what the hell, Austin? What is... Holy shit, no. Is it... Yeah, André said with a resigned sigh and wry smile. It's fucking only for you, that rat bastard. I wanted to know how André knew Kane hadn't been involved in the inclusion, but the look on his face made it clear he'd been just as blindsided as the rest of the band. Only for You was one of Underground Dreaming's biggest hits, and was widely considered one of their most romantic songs, and it had apparently become a staple on a lot of wedding playlists, according to half the wedding accounts I followed. You bastard, Kane said, doubling over with laughter in the middle of the dance floor. You absolute bastard. Do we get a rendition? Austin asked as the singing started, Haru's soft voice filling the speakers. Maybe a little dance. If I do, you're joining in. Kane reached for his husband with one hand and for André with the other. Everyone can join in since I'm pretty sure you all know the words. You know it, right? André asked, pulling me towards Kane and Austin as Toby, Haru and Dai joined us. I could probably sing it in my sleep. Good. André smiled, eyes twinkling, and it felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. His fingers were interlaced with mine, and all I could think was that I never wanted him to let me go. I knew this whole weekend existed in a bubble which would burst as soon as we got in our cars to head home, but just for tonight, I wanted to pretend this was real. It was the only chance I'd get. André's eyes were still fixed on mine as he began to sing, and even though I'd sung this song 1,000 times from the side of the stage or dancing around my kitchen, I found myself stumbling over the words. My mouth was still moving, but the wrong sounds were coming out, and my brain couldn't seem to remember what came next. I was sure I looked like a right prat, especially because I'd dated Kane for long enough to know all the lyrics, but the way André was still smiling made my embarrassment melt away. Around us, everyone was singing, and Dai had even dragged Toby and Haru forward to dance, the three of them laughing as they attempted to make their way through the routine. André, Toby called, waving his hand. Come on, you too. No, I'm not getting involved. Tough shit, Dai said without missing a beat. Get your ass over here. I nudged André with my other hand, gently pressing into the small of his lower back. Go on, please. For me. Fine, but you owe me. He shot me a wink as he stepped away and into formation with the others as the chorus kicked in again. I cheered and whooped, pulling my phone out of my jacket pocket to record a couple of clips. And if I happened to make André the focus, well, it wasn't like I had to share them with anyone else. Kane and Austin had asked us not to post anything about their wedding on social media until they were ready to announce it themselves, and I wasn't about to be a dick and break their trust. The music surged as the song reached its final chorus and Kane slipped into place with the rest of the band, the five of them striking a final pose before pulling each other in for a huge hug. Austin walked over and Kane rolled his eyes before grabbing his husband and dragging him in for a kiss. You're such an asshole, Kane muttered. I can't believe you did that. The music changed and they kept kissing as they danced, and before I knew it, André was standing in front of me again. Hey, want to get some fresh air? It's a little stuffy in here. Sure. My fingers itched to take his again, but I settled for letting my arm hang by my side. Every now and then, my little finger brushed against the side of his hand, making little sparks shoot through my muscles. As we walked towards the door, I noticed the slices of cake had been served on several large trays. I paused to scoop up a piece of each flavour, wrapping them in paper napkins and putting them in one of the outside pockets of my jacket before following André towards the gardens. I felt the freezing air before we reached the doors, and a shiver ran through me. We don't have to go outside, André said. It's just so warm in there I needed 5 minutes. I get it. I smiled softly. I went and grabbed my coat after dinner when we had a few minutes spare. It's in the little cloakroom. I hadn't known if I'd want or need to go outside again, but I thought it was best to be prepared, and I wasn't going to freeze my cute little butt off when I didn't have to. Let's get your coat then. Do you need one? He shrugged. I'll manage for a few minutes. You can always go and grab it while I find mine. Are you sure? Of course, I said as we reached the small cloakroom where I'd hung my coat. And when you come back, I have a surprise for you. Oh, what's that? I have cake. André closed the gap between us, making my heart race. You know, since you owe me for making me dance, we could skip the walk. I mean, it is very cold outside. I grinned, tilting my head up to look at him. It would be better to stay in. But that doesn't mean we have to go back to the party. I could definitely do with a breather. Maybe we could do that together. We were so close now, and fuck, I was so tempted to kiss him. There was nobody around. It would be so easy to close those last few inches and taste him, and even if someone did see, would it matter? André and I were both consenting adults, so who cared if we wanted a hookup? I like the sound of that, I said, as André grabbed my face and pulled me in for the kiss I'd been desperate for. Chapter 12. André. I knew we couldn't be away from the party for too long, but I had to get my mouth on Luke. Need had been simmering under my skin ever since I'd left his room that morning, and now it was unbearable. Come with me, I said, whispering the words against his lips. My hands cupped his jaw, and I wanted to keep kissing him, but if we continued to stand here, someone was going to find us. I don't think we have time to go upstairs, Luke said as we walked swiftly, glancing over his shoulder and laughing. Where's the nearest toilet? I think there's one down here. I saw the doors on the right 2 seconds later and pulled Luke into the men's toilets. Like every other room in the hotel, it was tastefully and beautifully decorated, but I was more focused on dragging Luke into the furthest cubicle from the door. Luckily, the cubicles were more like small rooms with proper doors, so once the door closed, it was impossible to tell there were 2 people in there, or at least it would be if we kept the noise down. Luke spun us around, pushing me up against the door as he kissed me fervently. He tasted like champagne and something sugary, and there was a desperation in his touch that mirrored mine. His fingers were already fumbling for the button on my trousers, yanking my shirt out of my waistband as he tried to open them without looking. I groaned as his hand brushed across my stomach, heat blossoming across my skin as my cock throbbed. My trousers were already far too tight, and I gasped out Luke's name as he finally dipped his fingers into my skin-tight boxers, wrapping them around my aching shaft and giving it a teasing pump. Fuck, I said, my head thumping back onto the door as I groaned, making the wood rattle. Love the way you moaned for me, Luke said as he kissed my neck, his hand working my dick hard and fast. He thumbed my slit, and I bit back another moan as pre-cum spurted into his hand. Fuck, I wish we had more time. I want to suck you so bad. You can suck me. I let out a breathless chuckle as my hand found his jaw and drew him in for a kiss. Promise I'm not going to last long. Luke groaned and nipped my lip. Yeah, but everyone will smell your cum on my breath. You don't have to swallow. If I'm sucking you off, I'm not wasting your cum. I moaned, bucking up into his hand, which had slowed to a teasing pace. Fuck, you like that idea? Luke asked as he kissed me, squeezing my cock and swallowing my needy moan. Want everyone to know what we've been doing. Just love how fucking eager you are, I said, stumbling over the words. I couldn't think of a way to tell him how much of a turn on his desperation was. I didn't think I'd ever been with someone who wanted me the way Luke did. Yeah, I'd been with people who'd fawned over me and been hopelessly eager to please, but that had always come with an undercurrent of uncertainty, because I'd never known if they wanted me for me, or just because I was André from Underground Dreaming. There was no uncertainty with Luke, and it was fucking intoxicating. Yeah, like knowing how much I want you. Luke pulled back slightly, a devious smile on his plush lips and a gleam in his eyes. I nodded. God, you're so fucking irresistible. Fuck it, who cares? He pulled his hand out of my trousers and dropped slowly to his knees on the tiled floor. I opened my mouth to ask if he was sure, but from beyond the cubicle door, I heard the toilet door creak open and the sound of footsteps as another guest came in to take a piss. I glanced down at Luke, expecting him to pause until we were alone again, but he just smirked and reached into my underwear, pulling my dick out before leaning forward to wrap his lips around the dripping head. I inhaled sharply, clamping my mouth shut and pressing my lips so tightly together it was almost painful. My breath stuttered and I fought back the moan rising in my chest as Luke took my cock deep into his throat. It took all my self-control to keep my body still and not thrust into the perfect wet heat of his mouth, because even the slightest bit of movement was going to make the cubicle door rattle and give the game away. Luke's eyes met mine, and I tried to focus on remembering every detail of his face, from his flushed cheeks to the way his eyes shone, to how beautiful his lips looked wrapped around my shaft. But then he winked and swallowed around my cock, and all my thoughts vanished like they'd been suddenly wiped from existence. As he pulled back, he wrapped his hand around my slick shaft and stuck out his tongue, slapping the head of my cock against it and barely giving me a moment to register the sensation before he took me back in his mouth. There was something truly decadent about the way that Luke gave head, like my cock was the best thing in the fucking world. All I could do was hang on for the ride and hope I made it out alive without letting the entire wedding know what he'd done. I whimpered as Luke sucked me harder, his hand and mouth working in perfect tandem, and through the door I could hear the sound of a running tap as whoever else was in here washed their hands. I'd hoped that would mean they'd be gone soon, but then I heard the outer door creak open again, more footsteps on the floor, and the sound of voices as the two guys outside chatted briefly. Luke flicked his tongue over my slit, dissolving my thoughts of the other guests into a puff of smoke. I reached out with a shaking hand to touch his head, hoping I could steady myself, but then he pushed up into my palm, demanding more, and I knew it was just going to make me fall faster. Despite his efforts to keep quiet, all I could focus on were the wet, sloppy sounds of Luke's mouth as he bobbed his head. It probably wasn't that loud, but to me it sounded like a jet engine, utterly consuming me. I felt my orgasm building, pleasure sliding down my spine as my balls tightened, my cock throbbing on Luke's tongue. I wanted to give him a warning, but when I opened my mouth, nothing came out except for a garbled moan, and I had to slap my hand across my face to stop myself from getting louder. I slid my fingers into his hair, tugging it gently, and when he looked up at me again, I nodded frantically, my eyes going wide as the need to come fizzed through my body. Another moan tried to tear its way out of my throat, and I bit down on my lip to try and force it away. I'd never been good at being quiet, and Luke was making it almost impossible. The sound of the hand dryer burst through the tiny gap under the door as Luke took me deep, his fingers grazing my balls. My hips bucked up into the perfect heat of his mouth as I finally let go, blistering pleasure consuming me as I spilt hot cum down his throat. All the air rushed out of me, taking my voice with it, a single broken groan the only indication of what I was feeling. Luke hummed as he swallowed, careful not to spill a drop, and all I could do was pant and stare in hopeless adoration. We'd not really talked about what we were doing, and I didn't know if this was just a mutual desire to get laid or something else entirely, but the idea of going back to reality after this weekend felt empty and cold. I didn't know if Luke had any plans for when he got back to London, or if he even wanted a relationship, but I hated the thought of not seeing him again. My rehearsal schedule was tough and the show run would be intense, but there was no reason I couldn't try and have a life outside of it. I'd never met anyone who'd made me want to try before, but with Luke, maybe the stress would be worth it. "You okay?" Luke asked quietly, sitting back on his heels and tilting his head to one side as he looked up at me. His lips were slick and the flush across his cheeks had deepened, and one glance told me he was still hard in his suit. "Yeah," I said with a nod, as I tucked my softening cock away. I'd tidy the rest of my clothes up in a second. That was perfect. Luke grinned and carefully pulled himself to his feet, but I didn't miss the way he winced as he straightened his legs. Kneeling on a cold, hard floor was never going to be comfortable, no matter how much fun you were having. He tilted his head up and brushed his mouth across mine in a teasing kiss. "You taste so good. Tell me I can do that again later." "As many times as you want," he groaned. "I wish we could escape now. I want to know how many times you can come inside me, and I want to hear you properly." "We probably shouldn't be here for that," I said as I put one hand on his waist and reached for his trousers with the other, flicking them open with ease. "I guess we'll have to meet up in London then." Luke's breath hitched as my fingers dipped inside his briefs to tease the head of his cock. "Need to know what you sound like when you're not holding back." My stomach jolted, my heart skipping a beat at his words. "Whatever you want," I said, kissing him deeply before slowly lowering myself to my knees. "When it comes to me, you can have whatever you want." That's a big promise." "I know." I gently pulled his erection free from the confines of his underwear, stroking him slowly and watching his face, cataloguing all the ways pleasure made him light up. One day, I wanted to lay him out on my bed and spend a whole afternoon learning every single way I could make him sing. But it's the truth. "André," Luke said with a gasp, his hand shooting out to brace himself on my shoulder as I flicked my tongue over the silky head of his cock, smearing his pre-cum across my taste buds and savouring it like it was 100-year-old whiskey. Anything else Luke wanted to say was lost as I wrapped my lips around him and began to suck. He was far enough away from the door not to make it shake, but he still needed to be quiet, and when I looked up at him, my mouth stuffed full of his cock, I watched him bite his lip, nostrils flaring and chest heaving as he fought to keep himself in check. Was I ruining him? Fuck, I hoped I was ruining him. I hummed softly around his cock, listening in delight to the way his breath caught. Luke's fingers dug into my shoulder, and I put one hand on the back of his thigh, gently holding him in place. His hips bucked, and I choked a little at the sudden thrust of his dick into the back of my mouth. But when he tried to pull away, I tightened my grip on his leg. Luke let out another stifled whimper, pre-cum bursting on my tongue as I sucked him faster, torn between drawing this out for as long as possible and knowing our time was running out. I wanted this to last, but if we didn't get back soon, someone was going to notice, and I didn't fancy facing down a gauntlet of my former bandmates playing 20 questions. I gently tapped the back of Luke's thigh, encouraging him to use my mouth and fuck my face. He hesitated for a second until I nudged him again. He rocked his hips forward, testing, and when I didn't choke again, he thrust a bit harder. He gasped out a moan, and I glanced up in time to watch his eyes flutter closed as he lost himself in pleasure. I flattened my tongue, caressing his shaft and drawing out another tiny whimper from his lips, which made my stomach flip. I shouldn't have wanted him to be loud, but the sounds he was making were doing things to my insides, and my resolve to go unnoticed was stretched to breaking point. "André," Luke said, repeating my name like a prayer. I'm close." I hummed around him, holding his leg tightly. Luke's hips stuttered, his pace faltering, and with a deliciously sweet sound he spilled his release across my tongue. I swallowed, trying not to spill any of it, because the last thing I needed was cum all down my shirt. Cum had never been my favourite thing, but I had discovered that the further my partner's dick was into my mouth, the less I ended up tasting it, and swallowing fast also helped. I kept Luke's cock in my mouth until he started to soften on my tongue, and then I slowly released him, carefully tucking him back into his briefs. His smile was slightly dazed, and I recognised it as the same one he'd worn last night. If that was the way he looked every time we hooked up, I was going to want to do it again and again simply for that smile. "We should get back," I said quietly as I stood, leaning forward to kiss him. "Yeah, Probably ought to do something about the... He gestured at my rumpled shirt and undone trousers. Need to do mine too. He reached for his jacket to straighten it slightly and then frowned, patting one of the outside pockets. Oh shit, I'd forgotten about that. About what? I asked as I tucked my shirt back into the waistband of my trousers before zipping them back up and fastening the button. Luke reached into his pocket and pulled out several squashed lumps wrapped in paper napkins. I picked up some cake before we snuck out. I thought we could eat it in the gardens. I chuckled under my breath as Luke unwrapped one, revealing a large piece of chocolate cake, the soft layers sandwiched together with what looked like chocolate buttercream and raspberry jam. It smelt heavenly, and I couldn't resist breaking a little off and popping it in my mouth. The rich taste of chocolate burst across my tongue, and I almost groaned. Good? Luke asked with a wry smile. We were stood very close together, the door to the cubicle still closed behind us. Fucking amazing, I said, taking another piece. Come on, let's get dressed and go back to the party. I think we need some champagne, and I want another dance with you. Then I kissed him again, just for good measure, because trying to give Luke one kiss was like trying to only eat one piece of chocolate. Fucking impossible. Chapter 13. Luke. I wasn't sure how we made it to midnight, but we did. We'd spent the whole evening dancing, laughing and drinking with everyone, eating bits of cake and late-night chips and bacon sandwiches as the disco lights threw neon colours across the walls. And every time I'd looked at André, I felt a fluttering of butterflies in my stomach. I'd teasingly suggested we'd have to meet up in London, half expecting him to shoot me down, but then he'd offered me whatever I wanted, and there was no way to take that as a joke. It seemed like we both wanted to see how viable this situation was outside of a hotel bubble, and all we had to do was make the leap. That was the hard part, though, and a tiny part of me wondered if we'd ever get to that point. Luke, get over here, Kane called, waving me over to where the final 10 or so guests were gathered on the dance floor. We need a picture. I'm surprised you haven't already dragged your new husband upstairs, I said with a grin as I slotted in next to Kane, who put his arm around me. André was on the other side of the group, half supporting a very drunk Toby, who was leaning against his shoulder. That's for as soon as we take this photo. Kane must have followed my gaze because he smirked and kissed my cheek. You know, if you keep looking at André like that, he's going to catch fire. Like what? Like he's a tasty snickety snack you want to eat. You're drunk, I said, rolling my eyes. I'd never been the most convincing liar, but I hoped that Kane was too giddy to notice. I'm just wondering if we're going to have to carry Toby upstairs. Nope. Kane kissed me again. You like him. He leant closer. And you two totally snuck off together earlier. Don't worry, I won't tell. You're definitely drunk. Also, why are you focusing on me? It's your wedding day. Exactly, so you can't tell me off. Where's your husband? I asked, looking around for Austin and spotting him talking to the DJ, phone in hand. Austin, come and get your husband. He's drunk. I'm not drunk, just tipsy, Kane insisted as he leant against me. Also, you and André would be cute together. It's why I put you next to each other at dinner. You should totally fuck. You always had a crush on him. I love you, but we're not talking about this now. Talking about what? Austin asked as he strolled over to us, putting his arm around Kane and allowing me to duck out of his grip. Are you causing trouble, kitten? I chuckled because kitten was the most adorably ridiculous nickname, but it was so perfect for Kane in a way I couldn't explain. Not causing trouble, Kane said, shifting his weight to fall into his new husband's arms. I'm just telling Luke how cute he and André would be together, but he won't listen. Austin chuckled as he kissed Kane's temple and then looked at me. They would be, but now definitely isn't the time. He lowered his voice and whispered something into Kane's ear, and I glanced away, deliberately ignoring how obnoxiously adorable and filthy they were being right now. I wasn't going to bother arguing with Austin because I didn't want the pair of them ganging up on me, especially with everyone around. So I just smiled as the DJ made us all gather together for one final photo before he played the last song. "Want to dance?" André asked, as various couples and groups took to the floor around us. For a second, I thought about saying no to spite the newlyweds and their schemes, but doing that would be like shooting myself in the foot, and I wanted to dance with André more than I wanted to prove to Kane he was being ridiculous. Because he wasn't. André and I were cute together. "Did you know Kane sat us next to each other at dinner on purpose?" I asked as he pulled me into his arms until we were chest to chest and spun us around slowly. He smelt like something smoky, rich and spicy, and I wanted to bathe myself in it so it lingered on my skin forever. The temptation to steal a t-shirt out of his suitcase before he left tomorrow was increasingly strong, just so I had something to remember him by. "I'm not surprised," André said, shooting our hosts a dry smile. "Did you know? Also, he thinks we'd be cute together. That we'd be sat together. Sort of. But only because he said he'd sit me with people I knew. Like you." He frowned, a look of mild exasperation crossing his face. "Come to think of it, he mentioned you a lot." I groaned and put my head against his chest, trying to hide my rising blush. "He's such a dick. This is all because—" I caught myself before I finished the sentence, but I already knew I'd said too much. At least if I were André, I'd want to know what the reason was. "Because?" he asked softly. "Is there something you want to tell me?" "No." He chuckled, his hand tightening on my waist as if he were trying to pull me even closer to him until there was nothing left but stardust. "You don't sound convinced. It's embarrassing. You don't have to tell me, but I promise I won't judge you." I swallowed. It was now or never. I could run or make something up, but it felt like we were already dangling on the edge of a precipice, looking for a reason to leap. Sometimes you just had to say fuck it and hope they weren't sharp rocks at the bottom. I used to have the biggest crush on you," I said, tilting my head up. "Back when Kane and I were together, and I guess it never really went away." André's eyes went wide as the light swept over his face, drenching him in pink, teal and gold. The full force of my crush smacked into me, knocking the air out of my lungs and threatening to send me flying across the dance floor. His mouth opened as the music surrounding us came to a close, ending our conversation before it had really begun. We stared at each other as applause broke out around us and my hands came together without any input from my brain. I should have been looking at Kane and Austin, celebrating their marriage and the end of a perfect day. But I couldn't tear my eyes away from the man standing in front of me. André glanced away, finally breaking the spell, and I turned my head to see Kane and Austin kissing in the middle of the dance floor. "Thanks for coming, everyone," Austin said, looking around at all of us. "See you, who knows?" He grinned and squeezed Kane's hand, and even from here I could see the desire burning in their eyes. I doubted they'd get out of bed in the morning unless the hotel burst into flames. "Get out of here," Peter yelled, and a few people laughed. Austin smirked and winked. "We're going. You kids have fun, but you all have to buy your own drinks now." They strolled out of the room, barely glancing at anything that wasn't each other. As soon as they were gone, the lights slowly began to come back on as things wound down. I knew we were 2 minutes away from the DJ starting to pack up and the late-night staff coming in to clear the last of the glasses, effectively kicking everyone out. Not that I wanted to be here much longer. "Do you want to go upstairs?" André asked, his eyes skimming over the last of the guests. I followed his gaze and realized that Toby was still being propped up by Di and Haru. "Yes, but do you need to—" I gestured at his bandmates. André shrugged. "They'll be fine, and if not, Toby can sleep in one of their rooms. His snoring isn't that bad." "Let's go then, before you get roped in." André slipped his hand into mine, clearly not caring that people were still around. It should have felt sudden, especially because it had been barely 36 hours since we'd reconnected. But it only felt right. Maybe this was all part of the wedding hookup fantasy world we were living in, but I didn't give a shit. Because I'd rather have this now than never have had it at all. And I wasn't the sort of person to give up on things easily, especially not when I'd decided I wanted something, or someone. We made our way out of the reception, avoiding any other guests hanging around, and headed towards the lifts. I wished I could speed up time, because waiting to get upstairs before asking André what he'd been about to say was testing my patience to the limit, and I needed to know. If he was going to break my heart, I wanted to get it over and done with so I could go back to my room and eat my weight in mince pies while crying in the shower, the way any adult would process things. His grip tightened on my fingers as the lift dinged, the door sliding open on our floor to reveal an empty corridor. I thought about asking whose room we were going to, but André had already led me to his door and pulled his keycard out of his pocket by the time the words had found their way to my tongue. The opening door sounded horrifically loud, but my heartbeat was louder still as I followed André into his room, watching as he flicked on a couple of lamps. It was strange to feel so out of my depth, but all I could focus on was the unfinished conversation hanging over my head like an axe. "There," André said as he shrugged off his jacket and threw it casually on a chair. "It's just us now. We don't have to worry about people listening, and I can do this." He walked back over to me and reached out to caress my jaw, pulling me in for a deep kiss that had me melting. "I love kissing you." "Do it again," I said, begging for one more before he sealed my fate. "Please?" "Anything you want." He kissed me again, his tongue flicking over my bottom lip and slowly pushing into my mouth, casually claiming me and drawing a whimper from my throat. "I have to tell you," he said, his mouth brushing against mine with every word. "I had a crush on you too, from the very first moment I saw you." "You did?" "Of course. You're gorgeous, Luke. You always have been. I could never take my eyes off you, and I was so jealous of Kane because you were so fucking perfect." "I wish you'd known," I said as a swirl of emotions rose in my throat. "You didn't need to be jealous. It was all fake." "I wish I'd known too. Then I could have done this years ago." His kiss was deeper this time, a little rougher too, and I groaned, because it was everything I wanted his kisses to be. "My crush never went away either, Luke. Fuck, seeing you again yesterday brought it all back, and now..." "Now what?" "I don't want this to end tomorrow," he said fiercely. "I don't want us to wake up tomorrow and go back to London and pretend this was just some casual wedding fuck to get us through the weekend. I don't want to live the rest of my life knowing what you taste like and never getting to taste you again." Another kiss, one that left my head spinning. "I don't want to have any regrets, Luke, and I know letting you go would be the biggest fucking regret of my life." I grabbed the front of his shirt and grinned. "Don't fucking let me go then." André smirked and pulled me in for another kiss. Chapter 14. André. By the time Luke and I made it down to breakfast on Sunday morning, it was nearly 10, as we hadn't gotten to sleep until nearly 2, and then had immediately gotten distracted as soon as we woke up. Every time I looked at Luke, I felt a rush of need thrumming through me, my desire burning hotter than any flame. It seemed to be getting stronger with every kiss and every touch too, and no matter how many times I came, nothing seemed to quench my rampant horniness. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had so many orgasms in one weekend, which was the most scathing indictment of my sex life I could imagine. "Is it me or did it snow again?" Luke asked, peering out the window of the dining room as we were seated. We decided while we were getting dressed that we wouldn't deny we were trying something if people asked, but we weren't going to rub it in people's faces either. But sitting together at breakfast wasn't going to raise any suspicions. "It looks like it," I said with a frown as I stared out at the gardens, which had gone from dusted to practically invisible under a thick layer of sparkling white. I could barely see any of the box hedging surrounding the little rose garden, which had been straight in front of us yesterday, and now just looked like a random assortment of barely visible shapes. I hope it's not as bad as out front. Otherwise getting the car out will be a nightmare. "Oh God, the motorway is going to be hell," Luke muttered. "We're going to spend the whole day sitting in traffic and moving 6 inches in 3 hours. He pulled his phone out of the pocket of his jeans and put it on the table, flicking his Maps app open and zooming in. Fuck, it's chaos already. Look at that band of red, and it looks like half of it is closed. I followed his finger, my frown deepening as I took in just how much of the route back to London was already highlighted in red, which meant severe delays at the very least. It was the last thing I wanted after such a wonderful weekend. Maybe it would be better to wait rather than rushing back, and maybe I could convince Luke to stay too. I was pretty sure the hotel would have a room available. Do you have to go back today? I asked as a member of staff walked over to us to take our order, since the breakfast here was from a set menu rather than a buffet. There seemed to be fewer staff around than there had been the previous morning, and I assumed it was because of the amount of snow that had been dumped on Swallow Hill overnight. I mean, I should. I have orders to work on for collection on Tuesday and Wednesday. He looked out the window again, worrying his bottom lip between his teeth. It's the week before Christmas too, so we're fully booked, and I feel bad not being there. Is it just you, or do you have help? I have help. Thomas and Serenity. They help with things like admin, deliveries, baking, and basic decorating, like filling or crumb coating and doing things like cupcakes and cake pops. It just means I can focus on the big projects and more complex decorating tasks. I bet they could absolutely make a start without you, I said, sliding my hand over the table and interlacing my fingers with his. You shouldn't drive back if it's not safe. Luke nodded and shot me the tiniest smile. What about you? Don't you have rehearsals? Yeah, but I can text the director today and let him know I might not be able to make it. He already knew I was coming to the wedding anyway, so hopefully it won't be too much of a surprise, especially if they've got snow in London too. You feel bad for missing it though. I'm trying not to. I can't tell you not to drive and then think about doing it myself. Luke chuckled softly. Seriously? That doesn't sound right. I mean, from everything you've said, work is your life. I know, but if I actually want to live my life, I do have to be alive first. Point taken. He squeezed my hand. So we'll stay here? Yeah, I'm sure they'll be able to find us a room, I said, leaning across the table and lowering my voice. And I'm sure we can find things to keep ourselves amused. Luke smirked and opened his mouth to add something hopefully delicious, but as he did, a member of staff appeared carrying our drinks, and no sooner had she set them down than two familiar faces strolled towards us. Good morning, Austin said as he stopped in front of us. He had his arm around Kane's waist, and the pair of them were practically glowing. They looked exhausted, though, and I wondered if they'd slept. Knowing them, probably not. Sleep well? Yes, thanks, Luke said with a teasing grin as he looked between them. How about you? Get much rest? Enough, Kane said. He quickly added, so apparently a lot of the roads around Swallow Hill are all blocked because of the snow, and the police are asking people to stay put if possible. Yeah, we were talking about that, I said. The motorway already looks like hell, so we're going to see if we can stay another night. Sounds like a good plan, Austin said. We can cover your rooms as an apology for the inconvenience. You don't need to do that, Luke protested. Tough, it's already done. Anyone from the wedding who extends will be billed to us. Asshole, Luke said fondly. Did you, talk to them about rooms already? No, Kane said. We wanted to talk to the guests first. Why? He looked between us, a sly smile spreading across his face. He looked far too smug. Is there a problem with your rooms? No, babe, of course not, Luke said. It's just we won't need 2 rooms. André and I can share. Save you some money. How generous of you, Austin said with a teasing wink. Very charitable. I know, we're just trying to make your lives easier. It wouldn't have anything to do with you sneaking off together during the reception, would it? Austin asked as he grabbed a chair from a nearby empty table and sat down next to Luke, looking between us with all the glee of someone desperate for gossip. Oh, please, don't try and deny it. We're the kings of sneaking off to fucking toilets. We made it into an art form. He gestured between himself and Kane, who was watching his new husband with amusement. Aren't you two supposed to be having some romantic newlywed breakfast together? I asked, sipping my tea as I tried to think of a way to politely get rid of them. Sitting naked in your room and feeding each other strawberries or something. If only, Kane said, pulling up another empty chair and sitting down next to me, turning our table for two into a rather crowded table for four. We came down to say goodbye to people and then realised nobody would be going anywhere because of the snow, so now we're playing host instead. He looked around for a member of staff. I hope we can get some breakfast though, because I'm starving, and some tea too. Breakfast sounds perfect, Austin said. What did you two order? I'm getting eggs Benedict and Luke's getting smoked salmon and scrambled eggs. That sounds good, Kane said, his face brightening as the same staff member who'd brought our drinks appeared with 2 menus for them and asked if we wanted to move to a bigger table. No, we'll be fine here, Austin said as he ordered some drinks for him and Kane. Keeps it cozy. And because you want to be nosy, Luke said pointedly as our waitress walked away. That too, although I don't know if I need to be nosy, since you two basically already answered my fucking question. He smirked. I can't believe you snuck out of our wedding to fuck in the toilets. I mean, it's fucking on brand for us, I guess, but I can't believe we didn't think of it first. I knew you two would be good together, Kane said with an air of self-satisfaction that should have sounded smug, but he looked so bloody happy I couldn't bring myself to think of him as a bastard. Don't start, Luke said, glaring at his ex-fake boyfriend over the table. This is nothing to do with you. It's a little to do with me, babe. It's my wedding weekend. You know what I meant. You're not getting involved. This is just... Luke trailed off and reached for his coffee. Whatever André and I do or do not do is none of your business, and no, you can't make comments. But you used to make comments about my relationship with Austin all the time, Kane said with a raised eyebrow over the top of his breakfast menu. Yeah, because you two used to make one dumbass decision after the next. And you both refused to admit it was anything more than just sex, even though it was clear as fucking day that you two liked each other. Kanan, I love you, but it took you two 10 fucking years to get your act together, so you're not allowed to say jack shit about anyone else's relationship. How about we talk about something else? I asked. The last thing I wanted was for Kane and Austin to start trying to dissect my hookup with Luke, and I didn't want anyone bickering either. I'd always been underground dreaming's peacemaker because I hated conflict, and so often these arguments just felt petty. Like how amazing your wedding was, and how beautiful the cake looked. Fuck the cake, Austin groaned, a happy hum rumbling through his chest. The sound alone made Luke turn pink. It was fucking amazing. Best fucking cake I've ever had. And we have leftovers, so I'm going to be hoarding that shit and eating it for every single meal. You're welcome, Luke said. I'm glad you liked it. Liked is the wrong word. Fucking adored. Well, if you ever want another one, just let me know. Done. His birthday's in June, Kane said with a fond smile at his husband. I'll hit you up in the new year to put it in your diary. Best husband ever, Austin said, leaning across the table to kiss Kane softly. I'll try. The waitress arrived again with Luke's and my food and took Kane and Austin's order, and the four of us began discussing the wedding, rehashing all the details and sharing our favourite moments. Various guests dropped by to say hi in passing, and a few more began trickling in for breakfast, taking up the tables nearest to us. It almost felt like the party was still going, only in a more hungover way. There were definitely a few delicate heads, including Toby, who practically crawled into a seat at a nearby table with Di and Haru while looking like death warmed up. And when I softly called his name to check he was actually alive, not just a zombie, he looked at me with puffy dark eyes and a sallow expression which made him look like a corpse. The most chipper person was Austin's friend Theo, who appeared in a red tartan dress and red patent leather shoes, bouncing around as if I hadn't watched him down a line of 6 shots off the bar, along with a variety of cocktails I'd seen him holding throughout the night. He was either still drunk or had the steel-lined stomach of an 18-year-old hitting Freshers' Week. He was the one Luke had said was hard to talk to because he'd seen Theo in so many films with Austin, so I watched his face as Theo chatted to Austin and Kane, and sure enough, there was the tiniest blush on his cheeks. I wondered what he was thinking about. I'd have to ask, and if it was something fun, maybe suggest a reenactment. After all, we had a whole day and a hotel room to ourselves. We might as well get some use out of it. Chapter 15. Luke. Should we go for a walk? André asked after we'd finished breakfast and managed to sort our room with reception, who'd happily allowed us to keep André's room for another night. There were definitely fewer staff around than over the past few days, and the ones who had managed to make it in seemed understandably stressed as fuck. I was surprised the hotel was still running as well as it was. You want to go outside? I asked, peering out of the front door to see whether it was still snowing. It was. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. It would be good to get some fresh air. Or we could stay inside where it's warm, go back to our room and have sex. André chuckled. We can do that afterwards. Trust me, I have plans. That sounds interesting. I leant in to give him a kiss, not caring if anyone was watching. Austin and Kane had already figured it out and practically begged us to keep fucking, so I wasn't worried about ruining their weekend. I was a little surprised after Kane had initially suggested I hook up with one of Austin's friends, but then again, if he'd mentioned anything about André, I'd have absolutely shut that shit down. Maybe that had been his plan all along, suggest one thing and casually push me towards the one person I'd always wanted. And it had worked too. Sneaky twat. André put his arms around my waist, stopping my thoughts in my tracks, and I hummed at the feel of his body against mine. He was so warm and solid, and it was comforting to have him pressed against me. And he smelt so fucking good, it made my mouth water. It should be, André said. But I want to go for a walk first. Is this your way of telling me that you love snow? Are you going to insist we build a snowman? I grinned as I kissed him again, because it was fucking impossible not to smile around André. He'd always made me smile, even when I was trying to pretend we weren't anything more than casual friends. But now I didn't have to deny how I felt. All my emotions seeming to have quadrupled in strength and size. My feelings were too big to quantify, and I didn't know how they fit inside me without splitting me at the seams. I knew it was ridiculous to feel this way after such a short space of time. Logically, I was probably lust-drunk on dick and the lingering ghosts of my desires from 7 years ago, but I didn't want to bring logic into the equation. I'd already told André not to let me go, and I'd meant it. Sure, we were different people from when we'd first met, and I'd spent hours fantasizing about what kissing him would feel like, but with age came experience, and maybe this was the right time for us to give a relationship a shot. I don't mind snow, André said. And snowmen are cute, but also it'll be nice to spend a bit of time together without being ambushed by our friends, random acquaintances, and beautiful porn stars you can't speak to without blushing. Point taken. I wondered if he'd seen me squirming at breakfast when Theo had come over to speak to us, but it wasn't my fault I'd suddenly remembered him and Austin filming a scene involving a dining table, a maid's outfit, lace panties, a sparkling dildo, and velvet ribbon used as handcuffs. I'd watched it at least 4 or 5 times, and every time I'd come ridiculously hard. I wondered how open André would be to using a dildo on me, or letting me ride one while I sucked his cock. Maybe he'd even tie my hands too, and maybe we could try it the other way round too, because while I loved bottoming, I wanted to know what André looked like stuffed full of cock and begging to come. Let me get my coat, I added, then we can go out. I'll grab mine too, André said as he led me towards the lifts. I need to message the director too, just to let him know I'm not going to make it in tomorrow. Do it now before you get sidetracked, I smirked as we stepped into an empty lift. Because I plan on distracting you as soon as we get back inside. Good, then I can distract you too. He kissed me hard, his fingers sliding into my hair and tugging, making me melt against him. Sure you still want to go out? I'm sure. It'll be more fun if you have to wait. He winked at me as the lift came to a smooth stop. André released me to step out onto the landing, leaving me reeling, and he looked every inch the smug, sexy bastard he was. It took me a few steps to get my bearings enough to follow him, but if I'd been hoping to pounce on him as soon as we got into our room, I was sorely mistaken. Housekeeping were already working on the rooms nearest to us, and I suddenly realized I needed to move everything out of my room and into André's so it could be cleaned and tidied for new guests. Practicality had to overrule horniness, and by the time I'd shoved my clothes into my suitcase and dragged it into André's room, he was already dressed and ready to go. As we walked back through reception, I remembered to swap my room key for one for the new room and let them know my room was empty. It felt strange getting a key for André's room, like it was some big step, even though it was only for one night, which we'd probably spend having sex. I put the new keycard into my pocket before taking André's hand, and the pair of us headed for the front door, glancing around and laughing like a pair of teenagers trying to sneak out. There were a few people around, but nobody that I knew, and none of them was paying attention to us anyway. A blast of cold hit me in the face as soon as the front door opened, forcing a gasp from my lips as the chill sought out all the gaps in my clothing and nipped at any bits of exposed skin. After being inside for so long, stepping into the December air felt like walking across the Arctic. The only thing that stopped me from walking straight back inside and heading to the snug to order a Bailey's coffee or hot chocolate was André's grip on my hand, steering me down the steps and onto the path that led around the front of the hotel to the gardens. Someone had cleared and salted the path, leaving a dark wet streak of stone curving through the snow. It was still snowing, but not as much as before, and the world felt heavy and silent despite the crunch and click of our feet on the path. The sky was thick with weighty grey clouds, but every now and then it seemed like light was trying to break through, tiny bursts of sunshine sparkling off the snow as if someone had covered it with glitter. Some of the smaller bushes looked nothing more like tiny bumps in the snow, the larger ones reminding me of cake pops dipped in white chocolate and dusted with sprinkles. The trees were slightly more recognizable, and the evergreens reminded me of the ones on traditional Christmas cards, branches groaning under a blanket of snow. As we circled around the hotel, I saw the soft glow from the Christmas lights decorating the terrace and the potted bushes and trees that lined some of the walkways. They seemed to have been cleared of snow, and I laughed at the idea of it being someone's job to walk around brushing snow off bushes just for the aesthetic. "So," André said as we walked, circling around a beautiful frozen water fountain, "do your Christmas plans just involve staying in and eating takeaway, or do you have something else in mind too?" "Probably just takeaway, terrible movies, watching porn, and eating my weight in Quality Street," I said with a laugh that sounded hollower than I'd intended. "What about you?" "Pretty much exactly the same. We've got a few days off from rehearsals, so I spend most of it lying on my sofa and not bothering to get dressed. I keep telling myself I'll also treat myself to some decent food, but in reality, it'll be whatever I can get from M&S 2 days beforehand. Are you working all the way up until Christmas?" "Yeah, I've even got a delivery on Christmas Eve for a celebrity party. But it's a huge order and they paid for the date, so I didn't want to turn it down. The money had been too good to refuse, plus the potential connections and orders that could come from it weren't worth missing out on. Word of mouth was key in those circles, and although my availability for next year was already limited, it never hurt to have more interested eyes on my work. I've got another for New Year's Eve too, so I'll only be off for a couple of days before I have to start baking for that." "Busy, busy," André said with a soft smile and pride in his eyes. "I'm sure they'll all love what you do." "They better," I laughed. "It'll be stressful, but worth it." "Stressful because it's a lot to do, or because of your expectations?" "Definitely the second. I have perfectionist issues, remember?" "You're not the only one," he said. "Get in line." I snorted. "Wow, thanks for the sympathy." "You'll live." He stopped and pulled me in for a kiss, a beautiful smile still on his lips. "Seriously though, I hope you're proud of yourself, Luke. You're so bloody talented, and I hope you know that." There was a warmth to his words that made it feel like I'd stepped into a beam of sunshine, or like I'd been lit up by 1,000 Christmas lights. I'd always tried to be proud of my work, but hearing that from someone else, someone I cared about, it hit differently. "Thanks." "You're welcome." I didn't know what to say. I wasn't used to having someone look at me the way André was looking at me now. "So tell me about this musical you're in," I said finally, starting to walk again as I tried to find something to talk about that had nothing to do with me. "Did you get a lead? Is there a lot of dancing?" "It's actually a new production of Little Shop of Horrors," André said, glancing around to see if anyone was listening. They're doing a limited run on the West End from March. I think they're announcing it this week and tickets go on sale in January. That's amazing. He grinned. That's one I actually know. I remember my English teacher showing us the film at school. I never wanted to go to the dentist again. You still haven't told me who you're playing. Do I need to guess? You don't have to guess, he said softly. There was a tiny flush across his cheeks, but I wasn't sure if it was from the cold or embarrassment. I got Seymour. You're kidding me. Holy shit, babe, that's awesome. Yeah, it kinda is. Have you told anyone? I'd be screaming it from the fucking rooftops. Just you. Mostly because it doesn't feel real yet. I'm not sure it will until the curtain goes up for the opening night, he said. And because I'm under contract, so I can't say anything until they announce it. Don't you trust anyone to keep it a secret? Yes, it's why I told you. He smiled again as he brought us to another stop in front of the trees, sparkling with Christmas lights. It had stopped snowing, but the sky was still overcast and the world was silent except for the sound of our breathing. Little shop is going to be hard, Luke. It's 8 shows a week, plus rehearsals and press appearances and all the other stuff that goes with it. It's going to completely absorb my life for at least the next 9 months. Why are you telling me this? Fear rose inside me, bile bubbling in my throat as my stomach churned. Was André already pushing me away? Do you not want... No, I do, André said, pulling me against him. I'm telling you so you know, Luke, so you can make a choice. I want to give this a try, but I can't let you come into it uninformed. I'm going to be busy and exhausted, and I might not always have time for you, for us. But I get up at 5 most days, I said, quickly cutting him off. Sometimes it's 4, and sometimes I don't finish until 10 or 11 at night. I know I work too fucking much, and I take on too many orders, but that's because I've got nothing else in my life apart from my plants, and to be honest, they seem to do pretty well under my benevolent neglect. I'm not exactly the ideal partner either, André. Okay, good. That's good. I get it. You're worried that I'll accuse you of neglect and treat you like shit. I'm pretty sure we both have experience of that. Sadly, yes. Then we'll be aware of it, I said. I'm not going to let this fall apart before we've even started. I've been dreaming about you for so long, André. I can't give this up without a fight. I looked into his eyes and saw my fears and desires reflected back at me. Look, maybe it won't work out. Maybe our jobs will get in the way. Maybe I'll hate that you get back so late and you'll hate how early I get up. Maybe we'll fall out over something stupid like my opinions on Love is Blind and drag stars or taking the bins out. Maybe we'll just drift apart like so many couples and it'll end with us being strangers in the same bed. Or maybe we'll be like Kane and Austin and we'll make it work, no matter how hard it is. But we won't know if we don't try. I grabbed the front of his coat. So don't fucking give up on this before we've started. Promise? I promise, he said, kissing me fiercely. You're right. I've wanted this since the first moment I saw you. I won't let you slip away just because I'm afraid. Be afraid. I'm afraid too. Just don't fucking run away without talking to me first. I won't. Good, or I'll set Kane on you. He'll set your ass straight. André laughed. Deal. I kissed him again, holding him close and reminding him of his promise. But just as I was about to suggest we take this straight back inside and continue our conversation naked, a snowball hit me on the back of the head with a solid thud. Chapter 16. André. What the fuck? Luke snarled as he tore away from me and spun on the spot, leaving me reeling in shock. I had no clue what was going on until I glanced up and saw Toby, Di and Haru armed with snowballs and giggling like teenagers. Fucking bastards. I loved them, but now was not the time. Sorry, Di called, having the good grace to look mildly sheepish. I was aiming for André. You've got piss poor aim then. I stepped to the side, putting Luke slightly behind me, although given Di's aim, it wasn't any guarantee. Always have, Di said. It's why he sucks at anything requiring hand-eye coordination, Haru added, casually tossing a snowball up and down like it was a tennis ball he was preparing to serve with. Like you're much better, Di said with a scoff, as he scooped more snow off a nearby wall. Yeah, I am actually. Haru grinned and threw the snowball straight at me. I barely had time to react before it smacked me in the chest and burst with a flurry of loose snow. Fuck you, I said, laughing as I brushed the snow off my chest. That was unnecessary, dickhead. How else was I supposed to show Dai that I can aim? Haru asked as he bent down to scoop up another ball. Beside them, Toby was watching in amusement, and I wondered if his hungover behind was going to get involved, or whether he'd decide to sit this one out, knowing he wasn't going to hit shit with his raging headache. I was surprised he'd even managed to make it out of bed. Luke gestured at Dai. Aim at him. But he's too close. That's too easy, Haru said. You three are idiots, Luke said. Hey, Toby said, finally deciding to chip in. Why am I included? I didn't do anything. You didn't do anything yet, I said pointedly as I watched the three of them shaping more snowballs. I wanted to say something about the fact that Luke and I had been busy, but I knew that was only going to make them giggle and ask nosy questions like a bunch of kids. It was a little suspicious they hadn't said anything, but I wasn't going to point that out. After all, they had thrown a snowball at Luke, so they'd clearly seen us making out and decided to interrupt. They really all needed to get a fucking hobby. They're going to hit us again, Luke muttered, leaning close to me and turning his head slightly in case they tried to read his lips. How's your aim? Could be worse, I said. Toby will be the easiest target, bless him. He's too hungover to move quickly. And Dai can't aim for shit. Just got to watch out for Haru. I glanced at them quickly, but Haru is cocky and... My thoughts ended abruptly as another snowball hit the ground right in front of me, falling about 3 inches short of my shoes. Fuck, Dai cried. How did you miss? Toby asked. He's straight in front of you. Yeah, but 10 feet away. I'd like to see you do better. Quick, I said as I bent down to grab the lost snowball. Quickly packing some extra snow onto it to give it more weight, Luke dropped down beside me, laughing as he tried to make a snowball as one of Toby's sailed over his head. Another of Haru's snowballs hit my thigh as I stood, hitting hard enough to bruise as a burst of cold flashed across my skin. I pulled my arm back and aimed as well as I could before releasing, watching as the lump of snow flew through the air and splattered on Toby's shoulder. Luke's quickly followed, landing on Toby's chest as Toby spluttered indignantly and accused us of cheating. 2-on-1 is only appropriate in certain situations, he cried, and this isn't one of them. I snorted as I reached for more snow, Luke ducking behind me as a barrage of snowballs flew our way. Quick, we need ammo, or cover. The fountain, or the bushes, I said as I scooped more snow into my hands. The cold water had already seeped through my gloves and my fingers were starting to turn numb. Luke grabbed my arm and pulled me behind the nearest bushes, which were all neatly trimmed into little balls and wrapped with shimmering fairy lights. He kissed my cheek as we ducked down. For luck, he said. His cheeks were red and he was fucking glowing with giddy excitement and maybe the tiniest hint of bloodlust. Luke had always been competitive when we played video games on the tour bus together, regularly wiping the floor with all of us at everything from Mario Kart to Fortnite. I'm sorry about my friends, I said quickly. Don't worry, once we've kicked their asses, you can make it up to me. Thoroughly. He winked and grabbed a couple of snowballs before standing up and launching them at my friends, and I was pleased to hear their yells of shock. I grinned and picked up my own snowball. It was time to show my friends exactly why they shouldn't have disturbed us. We finally trooped back inside an hour later, soaked to the bone, absolutely frozen, and laughing our heads off. The warmth of the hotel made my fingers ache painfully, and a shiver ran through me. The others were talking about getting something hot to drink, but with the way iced water was trickling down my spine and into my ass crack, the only thing I could think of was getting out of my wet clothes and boiling myself in the shower until the feeling came back into my toes. Do you want a hot chocolate? Luke asked as we walked towards the snug. His hand was firmly linked with mine, his fingers just as cold as mine, but heat still radiated from his palm, running all the way up my arm. Maybe with Baileys? He chuckled as he looked at me, stopping in his tracks. "Your glasses." I stepped back and patted my pockets, trying to see if I had a cleaning cloth buried somewhere. I'd taken to shoving them in every coat, jacket and jean pocket along with my bags, so I'd always be able to find one. Except obviously for today when I actually needed one. I undid my coat and removed my glasses, lifting my jumper so I could wipe the lenses on my t-shirt. It wasn't the best solution, but it was better than nothing. At least it meant I could see again. Warm air caressed the strip of skin exposed by the lifted hem, and when I put my glasses back on, I realised Luke was staring at me. "Maybe we could get some from room service?" Luke asked in a soft, slightly strangled voice. "You probably ought to change." "So should you," I said. "Your jeans are soaked." "Why are you looking at my jeans?" "Because you have a nice ass," I grinned as I leant in to kiss him. "And I like looking at it." Luke groaned under his breath. "Fuck, we need to go upstairs. Now." "Why?" I asked teasingly. "Because I need you inside me right fucking now." Luke's kiss was blistering and hungry, his hands grasping tightly at the front of my jumper, hauling me against him. Goosebumps prickled my skin, anticipation and electricity buzzing underneath. "Oi!" Di's voice echoed in my ears, sharp and coupled with laughter. "I'm not watching you two shag in the middle of reception. Get a fucking room." "You wish you could watch," Luke said, tilting his head towards them. The three of them were watching us from the door of the snug, a combination of exasperation and amusement written across their faces. "Sadly, none of you have enough money." "Yeah, none of us want to see André naked again," Haru said. "Seen that enough already." "Okay, that's enough of that," I said as I grabbed Luke's hand and began to tow him towards the lifts, his laughter bouncing off the tiled floor. "Bye," Toby called. "Have fun. Be safe." "We will," Luke said over his shoulder as my face flamed red. I knew I shouldn't have engaged with them because now half the hotel knew Luke and I were going to fuck. Then again, maybe we shouldn't have been making out in public in the first place. "I'd forgotten how much fun they are," Luke added as the lift doors closed in front of us. "I mean, they're noisy, childish dickheads, but they're lovable dickheads." "I suppose," I said, drawing him close, "but I don't want to talk about them anymore." "We shouldn't. We should talk about how much I want you to fuck me instead." Maybe we don't need to talk at all. I can think of so many better uses for your mouth, sweetheart." Luke moaned as he kissed me, our mouths colliding awkwardly in our desperation. He pushed his tongue between my lips, his body flush against mine. I felt the rough press of his cock through the thick fabric of my jeans, and I groaned into his mouth as my fingers slid into his hair to hold him close. I barely heard the lift ping as it came to a stop, and it was only the change in lighting that made me realise we'd reached our destination. I fumbled in my pockets for the keycard as we stumbled along the corridor, stopping every few steps to kiss, our fingers seeking out slivers of warm skin to caress. Another groan rumbled through my chest as Luke's hand pushed under the waistband of my jeans, grabbing my ass. He was so demanding, and I felt so giddy it was almost making me feel dizzy. The way he wanted me was intoxicating. I was drunk on his affection, his desire, and I could barely think straight. Maybe this was just the bright spark of something new that would inevitably burn out to nothing when reality hit. Or maybe this time it would be different. We both knew life wasn't going to make any relationship a walk in the park, especially not with our careers. But that didn't mean we shouldn't try. It simply meant we had to keep trying every single day. We had to wake up and choose each other and hope the other person did the same. It wouldn't be easy, but nothing ever was, and it didn't mean it wouldn't be worth it. My breath rushed out of my lungs in a pained oof as my back hit the hotel room door, and Luke's mouth curled into a smirk. "Open the door," he said, breathing the words out against my lips. "I'm trying," I said as I held up the keycard, unable to stop myself from smiling. "But someone is pinning me against the door." Luke chuckled and grabbed the key out of my hand, holding it over the reader and waiting for the beep. The sound echoed in the empty corridor, and within seconds I found myself being dragged inside. "You should really get out of those wet clothes," I said, pulling Luke close. I didn't want him away from me for even a second. So should you. He nipped my lip and tugged at the hem of my jumper, pulling both it and my t-shirt up my chest in one smooth movement. I raised my arms, using what I could of my hands to shrug the layers off, and they fell to the floor with a heavy thud. A low hum of appreciation slipped from Luke's lips as he looked at me, his fingers skating down my chest. Have I told you how fucking hot you are? I don't think I've said it enough. He popped open the button on my jeans as he leant in to kiss me. How the fuck am I going to cope when we go back to London? I'm going to die of fucking horniness from being deprived of your dick. I guess I'll have to come and see you every day then. It's only 30 minutes on the tube, I said, as he worked my jeans open before tugging them over my hips, taking my boxers with them. His hands were so hot it almost felt like they were burning, and I groaned as he brushed over my cock, my hips pushing forward as I tried to chase the sensation. My own hands reached for him, determined to strip him naked as fast as possible. His skin was still cold in some places, so as soon as his clothes hit the floor, I dragged him over to the bed and pulled the covers back before pushing him onto the mattress. He laughed as I climbed in beside him, tugging the covers over us until we were almost wrapped in a cocoon. I think we're going to get a bit hot under here, he said as I kissed him, pulling his body flush against mine. Good you're cold, I said. I don't want you getting ill. I just got a bit damp. I'm fine. Please, Luke, I said, my eyes meeting his in the gloom. Let me take care of you. Okay? Anything else he was going to say melted into a moan as I trailed my lips down his body and wrapped them around the head of his cock. Chapter 17. Luke. Need ignited in my gut, frenzied and hungry, as André wrapped his lips around my cock and took me deep into his mouth, swallowing around me as my thighs trembled. I was already so close to unravelling, and it was all I could do to hold on and not let the heat simmering inside me boil over. André, I said as he bobbed his head, his fingers teasing my balls and sliding down my taint to rub over my hole. Please. He hummed around my shaft, sending a wave of pleasure vibrating through me. I knew he'd said he wanted to keep me warm, but at this rate, I was going to develop a fucking fever. My hands fumbled with the pillows, trying to find something to hold on to and connecting with something solid underneath one of them. The bottle of lube we'd obviously abandoned at some time during the night. For half a second, I was mortified at the idea of housekeeping finding it and putting it back in place. But then André flicked his tongue over the vein on the underside of my cockhead, and I forgot all about my embarrassment. I need you, I said with a groan as I shoved the bottle of lube at him. Don't you like this? André asked teasingly as he pulled off my cock with a wet pop. He wrapped his fingers around my shaft, pumping it slowly. You sounded like you were enjoying it. I am, but we don't need to rush, sweetheart. He flicked his tongue across my slit, making me moan. We have all day. I laughed breathlessly at his determination to ruin me. For someone who looked so soft and sweet, André really was the devil in disguise. Yeah, but I'm not going to last that long. Don't worry if you come. I'm sure you can give me more than one. Jesus, you're going to kill me. No, I'm just going to destroy you a little. He lowered his head between my thighs, pushing them up and apart so he could run his tongue along my taint, and all I could do was melt into the mattress as he took me apart. I groaned as he flicked his tongue over my hole, teasing me with tiny licks and kisses as I whimpered and whined. And just when it was all too much, when I was on the verge of breaking, he began to eat me out with the intensity of a starving man. I cried out, André's name tearing itself out of my throat over and over again like a litany. My fingers clutched the pillows beside me as I tried to find a way to anchor myself, to stop myself from falling apart because I wasn't ready for this to be over. But my mind was already clouding over, my body floating away on a cloud of bliss. We'd already fucked multiple times in the last few days, but every time still seemed to surprise me. bringing me a level of pleasure I somehow hadn't experienced. André's finger gently probed my softening rim, the tip pushing inside and making me groan. "So fucking tight, my love," he murmured, his words almost lost between my thighs. "You have such a perfect ass." He pressed a soft kiss to the inside of my thigh, the muscle trembling under his touch. I heard the snick of the lube bottle opening and gasped as André pressed cool, slick fingers to my rim. "Is this okay? Do you still want me to fuck you?" Yes, fuck yes. Please, André, just..." I wanted to tell him to hurry the fuck up, but all I could do was push back against him, trying to impale myself on his hand in the hope he'd get the damn message. "I told you," he said, trailing more kisses across my thigh and sucking a mark into my hip. I was going to get so hard every time I saw it. "We're not in a rush. I want to take my time with you." All I could do was moan and be glad the sound was vaguely muffled by the duvet pulled over my head. André worked me open slowly, his fingers stretching me wide and sending wave after wave of pleasure coursing through me. He curled them slightly, rubbing over my prostate with pinpoint precision and making my cock jump, strings of pre-cum dripping onto my abdomen and pooling on my skin. André chuckled, the sound soft and hungry. "Are you making a mess for me?" he asked as he ran his thumb teasingly along my aching shaft and across the silken head, his touch too intense and completely lacking all at once. He dipped his thumb into my pre-cum and lifted it to his mouth, sucking it off like it was fucking caramel sauce. I couldn't see him well enough in the low light under the duvet, but I'd warmed up enough not to need it. I threw the duvet back, exposing both of us to the light. André smirked as he leant forward to lick the head of my cock, 3 fingers still buried deep in my ass. "So beautiful," he said. "Tastes so good, darling. I'm never going to get enough of you." I nodded and groaned. "Want you, please. Need to feel you." "Roll over for me," André said, slowly pulling his fingers out of me, and I whined at the loss. My only thoughts were about being filled and feeling his dick stretching me as he fucked me. I rolled onto my stomach, resting my elbows on the mattress and keeping my shoulders low as I pushed my ass back. I wanted to show off for him, and from the low, rumbling groan André made, I guessed it was working. "Fuck, that's it. Show off that pretty ass for me." I wiggled my ass and buried my face in the sheets, desperately hoping for more as André ran a hand up my thigh to squeeze my ass. "Please," I said, turning my head just enough to let my words escape. "Please, André, don't make me wait." "Don't worry, I'm not going to." The bed dipped slightly and the sheets rustled as he moved behind me, his hand gripping my hip and drawing me backwards. I groaned as I felt the head of his cock against my rim and tried to push back faster, but André held me tightly. "Slowly, sweetheart." My fingers tightened on the sheets as he breached me, pushing inside and filling me achingly slowly until I was shaking and sobbing with need. The heat in my gut was boiling now, and I knew I wouldn't be able to hold back for much longer. André moaned as he bottomed out, trailing a finger lazily down my spine and making me shiver. "Looks so perfect on my cock, Luke," he said, leaning down to press a kiss between my shoulders. "I almost wish I could keep you like this." I nodded and whined, desperation setting my whole body on edge. The mouth on this man was going to fucking kill me, and the fact that so much filth came from someone so sweet, with his soft, fluffy hair and slightly askew glasses and a mouth made for sin, that made it all the worse. Or maybe it was better. Either way, it was going to destroy me, just like he'd promised. André's hand held me tightly as he rolled his hips, fucking into me slowly, and I could feel every inch as his cock dragged along my walls. "Harder," I said with a groan, still trying to push back against him. Give it to me, please, André." "Yeah, you need more." His question was so teasing as he pulled out until just the tip was inside me, then slammed back in hard and fast and so fucking perfect. I wailed, nodding so hard it felt like my head might come loose. Yes. God, you really are perfect for me, darling, André said as he snapped his hips, burying his cock deep with every thrust. His hands dug into my hips, my cock bobbing wildly between my legs and dripping pre-cum onto the sheets as he fucked me. It was everything I'd wanted, and I let myself get swept away in the pleasure, my thighs trembling as heat rolled down my spine, my balls tightening. I was so close, but I just needed... André slid his hand around me, reaching for my cock. I cried out as his fingers wrapped around my shaft, the feeling so exquisite it was almost unbearable. I know, he murmured, pressing another kiss to my spine, a moment of perfect sweetness. I know, I've got you. Come for me, Luke. And that was all it took to make me shatter. A violent cry ripped itself from my throat as my cock spilled across his hand, my body trembling as white-hot pleasure raced through me. I felt like I could barely breathe, and my head was completely empty except for the bliss enveloping every fragment of my body and soul. André was still fucking me, holding me tightly as he chased his own release, praise falling from his lips like prayers as he worshipped me. His hips stuttered, his pace faltering as he drove into me over and over. Luke. My name was nothing more than a whisper, but it felt like so much more. Devotion, adoration, a promise. His breathing echoed in my ears as his cock pulsed, filling me with his release as he clutched onto my hips like he was holding on for dear life. His head dropped forward, resting on my spine, and he pressed another kiss to the heated skin. The pair of us collapsed into a heap on the bed, André's arm around my waist. His face was buried in the back of my neck, and I interlaced my fingers with his, holding our hands against my chest. Are you warm enough? He asked quietly, kissing my shoulder. Do you want me to grab the duvet? Maybe, I said, but then I won't ever want to get up. Then don't. It's not like we have anywhere to be. Don't you want to socialise? Not really, he said. I'd rather just spend time with you. I rolled over in his arms, a soft smile crossing my lips as I kissed him. Let's stay here then, and maybe we could see if room service will bring us some hot chocolate, and mince pies, maybe some sandwiches too. He chuckled and kissed my forehead. Anything you want, I can ring down and ask. I should shower too, I said, or at least clean up. In a minute. I'm not ready to let you go yet. I sighed and snuggled deeper into his arms. My body still felt like it wasn't quite mine. My muscles still marshmallow and my brain still floating on a cloud of bliss. I knew I had to go back to London and get back to real life, but I also didn't want my time with André to end. We'd promised to make an effort, but even the best laid plans rarely survived contact with reality. It would be so easy for us to get swept up with work and Christmas invitations and forget all about each other. I just had to hope we'd actually make the effort we'd promised to. André kissed the top of my head, his fingers running up and down my spine. What are you thinking about? You? This? That I really don't want to go back to work on Tuesday, or whenever we get back? Same. I have dance rehearsals all day and I know my feet are going to kill me. He sighed. It's usually a late finish too. Well, I'll be working late, so we can share the pain between us. Done. I tilted my head up and kissed him slowly, wanting to say so much, but unable to find the words. All I could do was kiss him and hope that André knew what I was trying to convey. Chapter 18. André. The snow had half melted by the following morning, and the sky was clear and bright, the midwinter sun warming my face as I wheeled my suitcase out to the car. There was an uneasy feeling sitting heavily in my stomach, and every footstep felt like I was trying to wade through concrete. Reality was clawing at the edges of the bubble Luke and I had built for ourselves over the past few days, and I knew we weren't going to be able to escape for much longer. Both of us had to get back to London and back to our lives. and I almost resented the world for intruding on our peace. And as much as I was sick of the snow, I wished it could have stuck around for another day or so to give us more time. Luke was already by his car talking to the mobile tyre fitter he'd found. He'd been able to come out and replace his busted tyre. The guy had called when we'd been finishing up breakfast to say he was on his way, and the two of us had exchanged a look because we both quietly hoped it would take him a while to get here. But now the tyre was changed, checkout had passed, the sun was shining, and the roads were clear, and we'd run out of excuses not to go home. I supposed we could drive into Swallow Hill and go for a wander round, look at the shops, maybe get some lunch in a cafe before heading back. But that would mean getting back to London in rush hour, and I couldn't imagine anything worse. Plus I had to get the car back by 5, or face a ridiculous amount of late fees and disgruntled phone calls from someone wondering where the hell I'd gotten to. All sorted, I asked Luke as I stopped in front of my car and opened the boot to slide my suitcase in. Yeah, all done, he said, watching as the tyre man got back in his van. And I've got a proper spare too. There's room in the boot for one, so the guy gave me one to put in it just in case. That'll help, although you'll still have to ring someone to change it if you ever get a puncture. Another reason to keep in touch with you then, he said, so you can come and rescue me. You should probably learn. It's not hard to change a tyre. True, but then you wouldn't come, and that's what I really want, he said with a playful smile. I shook my head as I put my suitcase in the car and closed the boot. Am I your roadside assistance now? Only for tyres, unless you're also secretly a mechanic as well. No, sorry, I said, smiling ruefully. My dad thought about teaching me, but gave up about 20 minutes into our first lesson. Apparently, me and internal combustion engines don't mix. Besides, it's really hard to work out what's wrong with most modern cars without one of those diagnostic computers. And when you're a former member of an internationally renowned and record-breaking boy band, you can just pay someone to fix stuff for you. That too. I closed the gap between us and pulled him in for a kiss, because it felt like an age since I'd last kissed him, and the next few days were going to be a drought. Are you ready to head off? Yeah, he said, the reluctance in his voice echoing my own. Maybe we can stop at a services about halfway, get a coffee together? I'd like that. I'll follow you all the way back like a lost puppy. If only. We're going to be in the same city, though, I said, and I'll message you so much you'll be bloody sick of me by the end of the week. Promises, promises. Luke kissed me again, his arms slung around my neck. I gazed at him fondly, trying to memorize every detail of his face. I do need to say goodbye to Kane and Austin before we go, though. Me too. Last time I saw them, they were with Laurie and Theo in the snug, and I'm pretty sure I heard someone mention something about stuffed mice. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Luke said with a nod, while I remained completely baffled by the situation. Theo collects taxidermy, and I'm pretty sure he gives it to friends as gifts. I wouldn't be surprised if he got some for Kane and Austin as a wedding present. I pursed my lips, my eyes going wide. Okay, I said slowly, not really sure how to proceed with that knowledge. I knew taxidermy was a thing, but in all honesty, it seemed very weird. I guessed everyone needed a hobby, but it wasn't one I wanted anything to do with. Yeah, but they're actually kind of cute. Theo posted some of the ones he's got on Instagram, and I can sort of see the appeal. I mean, he's got a raven with a top hat. Okay, but if you ever bring a stuffed mouse into anywhere we're together, I will never come and change your tyres again. I shuddered. It's creepy as fuck. What about a nice stuffed frog? Absolutely not. That's even worse. Luke laughed, the sound bright and beautiful. Oh, what's wrong with poor little frogs? Frogs belong in ponds, not in my living room, and the same go for mice, rats, birds, and anything else that belongs outside, I said, fully aware I sounded like a stuffy old man. Don't pout, baby, he said, kissing me quickly. Don't worry, I'm not going to ambush you with a stuffed mouse for Christmas. Thank you. I returned his kiss, warmth spreading through my chest. It did raise one question, though. Was it too early to ask about Christmas plans and presents? Because I didn't want to get Luke anything if he'd be uncomfortable with it, but I'd always loved spoiling my partners. That was the one good thing about having stupid amounts of money. It meant I could buy people whatever they wanted and make all of their dreams, big and small, come true. And yeah, the money wouldn't last forever, but my parents had insisted on me saving and investing a large chunk of it so I'd still have something to live on when my boy band days were over. Sometimes I wondered if we'd ever get to the stage of wanting to do a reunion tour or album, but right now, we were all too happy doing our own things to think about getting back together. Maybe in 10 years when we were bored and there was enough distance between us and the strict confining days of our youth that we started to look back on our pop star days with fondness rather than disdain. Although Haru had never reached the disdain part, just cynicism, and had used that to develop the wildly successful solo career that only one person ever seemed to manage out of any pop group. Luke sighed, his mouth a half smile that almost resembled a grimace. We should probably go and say goodbye. Get on the road before it starts snowing again. Are we meant to get more snow? Dunno, but knowing our luck, we'll get 3 foot dumped on us as soon as we get back to London. Would that be so bad? I asked. You could come to mine and we could spend our days in bed. Tempting as that sounds, I'll still have to go to the bakery, but if your rehearsals get cancelled, then you're more than welcome to come and keep me company. I'm an excellent dishwasher, I said. Perfect. I can pay you in kisses and cake scraps. If there's cake involved, I'm there. We were putting our departure off with every second, and both of us knew the clock had just about run out. We might be able to stretch it a little further in saying goodbye, especially since there was a good chance we'd get chatting to Kane and Austin. But soon our bubble would pop, and we'd be firmly back in reality. Okay, let's go find them, I said, taking Luke's hand in mine and turning to face the hotel. There were a few other guests trickling out of the front doors, blinking back into reality under the crisp December sun. We walked back across the car park and up the steps to the door, and I dug a cloth out of my pocket to clear the fog that immediately clouded my glasses. When I put them back on, I noticed Luke watching me with a smile that somehow made it feel like I'd been simultaneously kicked in the stomach and kissed senseless. It made no sense, but I guessed most things to do with relationships didn't. I hoped the feeling never went away, though. I wanted to feel it every time Luke looked at me. It was easy to find Kane and Austin in the snug, sitting in a couple of comfortable armchairs by the fire and saying goodbye to some other guests, empty mugs and plates with a dusting of crumbs sitting on the table next to them. As I anticipated, we got distracted and ended up chatting for 30 minutes and exchanging endless hugs for the next 10, promising to catch up in the new year when they got back from their honeymoon. Take care of yourself, yeah? Kane said as he squeezed me tightly. And fucking go for it. You and Luke are perfect for each other, okay? Don't hold back. I won't, I said. I'm just worried about making it work with everything. Babe, trust me, you can do it. If Austin and I can, you can too, I promise. He kissed my cheek and gave me a final squeeze before stepping back to look at both of us. Drive safe, okay? And let me know when you get back. Will do, Luke said, reaching out to give Kane a final hug. Love you so much, babe. Love you too, and thank you for everything. You're amazing, Kane said, before muttering something else I didn't catch. Some other guests appeared to say their farewells, so Luke and I gave them a final wave before heading out, walking so slowly it was almost like the ground was treacle. You've got my number, right? I asked as we approached our cars. Maybe. Let me check. Luke pulled his phone out. No, shit, I haven't. I mean, it's probably on one of the threads for the wedding, but let me give it to you now. Then you can call me when you want to stop for a coffee. Otherwise, I'll end up driving straight past you and we'll end up trying to play catch-up. I put my number into his phone and handed it back, the realization that this was it hanging heavily between us. It was silly, really, considering we were going to see each other in a couple of hours when we stopped, and we'd probably message all evening once we got home. But it still felt like the end of something. I could only hope it was the beginning of something too. Okay, sounds good, Luke said, sliding his phone into his pocket and biting his lip. And maybe we can meet up again later this week? Just let me know what your schedule is like. I will, I said as I pulled him into my arms and kissed him. I've got it all written down. You let me know when you're free too. I don't want to bother you if you're busy. We kissed again, and then once more for luck, and a final one for the road, and then, with a final hug, it was time for us to part. I climbed into my car and watched Luke do the same, my eyes continuously straying over to him as I tried to set the sat-nav up, knowing I'd get lost without it and spend hours circling around Swallow Hill. I sighed as I put the car into reverse, knowing this weekend had fundamentally altered the course of my life, but still hating that it was over. My Spotify connected and began blasting my beloved musicals playlist that I'd been listening to on Friday, but I wasn't in the mood to sing along. Instead, I turned it off so I could stew in silence as I headed out of the car park and onto the road outside, which was clear of snow and far easier to drive on than I'd imagined. In fact, the only remaining snow seemed to be dusted on some of the nearby fields and clinging to some of the hedges, as if the whole thing had been some kind of fever dream. At least you got an extra day, I muttered to myself as I followed Luke into Swallow Hill, past all the little shops adorned with twinkling Christmas lights and people bundled up against the cold. The whole place was picture perfect and so festive it would have made even the meanest Scrooge reconsider their position, but I was in no mood to be jolly. I knew I was being petty and sulky, but I was alone in a car, so there was nobody to stop me, and I wasn't going to stop myself. We made another turn, back towards the motorway, driving past the site of Luke's blowout and our Friday meeting, and just as we did, my phone rang, Luke's name flashing up on the touch screen in the middle of the dashboard. "Hey," I said, frowning as I answered. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, but I'm bored already, and I miss you, which is crazy, I know, but still." I chuckled. "It's been 20 minutes. "Yeah, I know." I could hear him smiling, and it instantly lifted my mood. "So I figured that since we have a long drive back and we have to make it separately, we could keep each other company like this." Another kick to the chest, another invisible kiss, another moment where I fell a little bit further for him. "Sounds good to me," I said. "What do you usually listen to on long drives?" And with that, I knew we'd be talking all the way back to London. Chapter 19. Luke. I was elbow deep in buttercream in the empty bakery kitchen, loudly singing along to Underground Dreaming and ignoring the fact it was 9 o'clock on Friday night and I hadn't eaten anything since lunchtime except a handful of cinnamon and chocolate pretzel sticks. I was so close to getting this fucking cake done, and I didn't want to leave until I'd gotten all the damn piping completed. As much as I loved the trend for vintage-style, intricately piped buttercream cakes, I was absolutely sick of ruffles. My week had been non-stop chaos since I'd gotten back, and I'd been working flat out from the moment I'd stepped into the bakery on Tuesday morning. I'd known I'd taken on a lot of orders, but on paper, it had all seemed vaguely manageable. The reality had turned out to be very different, and I'd sworn up and down on the spirits of Kylie, Lady Gaga and Charlie XCX never to take on this many projects in the week before Christmas ever again. I'd made Thomas and Serenity stick to their working hours despite their protests and offers of help, because it wasn't in their job descriptions to help pull my ass out of holes I'd dug myself. But I had made them both promise me to remind me of this shit show next year and to hit me with a spatula if I dared to even suggest we could squeeze another order in. And if you go, my heart will leak. The buzzing of my phone on the counter in front of me interrupted my horribly off-key singing, and I glanced over to see who was calling and whether I could ignore them. I had a separate phone for all my business stuff because I'd been sick of clients and their staff calling me at all hours of the day and night for the most innocuous shit. Apparently, some people forgot that time zones were a thing and thought that ringing me at 2 a.m. from LA was perfectly acceptable because it was only evening there and they desperately needed to check that I was only using a specific brand of butter for their client who was flying into London the next morning. But to my delight, it was André. "Hey," I said, hitting the green button with my little finger and putting the call on speaker, leaving a blob of buttercream on my phone screen. "You all done for the night?" "Yeah," he said. It was clear from the background noise that he was outside, and I assumed he was walking from the rehearsal studio to the tube. "What are you doing? Are you still at work?" "Maybe." "Luke." Damn, when he said my name like that, all I wanted was to get on my knees. Don't lie. Fine, I'm still at work. I've got 2 more cakes to do fucking ruffles on, and then I need to wash up. Good. There was a pause, and I heard the beeping of a pedestrian crossing. So, I have a question. Yeah, what's up? Remind me where the bakery is again. I think I'm in the right place, and I'm pretty sure it's your van I can see, but... My piping bag clattered onto the counter as I scrabbled for my phone, quickly switching speakerphone off as I hurried towards the door. I yanked it open, expecting to see a cold, empty road, because there was no way that André had traipsed all the way across London at this time of night. But there he was, looking lost under a nearby streetlight, bundled up in his coat with a backpack over his shoulders and plastic takeaway bag clutched in a gloved hand. He turned when the door squeaked open, and I watched as his face lit up when he saw me. What are you doing here? I asked, disbelief and delight in my voice as I stared at him, the cold night air nipping at my skin. The sky was clear, so there was no chance of snow, but it was already below freezing, and if I stood here for much longer, I was going to lose all feeling in my fingers. André held up the bag and lowered his phone, his voice echoing strangely through my speaker and across the street as he said, I thought you might like dinner. How did you know? I asked with a soft chuckle as he closed the gap between us, his footsteps echoing on the frozen pavement. Lucky guess. He leant in and kissed me as he reached the door. And he left me a 6-minute voice note extolling the virtue of noodles. Oh my God, did you get noodles? I did. He kissed me again, smiling against my lips. Are you going to let me in then? He bought me noodles. I'd let you do anything to me. Maybe later. Dinner first. Then you can finish your cakes while I wash up. You don't have to do that, I said as I stepped back to let him in, shutting and locking the door behind us. As I told you on Monday, I'm an excellent dishwasher, and I'd be a proper dickhead if I stood and watched you wash up and did fuck all to help. Fine, I guess you can wash pots, since you're so insistent. Thank you. His smile widened as he looked around the kitchen. Where do you want me to put this? We can eat it in my office, I said, gesturing at him to follow me. André was still looking around, a curious frown appearing between his eyebrows and his mouth twitching. What? Are you listening to Underground Dreaming? Shit, I'd left my playlist on when I'd run to the door, and now there was no escaping the fact André had caught me listening to his back catalogue, and my suffering was compounded by the song changing, making it extremely clear it wasn't part of a random playlist, but a dedicated underground dreaming one. He made good music. It's fun to sing along to when I'm here by myself, I said, with a slightly defensive laugh. I can't help it if I like cheese. He chuckled. I'm not complaining because, hey, I like getting those royalty checks, but I am judging you, just a little bit. He winked, and I groaned, pushing him towards my office as I tapped my phone screen to turn the music off. Bastard, I said. I bet your playlist is all musicals. Of course. I can't judge you for it if you just admit it like that, I said, as we reached my office, which was a tiny room at the back of the small industrial kitchen I'd rented that I'd crammed a tiny desk and chair into. There was a squishy armchair wedged into the corner too, because if it was raining, we tended to take breaks in here, and sometimes I preferred to curl up in it with my laptop to do my ordering, rather than sitting at the desk and banging my knees. Also, you sang those songs for years. How can you be embarrassed by them? I'm not, he said. Not really, anyway. Sometimes I look back and wonder what the hell 17-year-old me was thinking when he auditioned. But all I'd ever wanted was to be a star, and I got that. And sure, it wasn't always great, but I can't complain. Other people in the industry have it a hell of a lot worse, and the label protected us from a lot of shit. Mostly so they could control us, but I guess it sort of worked out. He shrugged and put the plastic bag on the desk, the smell of soy sauce and sesame oil and noodles filling my nose and making me drool. One day I'll finally get round to finding a decent therapist and working all this shit out, but today is not that day. No, I said, putting my arms around his waist and pulling him in for a tight hug. Today is for noodles. I tilted my head up and kissed him softly, savouring the feeling of his lips against mine. It had been far too long since I'd kissed him. 4 days, in fact, and I'd been daydreaming about his mouth ever since the last kiss he'd given me at the service station on our drive home. Do you have to go home tonight? Not if you don't want me to. I brought a change of clothes just in case. Good, don't go. Come home with me. I've missed sleeping next to you. I kissed him again. I've missed you fucking me too. André groaned, his hand gripping my face and holding me against him as he kissed me feverishly. Fuck, darling, I've missed you too. Missed that perfect ass of yours so much. God, if I didn't have work to do, I'd let you fuck me right here, right now, I said, a grumpy moan rumbling off my tongue as I pouted. You also really need to eat something, André said as he released me and pointed firmly at the bag. It's nearly 9:30. Sit, eat. What did you get? I asked as I opened the bag and peered inside at the generic noodle boxes, grinning gleefully when I realized André had also gotten some giant spring rolls. I lifted one out of the paper bag they'd been wrapped in, taking a huge bite out of the end and groaning happily before reaching for the containers. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I got some crispy pork with Hong Kong-style lo mein and chicken with ginger and spring onions. You can have whichever one you'd like, or we can share. We can share. I've got a couple of bowls around somewhere. Or we can just eat half of one and then swap the tubs. Also a good plan, I said, putting the containers on the table alongside the paper napkins and disposable chopsticks which had been put in alongside them. Do you mind which you start with? Nope, your choice. The only labels I could see were a couple of letters scrawled across the top. One looked vaguely like a P, so I assumed that was the crispy pork and handed the chicken to André. I leant against the desk, not quite convinced it would take my entire weight, and gestured for him to take the armchair. So how was your day? Is that you all done for Christmas now? I asked as I popped the top of the carton open, delighted when I realized I'd been right as the smell of crispy pork flooded my senses and made my stomach rumble. I snapped a pair of chopsticks open and dug into the food, suddenly realizing how hungry I was. Tomorrow I really needed to make sure I went out to get lunch or brought something from home. It wouldn't be that much effort to make myself a fucking sandwich. André nodded as he opened his own carton. Good, and yes, all done until January. Although I think Ellen, she's playing Audrey, was coming down with something because she kept sneezing. I really hope she hasn't given it to the rest of us. Ugh, no thank you. We don't want that. Right, I know we don't have many Christmas plans, but that doesn't mean I want to be ill. I stared at him for a second, a piece of pork halfway to my mouth. Despite fully knowing it was the 20th of December and that Christmas was in less than 5 days, it still hadn't really registered. Mostly because I was still up to my eyeballs in bloody buttercream ruffles and rosettes. You don't have plans, right? André asked, eyes widening. Shit, sorry, I thought. Because we talked about them in passing. Fuck, I should have confirmed. No, we did, I said. It's just, time is kind of like soup right now. I shook my head, then smiled at him over my carton of noodles, warmth and affection filling me to the brim and threatening to spill over, because there was no way it should be possible to feel this much emotion for one person. But I did, and it was like living with a permanent flame in my chest that I never wanted to go out. Want to spend Christmas with me, André? Chapter 20. André. Luke's question hung in the air for a moment, mostly because I was too focused on the way he was smiling, and all my thoughts were centered on the idea of wanting to take care of him as much as I could. It was so clear that Luke was amazing at what he did. Talent and creativity practically radiated out of him, but it was also clear he'd always put himself second and spent more time focusing on work than taking care of himself. And I wasn't saying I was any better, but maybe if I could take care of him, I'd get better at looking after myself too. Yes, I said, watching the way his nose happily scrunched up as he took another bite of noodles. I'd love to spend Christmas with you. He grinned, and the joy on his face was mirrored in my heart. We'd only reconnected a week ago, but I already knew that what we had was special. Awesome. Did you want to come to mine, or should I come to yours? I don't actually have any decorations up if that matters. I kept meaning to dig my little tree out, but with work and shit, I didn't get time. He sighed, like it was something else he was adding to a mental list. Come to mine, I said, my brain already starting to put a plan together of things I'd need to get over the next few days. I hadn't been planning to do much more than lie on my sofa in my underwear, watching trashy telly while eating a stupidly large amount of cheese, so I'd need to hit up a couple of shops and see what I could get my hands on. But I was prepared to spend all weekend hauling myself around London if it meant giving Luke the Christmas he deserved. At least I already had some decorations up, because I'd had a free Sunday at the start of December and I'd spent the whole day turning my house into a Christmas grotto. I hoped Luke didn't expect it to be tasteful. Are you sure? Yeah, of course. I'll get some food and we can spend the day doing whatever the fuck we want. Just let me know if there's anything you desperately want or completely despise. Cauliflower cheese, Luke said immediately, like he was answering a question on a game show. I really need cauliflower cheese. It's one of my favourite things and I never get it for myself. Actually, that's a lie. Sometimes I just get a tray of it from M&S and eat the whole thing with zero regrets. But I haven't had it in ages and I fucking need it. Okay, I said fondly. Cauliflower cheese it is. Exactly. Oh, and maybe some roast potatoes. We can just get frozen ones. I can make roast potatoes. At least I thought I could. It didn't seem that hard. I'm going to get some cheese too, because Christmas isn't Christmas without a ridiculous amount of cheese. And some chocolate. I'm fine without cake. Maybe some ice cream? Or am I going to sound really old if I want trifle? I fucking love trifle, I said. It's so good. Right? Justice for trifle. He laughed, and I couldn't take my eyes off him. I was already in so deep that I never wanted to turn back. Actually, I can fucking make us a trifle. It'll be so much better than anything you can buy. Just let me know what you need and I'll get it. My kitchen's not the biggest, but it's all yours. You might regret saying that. No, I won't. Not if it gets me trifle, I said. My box of noodles was starting to cool in my hand, and I realised I'd barely eaten a mouthful since we'd started this conversation. The noodles were absolutely delicious, and everything I'd wanted after a long, exhausting day of rehearsals, but I was too focused on Luke to notice much more about them. Anything else? Any allergies? Banana, Luke said. It makes me itchy, and I'm not the biggest fan of Brussels sprouts unless I get to cook them my way with chili, honey and soy sauce until they go all crispy. Can I request you make that at least once, though? It sounds amazing. Sure, it's easy enough to make. You could probably do it yourself. I don't want that, though. I want to make it with you, I said. Luke's cheeks flushed, and he glanced away. What? Nothing. It's just, you're making this the first Christmas I've looked forward to in a long time, and every time I don't think it can get any better, it does. I stood quickly, closing the gap between us in seconds and putting the noodles on the desk so I could reach for him. Tell me what you want, Luke. Whatever you want and I'll make it happen. I'll move heaven and earth for you if I have to. You don't have to do any more, he said, sliding his own carton of noodles onto the desk next to mine. You're already doing so much. I don't care. I want to do more. I clasped his hands in mine as I gazed into his eyes, hoping he could feel how much I meant it. I want to give you everything, even if everything is only cauliflower cheese and trifle. Whatever you want, it's yours. Would that be okay? To want everything? Of course, I said. I wouldn't say it otherwise. When it comes to me, you can have whatever you want. Me too, he said, his voice so soft and so beautiful, it was like hearing an angel speak. You can have all of me, André. Just ask and it's yours. His fingers tangled with mine, and he squeezed our hands together. I can't promise to be perfect, but I can promise to try. That's all I ask. Try with me, Luke. Whatever this is, let's figure it out together. It should have been too soon for it to be love, but that was what it felt like, all-encompassing and overwhelming and too big to even try and describe. It might have only been a week, but there were all the years behind that. The days spent longingly looking at each other across crowded rooms at parties, spending hours playing video games together on the tour bus or in hotel rooms, snatched fragments of conversation where we learned so much from so little. So what if it had only been 7 days? I'd fallen for Luke the first moment I'd seen him 7 years ago. It had just taken all this time for the universe to catch up. "We're together then, yeah?" Luke asked. "Yes," I said. He exhaled, and then he smiled. "Good, because I've been thinking of you as my boyfriend all week." He leant in and kissed me, heat simmering under the gentle press of his lips. "Fuck, do I really have to go back to work? Can't we just go back to mine and have sex?" "We can, but you'll be the one who has to deal with it tomorrow." "Ugh, you're right." He made a low grumbling sound as he leant back and reached for one of the noodle cartons. "Do you want the rest of the pork noodles?" "That depends. Do you want them, or would you prefer the chicken?" He shot me an almost sheepish look, and it made my heart melt at how damn adorable it was. "Can I finish the pork, please?" "Of course," I said, kissing his cheek before picking my own noodles back up. "Whatever you want." Luke did a happy little bum wiggle, and I chuckled, and the pair of us stood side by side in front of the desk, half leaning on it to finish eating. "Why do I get the feeling you're one of those people who likes to spoil their partners?" Luke asked. I snorted. "It's taken you until now to figure that out?" "I mean, in bed, yeah, I got that, but I wasn't sure about outside it." He nudged me playfully. "Does this mean you're going to give me orgasms and food?" "Yes, and more." Luke raised an eyebrow at me. "André, is this why your exes were all dickheads?" "How'd you know that?" I asked with a half smile as I shoved more noodles into my mouth. He was right, of course, but there was no need for me to admit it. "Seriously? Do you need me to list all the reasons?" He chuckled. "Also, Kane told me he can be a right gossip, and he was worried about you, always talking about how you hadn't found someone who deserved you." Meddling what's it? And yet he couldn't figure out his shit with Austin to save his life. "I guess it's easier when it's not your own life," I said. "I'm almost surprised he hadn't tried to set us up before last weekend." "Me too, but maybe with our work, his wedding was the only chance he had." I nodded. "Has he messaged you this week?" "No, but Austin has probably melted his brain by now, so I doubt I'll hear from him until January," Luke said. "Which is good. He needs a break." I hummed in agreement, my mouth too full of noodles to speak. "You never answered my question, by the way, about your exes." "I don't think they're all dickheads, just a few," I said softly. "I think that's what happens though when you're famous. You end up surrounded by a lot of people who want to leech off you for their 15 minutes of fame or use you for your money. It comes with the territory, and part of that is on me for not realizing earlier. I wasn't trying to play off or excuse what had happened with some of them, but time and distance had helped. Or maybe I was simply more cynical now. Not all of my exes had been bad, though. With some of them, it was just wrong place, wrong time, and some of them had borne the brunt of my frustrations with myself, my circumstances, or my suspicions. I didn't want Luke to deal with any of that, though. "I get that, but it's not all on you, and you're allowed to be hurt that people were pricks and took advantage of you and your generosity." "Thanks," I said. And to go way back, yes, I do like spoiling people. I like being able to make people happy. "You realise you don't have to buy me shit to make me happy?" he asked, fixing me with a look that told me I wasn't going to win this without a fight. "I still have plenty of money, even after investing in my business, and I don't need millions of holidays or fancy clothes to make me happy. Besides, if I do want to go on holiday, I can just pay for it myself." "Fine, but if we decide on a holiday we're going halves, and I'm treating you to dinner at least 3 times, and something cute for you to wear for me." Possessive and sexy," he said with a cheeky grin. "I can get behind that, and my butt does look very good in tiny swimwear." He said I'll be buying you something to wear in public. Luke would look so gorgeous stretched out in bed in a pretty jock or tiny skin-tight shorts, or even a thong. Maybe I'd have to buy him all 3 just to see what looked best, and anything else that caught my eye too. He groaned and then nudged me with his foot. "You're not making this any easier. I have to finish work, and you keep making me horny." "Then hurry up and eat your noodles so we can get finished," I said in a low, teasing voice. "Then we can go back to yours, and I'll make you come as many times as you can." I leant over and brushed my lips against his. What do you think, darling? How many orgasms do you think you can give me? Chapter 21. Luke. I didn't know why I was nervous about going to André's for Christmas, but as I followed the directions towards his house, I couldn't stop my stomach from bubbling. It felt like my whole body was fizzing, like I was a shaken bottle of pop, and I almost wanted to bounce up and down as I walked to work out some of the sensation. I desperately wanted us to have a good time and for everything to go well, even if we weren't doing much more than having a ton of sex and eating cauliflower cheese and trifle in our underwear. Maybe I wasn't nervous at all. Maybe I was excited by the idea of doing nothing for 3 days except getting laid so many times my soul left my body. I glanced up from my phone and looked around, because apparently his house was here somewhere, and as soon as I spotted the rainbow bauble wreath on the door, I knew it was André's without even checking the gold number in the middle of it. I opened the metal gate and climbed the steps, ringing the bell under the little camera attached to the side of the door. From somewhere nearby, I could hear Christmas music playing, and overhead, the afternoon sky was already darkening with thick clouds rolling in. I wondered if we'd get more snow despite my weather app telling me there was less than a 30% chance of a white Christmas. There was the smell of something cooking too, something rich and cheesy that made my mouth water, reminding me I hadn't actually eaten anything, unless coffee counted as food, which I had a sneaking suspicion it didn't. There you are, André said as the front door swung open, his voice warm and comforting. His simple words tempered the bubbling in my stomach, and it was all I could do to not throw myself into his arms and kiss him senseless. He was wearing a dark green hoodie and a pair of grey jogging bottoms, and it was really bloody hard to tear my eyes away from his crotch, because I could see the outline of his dick, and it was making my own cock stir with need. You found it okay? Very easy, I said, my gaze drifting south again as I thought about last Friday when André had come back to mine, and the way he'd bent me over the kitchen counter as soon as we'd walked through the door. And that had just been the start. My eyes are up here, you know. I know. I've made my choice. He chuckled. Come in and you can stare at me some more. I didn't know if you'd had much to eat, but I thought I'd do a baked camembert. André stepped back to allow me in, and as I stepped inside, I was immediately enveloped in a feeling of welcoming warmth. The house was one of those gorgeous classic Victorian townhouses with a tiled hallway and dark floral wallpaper that screamed old and cosy, but I was more focused on the enormous garland hanging on the banister and the holly sprigs tucked in behind all the pictures that ran all the way down the hall wall. A warm glow emanated from a lamp on a small table beside the door, and from open doorways further inside. I wasn't sure what I'd been expecting from André's house, but it hadn't been this. I'd been thinking more along the lines of white minimalism than Victorian Gothic. The smell of baking cheese flooded my senses as I put my bags down, and I sighed happily, my stomach burbling noisily. That smells amazing, I said, turning to him with a smile. And you're right, I didn't even have breakfast. Then we definitely need to start with food, André said as he put his arms around my waist and pulled me in for a kiss. He smelt divine, and I breathed in deeply as I buried my face in his neck, casually running my tongue along his pulse point. He groaned, his hand sliding down to cup my ass, squeezing me firmly through my jeans. I groaned and rolled my hips, rubbing my chubbing cock against his. Fuck, sweetheart. Are you desperate for it? For you? I'm always desperate. A low sound rumbled through his chest as he grabbed my face and pulled me in for a deep kiss, his tongue pushing between my lips to claim my mouth. Do you know what you do to me? How much I think about you. Tell me, I said with a needy whine, my mouth brushing against his as I spoke. André's hand slid down the waistband of my jeans and into my underwear, his fingers dipping between my cheeks. Every hour of every day, every time I close my eyes, every spare moment my thoughts are of you. Kissing you, touching you, fucking you, the way you whine and beg for my cock. How fucking good you taste. His kiss was fierce, swallowing up my groan. I dream of you in my bed, Luke. In my kitchen in the mornings making coffee and toast, and on my sofa at night as we watch shit TV to unwind. You're all I can think about, and I never want to stop thinking of you. My eyes closed, and I exhaled shakily as his words soaked into me, promising me so much and making me want to give him everything in return. I'd already told him that when it came to me, he could have anything he wanted, and I'd meant it too. Throughout all the years and all the distance, André was the only one I'd kept thinking about. He was the only one I'd ever wanted. I want that, I said, opening my eyes and meeting his gaze. I want everything with you, André. Was it too soon to tell him I loved him? Would it matter if it was? You. The scent of something sharp and acrid caught the edges of my senses. Is something burning? Shit, the camembert. André rushed out of my arms and down the hallway, and I followed him at a distance, trying not to laugh at the torrent of swearing filling the air. I glanced at some of the pictures on the wall as I passed, amused by the weird and wonderful collection of prints that seemed to have come from all over. I wondered if he'd collected them on tours. I went through the door at the end of the hallway and discovered a small, beautifully decorated dining room, and beyond that, a little kitchen in warm terracotta orange with colourful tiles and wooden counters covered in bright appliances. André was stood by the oven, prodding at something on a tray resting on top of the gas hob. The swearing had dissolved into quiet, dissatisfied muttering, and I covered my mouth to stop myself from laughing. He was so cute like this, with irritation rolling off him and a pouting frown forming on his face. It's not too bad, he said as he turned to look at me, the steam slowly fading off his glasses. Only one side caught, so it should be okay if we avoid that, but it might not taste great. I'm sorry. We're not off to the best start. Don't apologise. There's nothing to be sorry for, I said, walking across the kitchen towards him and planting a kiss on his cheek. The camembert looked ridiculously gooey and delicious, despite the slightly burnt edge. Also, I will eat anything with cheese on or in, so we're good. André's mouth curled into a smile, and I couldn't resist kissing the corner of his lips. Do you want some bread to go with it? I've got some sourdough we can toast, or maybe some brioche. I don't know if that'll be too sweet, though. Both. Always both. André showed me where to find the bread, which I quickly sliced and stuck into his orange toaster while he put the cheese back into the oven, which had been switched off to keep warm. He then pulled out a round wooden chopping board, some knives, and a jar of chutney, which he stuck a teaspoon into. When the toast was ready, we piled everything carefully onto the board, and André grabbed a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses, leading me through into his living room so we could sprawl out with our cheesy prize on the sofa. I followed him holding the board, trying to keep my eyes on the wobbling mountain of toast, and immediately getting distracted by the decorations. In the large bay window at the front of the room overlooking the street, there was a tree covered in hundreds of brightly coloured baubles, with everything from a T-Rex in a Christmas jumper to a brightly patterned teapot to a glittering pink martini glass alongside colourful lights and sparkling strings of tinsel. There were more garlands on the wall and holly behind the pictures, which were framed prints of old musical posters, and 2 identical sets of rainbow Christmas trees sitting on bookcases in alcoves either side of the fireplace, which had a large log burner in. Like the hallway, the room felt more cosy Victoriana than modern chic, but I liked that it had surprised me. I hoped there were things about André that would never stop surprising me. We sat on the sofa and dived into the cheese, dunking the warm toast into the centre and scooping up the melted middle, adding chutney here and there and groaning with delight at how good it was. After not having eaten all day, it was the perfect way to kick off my Christmas Eve. As we ate, we talked about everything we could think of, and I loved that we never seemed to run out of things to talk about. Do you have any Christmas Eve traditions you want to stick to? André asked as he used a knife to cut a piece of the cooling, gooey camembert and smear it on a piece of brioche. Not particularly, I said as I reached for another piece of sourdough, glad I'd made enough toast to feed the entire cast and crew of a film set. Although, maybe we could watch a film later, something Christmassy. Of course. Are you in the mood for a classic, or are you thinking more Christmas rom-com? Do we need to have the debate about Die Hard? Sorry, but Die Hard is out. It's an action movie set at Christmas, not a Christmas movie. Christmas is more set dressing than anything to do with the plot. But John McClane flies out to LA to see his family for Christmas. And it could just as easily have happened at any other time of year. The office party could have been for, I don't know, a promotion or record profits. It was corporate America in the 80s. They could have thrown it for any reason, I said with a laugh, and I took the knife from André to attack the cheese, wondering if there was another camembert in the fridge so we could have more. André grinned fondly at me, like I really was something special, and it made my heart clench. This man was so perfect. I didn't think I could love him any more than I already did. But at the same time, I knew my feelings were going to keep developing, and that what I felt today would only be a fraction of what I felt a week from now. And in a year, what I felt now would only be a drop in a vast ocean. Okay then, no Die Hard, he said. How about The Muppet Christmas Carol? It's a classic, funny, and it's got great songs. I will never say no to the Muppets. Good, we'll start with that and then see where we end up, he said. Do you want to make trifle today or tomorrow? Today if I can, I said. Then it'll soak up all the alcohol, and we don't have to worry about it tomorrow. All we have to do is eat it. That sounds ominous. André grinned. Do you have plans? I thought we wanted to do nothing. Exactly. I don't want us to rush to get out of bed. I want us to be able to stay there as long as we want. We'll do it later then, before dinner. You know you don't need to help, I said. It's just trifle. Oh, don't worry. I don't plan on doing anything except standing nearby, looking pretty, and topping up your wine glass. I chuckled and lifted my toast to my lips. Perfect. Chapter 22. André. I got you something, Luke said as he lay half-draped across my chest, the two of us naked in bed as bright Christmas sunlight filtered in around the curtains. My phone said it was just after 10 in the morning, but I had no idea when we'd woken up. I hadn't bothered to look because, for once, the time wasn't important. I just pulled Luke into my arms and started kissing him. Morning breath be damned. You didn't have to do that, I said, my fingers stroking lazily up and down his spine. His skin was so soft and warm, and I couldn't stop touching him. I did. It's Christmas, and you have to have presents. I smiled and kissed him again, that warm feeling which only existed around him unfurling in my chest. It's a good thing I got you something too then. But if you tell me I didn't have to, then I'm just going to repeat your own words back to you. Fine. He grinned and bent his head to press a kiss to my chest. I suppose that's fair. Thank you. Do you want to do presents now? He asked, looking up at me with a glint in his eyes. I wasn't sure if it meant trouble, but I'd enjoy it if it did. What's the other option? We could have sex first, then do presents. That's a tough decision, I said, drawing him up my body and in for another deep kiss, my tongue teasing the seam of his mouth. Sex or presents. Really, it could go either way. Luke snorted. Hardest decision you'll have to make all day. He nipped my lip, and I felt his growing erection pressing into my hip. How do you feel about topping? I asked, as I tilted my head back slightly so I could watch his face. Are you a strict bottom or? Luke smirked, his finger tracing my jaw. Are you asking me to fuck you, André? Maybe. It's a simple question, babe. Yes or no? Yes, I said, but only if you're up for it. I don't want you to be uncomfortable and But anything else I wanted to say was lost to Luke's mouth as he pounced. His kiss was fierce and needy, his teeth nipping my bottom lip before his tongue slid into my mouth. His body fell between my legs as his hand ran down my side, my body superheating at the feeling of him on top of me. It had been forever and a day since I'd last been fucked, or at least that was how it felt to my desperate, horny brain, and I needed Luke inside me to soothe the uncontrollable need burning under my skin. "Luke," I said with a groan, his name a plea on my lips as I ground up against him. "Need more." "I know, baby. I know," he said, soft but dangerously wicked. He rolled his hips, grinding our erections together and moaning into my mouth. Both of us were just as affected by this, and I didn't think this was going to be more than a quick, dirty fuck that left both of us breathless and shaking. He trailed his mouth down my jaw to my neck, sucking marks into my skin and making me cry out as I tilted my head back, wanting him to completely claim me. My hand shot out, wildly trying to search for the lube without looking, but all I managed to do was send my glasses flying off the bedside table. "Fuck, you really need it, don't you?" Luke asked, looking up at me with an awed, lust-drunk expression. "Yeah." I nodded as my cock throbbed against Luke's, the urge to thrust up against him until I covered him in cum growing stronger by the second. Luke had turned my need up to 11 when he kissed me, and now all I could think about was getting off with him. "Need you, Luke. Please." "What if I wanted to take my time?" I groaned, but forced out a chuckle. "You won't. You want it as much as I do." "You're right," he said, surging up to claim my mouth again. "Where's the lube? We can save slow for later." "Don't know. I think it's—" I glanced at my bedside table and then at his, trying to spot the bottle. "There. Got it," Luke said, rolling off me to grab it from his side and leaving me bereft in the middle of the bed. "Spread your legs for me, baby. I want to see that gorgeous ass of yours." I threw the duvet back, then planted my feet on the mattress and spread them wide. I loved making Luke show his ass off for me, and I was very happy to do the same for him. He slid across the bed to kneel between my feet, hunger clear on his face as his eyes raked over my body. "Fuck, André, you're so fucking sexy," he said, running one hand up my shin and down my thigh. "I can't wait to be inside you." My cock twitched, pre-cum dripping onto my skin. I groaned as Luke's finger traced the length of my cock, the sensation only enough to tease. Then he leant forward, adjusting his position so he could sprawl between my legs. His mouth enveloped the head of my cock, and the faint sound of the bottle of lube opening echoed in the background. I gasped as he took me deeper in his mouth, pleasure bursting through me like fireworks, my hips lifting off the bed as I felt a cool, slick finger pressing against my hole. Luke moaned around me, his other hand stroking over my hip as he began to carefully work me open while languidly bobbing his head, keeping me so focused on the way his mouth felt around my cock that I hardly noticed the burn. The pleasure was intense, but not overwhelming. It just enveloped me and stayed there, keeping me on edge and making the world go slightly fuzzy at the edges. I groaned when Luke finally released my cock, his fingers still buried deep in my ass, stretching me wide for him. "Are you ready?" he asked, pressing a kiss to my hip. "Yeah." I lifted my head and nodded, hoping he could see the need written across my face. "Please, Luke." "I've got you," he said, so softly it almost made me shatter. The care and affection in his voice was something I'd rarely heard before I'd been with him, and now I never wanted to stop hearing it. It was love-given voice. He slowly slid his fingers out of me before pulling himself to his knees, gently pressing his hand to the back of my thighs to make me lift my hips higher. I moved willingly, and when he closed the gap between us, guiding the head of his cock to my waiting hole, I felt my heart kick. A wanton moan escaped my lips as he slowly pushed inside me, filling me up inch by inch. His eyes roamed my face, and I knew he was looking for any sign of pain or discomfort, but although it burned, it felt good. Luke leant down and kissed me as his balls brushed against my ass, the angle of his body forcing my legs a little higher. Pleasure radiated through me as his lips met mine, and I groaned. "You feel so good," he said. "I love being inside you." "Luke," I said with another moan, sinking my fingers into his hair. I wrapped my legs around his waist, my hips so high I felt like I was almost being bent in half. "Fuck me." He rolled his hips slowly, a delighted smile curling on his lips as I groaned, my fingers tightening in his hair. His thrusts were almost teasing, and while deep down I knew he was testing to see how much I could take, I could only see it as torment. Decadent, divine torment. "Harder," I said, the single word heavy on my tongue. Luke shifted, adjusting his position so he could sit back and put his hands on my thighs. His fingers dug in as he pushed my legs down and apart until they were pressing against my chest, and I gasped as he snapped his hips, thrusting deep and hard inside me. His pace was perfection, and all I could do was take what he gave me. It was everything I hadn't realized I'd been missing. My cock ached, dripping pre-cum onto my stomach as Luke pounded me, bliss building under my skin to almost unbearable levels. My hand slipped between us, gripping my shaft tightly and jerking myself roughly as another moan rumbled through my chest as the head of Luke's cock rubbed over my prostate. "That's it," I said. "Just like that, sweetheart. Don't stop. Fuck, you're gonna make me come." "Yeah, feels good." "Feels fucking amazing, baby." My eyes met his, and I saw the need burning inside them. He was only holding on by a thread, his desperation stretched thin and tight by his need to please. But I wanted him to let go. "Give it to me, Luke. Don't hold back. Fuck me, baby. Make me come for you." "Yeah," he groaned, sweat dripping down his skin as his knuckles turned white where he was gripping my thighs. I'd probably be covered in bruises later, but he could make it up to me, and I loved the idea of seeing them there whenever I got undressed. I'd probably get hard every time I saw them, remembering this moment and how goddamn perfect Luke looked. "Want to feel it. Need you first. Need..." His words faltered as his hips stuttered, pleasure writing itself across his face. He was trying so desperately not to fall apart until I did, and the sight of him snapped my last bit of restraint. I cried out as I jerked my cock harder, my orgasm crashing through me and sending bliss spiraling across my skin, the sensation flooding my muscles as cum splashed across my chest. My ass tightened around him, pulling him deeper, and Luke snapped. That beautiful, blissful moan he always made when he came dripped from his lips like honey as he filled me with his release, his breath coming in gasps. His fingers were still clutching my thighs, and he slowly loosened his grip as he tipped forward to kiss me, his lips brushing softly against mine. My thighs ached, casually reminding me that being bent in half and pounded without warning was going to have consequences, but I didn't care if my muscles burned for days. It would all be a reminder of this. "You're so perfect," I said as I used one hand to caress his jaw, holding him against me. "Thank you. That was good. Amazing." I kissed him slowly. "Everything." He sighed and relaxed against me, his cock sliding out of me as he collapsed into my arms. "Good," he repeated as he snuggled against me. "I wanted it to be good." I smiled as I pressed a kiss to the side of his head, wondering if I'd melted his brain. Not that it mattered if I had. We didn't have to be anywhere today, and there was nothing we needed to do except enjoy ourselves. "You were perfect, my love. Everything I needed." Good," he said, nodding to himself and yawning. I knew I probably needed to clean up, but I didn't want to move him. Everything else could wait. We could have a bath when he woke up, then some breakfast, because he'd need food. Presents could be for later. They were only small, fun things, but I still hoped he'd like them. Although maybe the signed vinyl of Underground Dreaming's greatest hits was a bit too on the nose, but I couldn't resist a bit of light teasing. I'd gotten him some other bits too, from luxury chocolates to a divinely soft cashmere scarf to some coffee beans and a selection of syrups, since he liked to drink overly sweet coffee to get a double hit of caffeine and sugar. But all that could wait. I kissed Luke's temple again as he drifted off in my arms, his body draped over mine, breathing even and soft. I couldn't remember a more perfect Christmas morning. Chapter 23. Luke. "Do you want some cheese?" André called from the kitchen, his voice slightly muffled by the distance. It was late afternoon on Boxing Day, and I'd pretty much become nothing but a mountain of food at one with the sofa, but I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. I glanced up from my phone with a smile on my face as I answered. I loved that we'd already reached the stage of yelling at each other from different rooms. "If I ever say no to that question, I've been abducted by aliens." "That's a yes, then?" "Yes." "Good. I'll make us a board." I shook my head fondly, a smile playing across my lips. André's fondness for a cheese board was almost unmatched. When he joked on Christmas Eve about being able to start a cheese shop with the contents of his fridge, I thought he'd been exaggerating. He hadn't. We must have made a good dent in it by now, though. The past few days had been everything I could have imagined and more. From the food to the sex to the cuddles on the sofa, even the presents, which I hadn't been expecting despite buying something for André. We'd already eaten most of the chocolates, and I couldn't wait to dig into the coffee and syrups. The scarf was so beautiful I was almost afraid to use it. And as for the record, I'd cackled hysterically before snapping a photo to send to Kane, because he'd love it. I was going to have to get a record player to use it, and then the joke was going to be on André because I was going to play it so much he'd accuse me of being insufferable. He'd have to pay me in kisses to get me to turn it off. It had been the best Christmas I'd had in years, and I was already feeling sour about dragging my ass back to the bakery tomorrow to start prepping and planning for my New Year's Eve order. At least I didn't have to get up early. I could sleep in and get there whenever I fancied. It was the couple of days after that which were going to be the busy ones. Next year I was going to take the week between Christmas and New Year's off, no matter how much money I was offered. I needed the break, and as long as André was around, then I'd have someone to spend it with. Even if he had shows to do, I'd rather spend the time chilling at home than at the bakery. Work wasn't everything, and I needed to remember that. André had mentioned in passing that his goal for the new year was to take better care of himself, and I was going to try and do the same. Self-care had never been that high on my priority list, but having a boyfriend who cared so much about me made me realize that maybe it should be higher. If not for myself, then for him. Because if I felt like shit, our relationship was going to suffer, and I didn't want that to happen. I had so many plans for us. I supposed I should probably talk to André about them. The sound of footsteps brought me back to myself as I looked towards the door to see André appearing with a large wooden board in hand and a worried smile on his beautiful lips. "I think I might have gone a bit overboard," he said. "I didn't know how hungry you were, so I just got us a selection with the last few bits of charcuterie and some crackers. There were a few grapes too, so I stuck those on. Oh, and some chutney." His mouth pulled pensively. "I definitely think it's too much. Sorry." "Don't apologize," I said as I sat up from my slumped sprawl, making room for him to sit next to me. "It's Christmas. We're supposed to eat so much cheese we become cheese ourselves." He leant down to kiss me before taking a seat and resting the board on his knees. "What time do you need to go home today?" "As late as possible, unless you don't mind me staying another night. I don't need my 5 o'clock alarm tomorrow, so I wouldn't be turfing you out of bed at some god-awful time." "Stay then." "Are you sure?" "Of course." I smiled as I kissed him again. "Thank you." "You don't have to thank me," he said. "I like having you here. It's been amazing. Seriously, this has been everything. I wouldn't have wanted it to be anything less." He turned slightly and lifted the cheese board onto the table next to the sofa, putting it safely out of the way before reaching out to pull me into his lap. I'd realized over the last few days how tactile André was. He loved touching me and having some part of me in contact with him, whether that was as simple as having his thigh pressed against mine on the sofa, or our hands interlaced together, or holding me against him while we slept. It was almost like he needed physical proof that I was here and that we were together. It made me fall even further in love with him. "Can I ask you something?" I asked, my hands resting on his chest and feeling the steady beat of his heart through his jumper. "Of course. Everything okay?" "More than okay. I just wanted to ask if you knew how amazing you were, and if you had any plans for New Year's?" He chuckled softly, a tiny flush spreading across his cheeks just under his glasses. It was cute how easily he flustered, and I wanted to see how many ways I could make him blush just from praise and adoration alone. "I'm not that amazing," he said. "And no plans. Why? Did you want to go out or do something?" "Not sure. I've been to parties the last few years, but—" I traced one finger down his chest teasingly. "It might be fun to stay in, have our own little party. I hear orgasms are a fabulous way to see in the new year." André smirked, his hands squeezing my hips. "I've heard that too. Might be worth testing. Especially if we're going to prioritize taking care of ourselves next year. It would be a good place to start." "We?" "Yeah," I said. "I figured I could learn from your example since I'm also terrible at taking days off and looking after myself." His smile softened, and I could see the adoration written across his face. "We'll do it together then. Take care of ourselves and each other." "Perfect." I leant down to kiss him, emotion rising hot in my chest. There was never a perfect time to say anything, but did it have to be perfect, or did it just need to be a moment between us? A bubble of anxiety popped in the rising tide, swiftly followed by another, and I let out a shaking breath as I suddenly tried to process the swirling mass of feelings attempting to overwhelm me. "What's wrong?" André asked, his concern evident. "Nothing's wrong. Another shaky exhale slipped through my lips as my body trembled. "I was just thinking about everything and I—" "If it's too much, then say. I don't want to rush you. We don't have to." I cut him off with a swift kiss that was more like a punch in the mouth than anything soft, sweet, or vaguely romantic. "I love you, André," I said, the words coming out in a rush against his lips. For a second, I didn't even know if he'd heard me, but I could feel his heart racing under the hand that was still sitting on his chest. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there was a bad moment. Maybe— "I love you too." He wrapped his arms tightly around me as he kissed me fiercely, love and emotion radiating out of every pore, so hot it almost burned. "It's not— Is it too soon?" He frowned slightly, but it looked more like bemusement than anything else. "No, why would it be? It's been less than 2 weeks since the wedding." I wasn't sure why I was arguing with him, but I guessed I wanted to know that he was certain, that he wasn't just saying it to make me happy or pacify me, but that he truly felt it too. "So, why does that matter? Who says there has to be a time frame for this stuff? You can't control emotions or when you feel them," he said, releasing me slightly so he could reach up to brush a strand of hair out of my face. "Besides, it's not like we're strangers. We spent like 3 years hanging out together when you were with Kane." "Pretending to be?" "Fine, when you were pretending to be with Kane," André said as a fond smile curled the corner of his mouth, and I leant down to steal a kiss because he was too cute to resist. "We may have drifted apart over the past few years, but I never stopped thinking about you. You've always been the one I wanted. I just didn't know how to make it happen, and now it has, and I'm not letting you go. I love you, Luke, and that won't change whether I say it now or wait 6 months. So you might as well know now and save on wondering." The bubbles in my chest that had been filled with anxiety now fizzed like champagne as excitement and love and too many other emotions to name threatened to burst out of me. André was right. If we knew, we knew, and time didn't change that. And why should we waste more time when we'd already waited this long? You're right, no more waiting. I love you, André. I kissed him, and one turned into two, and then into an endless string that I never wanted to end. Except then my stomach rumbled loudly, like some unhinged creature was grumbling and yowling from inside my hoodie, and the pair of us burst out laughing. My forehead dropped to rest against his shoulder as my body shook from embarrassed laughter. I'm so graceful, I said, half into his jumper. Aren't you so glad you love me? I'm beauty and elegance personified. You are, among a million other things. He gave my ass a fond tap, and I laughed. Do you want to pass the cheese board? We could watch a film while we eat too if you want, or a couple of episodes of something. Are you in the mood for more Christmas stuff? I asked, as I reached behind André to retrieve the cheese before shuffling awkwardly backwards out of his lap. It was a little tricky not to throw grapes and crackers everywhere, but somehow I managed it and only dropped one grape in the process. Maybe. Want to see what gloriously cheesy goodness Netflix has to offer? We could watch a couple of different ones and rate them. I grinned. Absolutely. I think I've got friends in a few of them. Does that mean you want to avoid those ones? No way. I will just lovingly roast my friends and their appalling Christmas jumpers. Also, those films are great for work, so I'll never begrudge people doing them. One guy I know usually does one a year in some form or another for Hallmark. He lets me play bingo with the scenarios and characters, like Christmas tree farm, baking competition, hotshot lawyer, childhood best friend, high school crush, that sort of thing. I've never managed to get everything right, though, but I did come close this year. I want in on that next year. It sounds fun, André said as he took the board in one hand and moved along, allowing me to settle down next to him with my back against the arm of the sofa and my legs flung across his. Next year, I said with a smile as I watched him pick up the remote and turn the TV on, the screen catching the reflection of the Christmas lights. I promise. Because there would be a next year, and a year after that, and a year after that, on and on for the rest of our lives. The future looked nice, bright, and sweet. Epilogue. 2 years later. André. I'm home, I called as I closed the door to the house, shaking off the flurry of snow that clung to every inch of me. London was determined to give us a white Christmas, and given how quickly the snow was coming down, it seemed like the city was going to get its wish. Oh, no, you're not, Luke called from the sitting room, laughter bubbling through his voice. Oh, yes, I am, I said, as I unzipped my coat and reached for my boots. And I've got a whole day off. God, I could sleep for a week. Poor you. Do you need me to take care of you? Luke asked as he appeared with a teasing smile on his face. Would a kiss make you feel better? I don't know, but it would be a good start. He padded over and leant up to kiss me, his lips tasting like brandy and chocolate, and I groaned softly. Every inch of me was exhausted, but I was determined not to let our Christmas go to waste. This year I'd been offered a role in a grand London pantomime by a producer who'd seen me in a couple of musicals, and since my last role had come to an end, I decided to give it a try. If I thought musicals were brutal, then pantomime was at a whole other level. The run might have been shorter since it only lasted for 6 weeks from the start of December to the end of January, but we did 10 shows a week with only Mondays, Christmas Day and New Year's Day off. And while I was loving every single moment of being the prince in Cinderella, it had given me a newfound appreciation for stamina, and I wasn't even in every scene. Given my musical background, the musical director had given me both a solo and a duet to sing, and there were multiple dance numbers too. I was pretty sure I'd be muttering the words in my sleep for the next year. Still, the experience had been a fun one, and I built a strong bond with the cast and crew, so I definitely missed the chaos when it was all over. Then I'd get a few weeks of reprieve before I went into rehearsals for the new London production of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang that I'd somehow managed to land the role of Caractacus Potts in. I still wasn't quite sure how, and I'd been worried that I was maybe a little young at 32, but I was learning not to question things. There were some days where I still wondered if the only reason I got parts was my background and the fame that still clung to my name, despite my attempts to shake it off. But then Luke reminded me of the stack of theatrical credits I now had, and I realised that if it was a sham, I was doing pretty well out of it. And if all I could do was fake confidence in my abilities, then I'd keep doing that until I believed in myself for real. "Any better?" Luke asked, his hands resting on my chest and his eyes dancing with mischief. I was sure he had plans for me, and I was very happy to be a part of them, whatever they turned out to be. I had plans of my own for this Christmas too. "A little," I said with a smirk. "A smidge. The teeniest, tiniest amount." "Oh no, we can't have that." His fingers tightened in my jumper, eyes glittering with desire. "I guess we'll just have to go upstairs so I can help properly." "Only if you're not busy. I wouldn't want to distract you." "Not busy? I was just rewatching my favourite bits of Llewellyn. Kane really is good. I'm so glad it keeps getting renewed." "I think you've seen him naked on TV more than you ever did when you were dating," I said with a chuckle as Luke towed me towards the stairs. Even though he loved his flat, he'd made the decision to move into my house a year ago because going back and forth across London was annoying and time-consuming. I'd offered to sell here too so we could buy somewhere together, but Luke had insisted he'd fallen in love with the house, and it didn't make sense for both of us to suffer through the pains of moving just for the sake of it. The bakery had gone from strength to strength, but Luke had also gotten better at balancing things too. It would have been easy for him to expand, hire more staff, take on more projects and become a huge, complex operation. We'd talked about it as well, but Luke had realised doing that would take him away from decorating and more into administration, marketing, management and all the other things he didn't actually want to deal with. He'd started his business to decorate cakes, and that was what he was going to do, and no amount of potential money was going to change that. "I think so too," he said. "Also, Kane and Austin are throwing a New Year's thing if we want to go. Nothing fancy apparently, just dinner, drinks, maybe some films. I said I'd see how you felt since you'll have done 2 shows that day. Bit last minute, isn't it? Usually they plan things a lot earlier than this." "I thought that too, but I think they want to use it as an excuse to meet Toby's boyfriend." "Sneaky," I said, trying not to give away that I'd asked Kane and Austin to organise something on New Year's Eve under the guise of a quiet night in. But I was hoping it would be something else too. I just had to ask Luke the right question first. I hadn't planned a particular moment because our Christmases were so unstructured that trying to keep to a specific schedule would throw up red flags. So I was waiting until the moment was right and trusting that I'd know. And I did. It happened the next morning when we were lying in bed together with cooling sweat on our skin, our heartbeats slowly returning to normal. Luke was sprawled out next to me with a soft, blissful smile on his face that I just wanted to kiss endlessly. Asking him to marry me after I'd completely fucked his brains out might not have been the most traditionally romantic thing in the world, but Luke and I had lived so much of our lives in the spotlight that I wanted something completely private. A moment we'd never want to share with the rest of the world, no matter how much people asked. "I've got something for you," I said, sliding down the bed so I was lying next to him with our noses almost touching, interlacing our fingers together. "I thought we were going to do presents later," he said with adorable confusion. "After breakfast, like we usually do." "We will, but this is something extra." "Oh?" I held onto his hand and rolled over to quickly reach down the side of my bedside table, where I'd stashed my prize last night while Luke was in the bathroom. It was a small green leather box, and when I held it out in front of him, Luke's eyes went wide as he looked between me and it so fast. I was worried he was going to get dizzy. Are you? "I think so," I said, "if you're wondering if I'm going to ask you to marry me." I opened the box, revealing the beautiful golden ring I'd been hiding for weeks. I'd had it made by a jeweller in Swallow Hill, the same one who'd made Kane's and Austin's rings. "Luke, the past 2 years have been the most incredible of my life. Nothing in the world compares to being with you. and I want to spend every single day being by your side. I love you more than anything, and if you'll let me, I'll spend the rest of my life proving that." "You don't need to prove anything," he said, leaning over the box to kiss me. "I already know that you love me. I don't need proof. I just want you next to me every day." "Is that a yes then?" Luke laughed softly. "You need to actually ask me the question first. Luke Yang, will you marry me?" "Yes, yes I will." He grabbed my face and kissed me again, his adoration clear. "I love you so much." "I love you too," I said, before carefully lifting the ring out of the box and sliding it onto his finger. "I hope it fits. I measured your finger with a bit of string while you were napping." "When did you do that?" "September. And I didn't notice." "It was just after you'd done that order for Tamsin Chew," I said. "The one where you came home and collapsed because you'd stayed up so late the night before." Tamsin, who was on the cast of Llewellyn with Kane, had asked for a library-themed birthday cake, like Belle's library from Beauty and the Beast, so Luke had made sure to handpipe hundreds of spines around each tier, even going as far as to add titles and decoration. It had been an edible masterpiece, and he'd come home and slept for 14 hours straight afterwards. Well, clearly it was a good idea, because it meant you could do this without me realizing. I'm not sure that's the takeaway, but sure, let's go with that. I held my breath as I slowly slid the ring further down his finger. It bumped slightly over his knuckle and then settled perfectly into place, the entwined golden strands shimmering slightly. "It's perfect," he said. "I love it." "Merry Christmas, my love," I said, leaning in for another kiss. "Merry Christmas." We stayed there for a while, because there was no rush to be anywhere else. We had all the time in the world, and for today, nothing and nobody else mattered. Outside the window, the snow kept falling, and Luke and I stayed snug inside, warm, cozy, happy, and loved. You've been listening to Ice and Sweet, a Christmas novel, written by Charlie Novak and read by Dan Callie. For more by Charlie Novak, visit www.charlienovak.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.